they and deal with some of the real problems that are the cause of structural systemic unemployment, poverty.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, of course, you've got your banner here saying no to xenophobia. We've spoken to a number of people. We understand that South Africans are under a tremendous lot of stress in terms of economic stress. People have no jobs. Many have no homes. People are living informally in South Africa. And what we're seeing, I suppose, is the frustration of the poor and vulnerable in South Africa. Is this a sentiment you share? And what are you saying when you're coming here together and you're saying, let's operate with Ubuntu?
Yes, South Africans have a right to be angry because this economy is not working for South Africans, but migrants are not causing this economy not to work. We are in a systemic crisis here that is caused by inequality, by historic injustices, and an apartheid economy that has not been rectified. There has not been redistribution, and those are not the fault of immigrants. This is the fault of a government that is not working for the people, for justice and for redistribution. That is what we want to see here, and we want to see workers unite, the working class unite. We do not want to see division. We want to see accountability from the private sector and from government.
Across the country, we are seeing protests unfolding against undocumented migration. South Africa's constitution allows, guarantees that freedom of protest. You're saying that in this case, it may be misplaced? The fact that South Africans are taking to the streets today.
South Africans must organize, the working class must organize. We must stand united and really know who the enemy is here. When private capital exploits the unemployment rate in this country, when private capital exploits landlessness in this country, we must organize, we must unite, but we mustn't turn against one another, and that's our message today.
Thank you so much for your time, ma'am. I'm just going to try and step through, if you'll follow me, just to try and see if we can speak to more of those that have gathered here. You'll see that we are at a traffic circle, and this, of course, is where people have gathered. Sir, good day to you. I'm from the SABC. We're live on television. Sir, are you're part of this group here today, coming and really calling for Ubuntu. Explain to us why you've decided to spend the lunch hour here at Salt River Circle.
No, I had to answer a call like this because I am very sensitive to the history of this continent and its struggles. This is not the time to separate. This is not the time to respect borders, especially at a time like this in the world, that Africa needs to stand together. So these divisions are not going to help us. So we feel that South Africa itself is built by the labor and the sacrifice of people from many countries. Also the liberation struggle, it benefited from solidarity of many countries, particularly in Africa. So with all the difficulties that we see in Africa now, this is not the time to be chasing people away, you know. And also we must understand that South Africa is not a self-sustaining country, you know. We depend on what other countries are offering for things to work. Everybody wakes up and have a cup of coffee. We don't produce coffee in this country. We rely on other countries. Everybody eats rice every day. We don't produce rice here. Just on simple things like food, to see the interconnectedness of our lives through our economy. I understand the issue of migration and its challenges. But people must understand that those that do not have these documents that they are complaining about, to a large extent, it is the corruption of our own government. You know, there are people who have formed syndicates that are enriching themselves by actually selling and taking bribes. You know, a lot of those that are undocumented, their permits have expired and they're being extorted for renewal, you know. So there is a lot, you know, that we're not talking about.
At the same time, you're also not discounting the fact that South Africans themselves are struggling economically.
The struggle is actually global. It's not just in South Africa. You know, capitalism is a global system that creates inequality wherever it is. You know, South Africa is not an exception. And I think also one of the reasons here we are acting the way we do is because we have inherited something from apartheid that makes us think that as South Africans we are special and we're not part of this continent.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. There we go. Just some of the sentiments here at Salt River Circle. And for now, it's back to you in studio.
All right, Vanessa, thank you very much for that. That's Vanessa Puna, one of our reporters on the story when we're watching these various marches taking place in not just Cape Town today on the issue of illegal immigration. Vanessa reporting from where people have gathered saying no to xenophobia. I'll tell you about what you're looking at the moment. This is part of the routes that have been affected, in fact, identified, if you will, as hotspots. And Unati, this is a live tracker of where people should perhaps be on the lookout in terms of at least traffic disruptions.
Yeah, and it's quite important that we're saying it's a live tracker because as we are showing you these routes, this in the Free State, particularly Bloemfontein, Mangaung, the N1 and N3 being affected there. We move over to Gauteng. We've been seeing many of our journalists also in the Johannesburg CBD too. So the N4, Benoni, Actonville, Wattville, etc. being some of those hotspots. We've also taken you to Kimberley, largely peaceful at the moment, but the N12 and N14 are just some of those hotspots that have been identified. We've also have reporters stretched out in Limpopo, Polokwane, Mosina, Beitbridge, corridor also being some of those routes that are affected. And the borders are quite important too, given the fact that we have seen those repatriation processes taking place, largely Malawians, Zimbabweans, and of course we'll take you to those borders as well as give you that kind of an idea. But do stay tuned then to our channel as we continue to give you blow coverage of these protests, as well as give you some of those hotspot areas that you need to be watching.
Let's show you the live situation now in Durban, where there are people who are taking part in these demonstrations. Durban, in large part, is where we began to see the March and March movement, which is among the organizers, really begin to gain support in communities there. Just at the beginning of this year, remember, they led a series of demonstrations outside a school where they were demanding that local children be prioritized over those of foreign nationals. Let's stay with Durban for a moment because I want to take you to words from the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, also the chair of the Interministerial Committee on Migration, that's Moloko Kubai, who was speaking in Johannesburg today, saying this, that the state today is not going out to threaten its own citizens, but has an obligation as government to ensure that there is law and order. Kubai said they have an obligation as government to ensure that no one's rights are infringed. She then said that's why today is a normal day according to government, and that anyone who makes a decision that they want to continue with their daily lives, the environment must be conducive enough for them to be able to do that. There is still a strong police presence, at least in the areas where we've seen people demonstrating. Durban is where we're also expecting to see the March and March leader, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, at some point possibly make an appearance as well as speak, because she's been among the people who had put this deadline, although legally no group is allowed to put such a deadline forward, for undocumented foreign nationals to leave the country by today. And in fact, in Durban, we've seen thousands of people already being bussed out, primarily to Malawi, saying that fled communities where they had been intimidated and threatened.
Yeah, you mentioned, March and March, particularly its leader, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma. There's other, of course, leaders that are coordinating with March and March, and we'll unpack some of those dynamics in a moment. But for now, let's take you to the Eastern Cape. Let's take you to Gqeberha, where Sisipo Ngumbe is currently. Sisipo, of course, give us a sense of what you are seeing. We know in other parts of the country, demonstrations have been largely peaceful. There's been a strong police presence. It looks quite quiet where you are, judging by your background, but give us a sense in terms of where you are, what are you seeing, what are demonstrators telling you?
Well, a very good afternoon, Unati, and a good afternoon to the viewers at home as well. We're out in Central, in Nelson Mandela Bay, an area where a lot of business is conducted here in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. And I can tell you that it is business as usual for many of the residents here, understanding that in Central, of course, this is a place where many foreign nationals run some of their businesses, some hair salons, some nail salons, including many other types of businesses that are run here. So that's why we decided to come out here and monitor the situation, understanding, of course, that in the lead up to the 30th of June deadline that was set by some of the activists for today as a deadline, understanding that Gqeberha did have some demonstrations as well. We saw one in KwaZakele, I believe 2 months back. We also seen some in the Kocha areas, which is Jeffreys Bay. We went to one in Thornhill as well, I believe last week. So leading up to this day, there has been a lot of demonstrations. However, when we came out here today, tried to get a sense from those who live close by as to what is happening. Some of them said that it's been relatively quiet. It's been just another day. It's been a normal, ordinary day for some of them. I spoke to some foreign nationals earlier who were not comfortable speaking on camera, but the gentleman that I spoke to said that they did have some nerves leading up to today, but there's really been nothing. There's families who are standing outside. There are people who are walking. So it is relatively just business as usual here in Central, in Nelson Mandela Bay. Now, I will say I understand that in different areas, I believe it was in Rocklands, in the little town of Karieja, there was a small demonstration there where they handed over, they were listing some issues that they wanted to be addressed, and that was addressed, I believe, by a Home Affairs official earlier today. Understanding also that in Fear Plus, I believe there was also a small demonstration. But of course, here in Central, this is one of the areas that has long been, an area that has changed over the years. Understanding that yesterday, I believe the police arrested 76 illegal immigrants here in Central. The people were in a building. The army, I believe, heard some noise, and when they went inside, they found some undocumented migrants, and those undocumented migrants were then arrested on the spot. That's about 76 of them. So the police themselves have amped up operations, certainly in the fight of crime, or in the fight against crime. But here in Nelson Mandela Bay, largely where we are in the areas of Central, sort of the areas that we've passed on our way here, it does seem to be contrary to the rest of the country. It does seem to be relatively quiet.
All right, CCP, let's leave it there for now as we, of course, look at other areas in the country. CCP just giving us a sense then in terms of what's happening in Gqeberha. She is specifically in Central.
We're going now from the Eastern Cape, taking you back, bringing you to Gauteng. In fact, Calvin Dludla, there he is in one of the bottom block, in fact, on your screen. Calvin, as we come to you, it doesn't look as though that large group that you were tracking earlier is still with you. Where have they gone?
Good afternoon to you, Tembegile, and to our SABC viewers at home. To answer your question, it's simple. These marchers or demonstrators are dispersing now. They are going to their respective homes. They are saying that, though, they are not happy about the reception that they got from the members of the South African Police Service who managed to receive their memorandum of grievances. They are saying that they are giving a government an ultimatum or a deadline of the next coming 7 days. They have to make sure that they solve the issue of undocumented immigrants. Earlier, when we started, the day started normal in Soweto, where we were next to the Chrisani Parakwanat Hospital. We were inside the taxi rank where we engaged with some of the passengers who told us that no, they don't want to be part of this march because they are going to work, and though they want government to speed up the process of making sure that it does deport undocumented immigrants, but they wanted to make sure that also they go to work. We also moved to Mzimhlophe next to Orlando West, where we engaged with some of the residents, those who gave us a different perspective. They told us that no, they don't want some of these undocumented immigrants to leave because according to them, they support them. They are saying that if they leave these immigrants, they will suffer as residents of South Africa, saying that they mostly depend on them when it comes to getting money towards the end of the month because they are renting. Now we have moved to Jabulani next to amphitheater where these demonstrators handed over their memorandum of grievances. Let me introduce one of the leaders who was part of those who handed over that memorandum of grievances. That would be Umusa Hlonga. Thank you very much for your precious time. Now, you have handed over a memorandum of grievances to SABS and to the authorities of this multipurpose center behind me. You are telling me that it will be impossible for government to meet your deadline.
impossible is not the right word, but it's just for us to make sure that we get the answers, because we don't want excuses. We're not expecting them to come in 7 days and they say we're still waiting for so and so. If you have the memorandum, it addressed 7 departments. So all the 7 departments in one document. So where they connect and they link, they need to be able to communicate with each other. I also understand why the people are so aggravated, because this is not something that started now. This is a pain of many years that South Africans have been suffering for. So the 7 years, it is because of saying we have waited for so long for something to happen, and nothing has till this day. And this is the reason why they don't have the time to give it.
Are you happy with the turnout, the number of people that came out to partake on these demonstrations, and also can you regard it as peaceful?
I am overwhelmed by the turnout. I was not expecting to see so many people, and we knew that Soweto was going to come, but the numbers were overwhelmingly positive. And so yes, I am. The other question I didn't get was,
can you regard it as peaceful?
I don't have to regard it. It was peaceful. I made a video last night, and I said on the video that we're going to surprise you as South Africans, because you have concluded you know us, but we are a people of peace and honor, and we know exactly who to direct our frustration and our anger to. And that's exactly what we did. We came to our own offices. We came to our own SAPS. We didn't go to anybody's shop. You know why? Because we are not here to do someone else's job. We're waiting for them to deliver what they should be doing, and that's what's supposed to be happening. And if they don't do it, they will have to answer to us, because they've promised.
Now, let's talk about this. Some of the residents are actually the ones who are allowing undocumented immigrants to stay in their homes, because they are renting, they are collecting rentals at the end of the month. That is why you would see some of the undocumented immigrants within the community. What would be your message to those now who, for a lack of a better word, harboring those undocumented immigrants?
What I like about this is because all of a sudden we now even have the circulating videos and graphics that are coming from SAPS telling us the charge that is going to be. We also waiting for them to do their work, because that is done by the reality of the illegal immigration in our spaces has made our people to also be desperate to get the money, and now they are actually allowing the people who should not be here. However, that is breaking the law, which is supposed to be enforced by who? South African police services. So they're supposed to be doing their job, because if there is a person, and this is not hidden like the people who are selling drugs, they're doing it openly. You see a big container, so when you see the big container, find out what is in the container, because we don't stay in containers. So this is supposed to be doing their job.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to wrap it up here with Musa Hlongwa, one of the leaders who were at the forefront of these demonstrations. They came to here to submit their memorandum of grievances. As you heard from her, the march was peaceful, and there were no arrests that were made. Even the members of the South African Police Service, as much as they started earlier to have a problem to contain these marchers, but later they did manage to contain them. They spoke to them, and those marchers did listen. It's done here, as I have mentioned earlier in my introduction. These marchers now are dispersing. Back to you in studio in Auckland Park.
All right, Calvin Lula, thank you so much for that, of course, crossing live to us there from Johannesburg in Soweto. In fact, let's now pop you to that briefing that you see on your top screen. That's at the Beitbridge border post, and listen in to the Deputy Police Minister.
Okay. My commission as members to interministerial. O ska ba le bothata o ka ba ile gore batho ba betho ba tlhakisha ba diang, and then ya se fe susantso se se botse ka mo ntle ka mo. So
that's the Deputy Police Minister Pauline Bushielo, the NPA boss director Andy Mutibi there at the Beitbridge border post, where many of the foreign nationals, in fact, who've chosen to leave, or some I should say, because we don't know the exact number, who've chosen to leave South Africa today and in the days before this June 30th unofficial sort of deadline, have been crossing in the last few days. Bushielo reiterating once again that the Interministerial Committee is at Beitbridge today, along with other spots, as part of the intention to make sure that this entire process runs smoothly. And let's move away from these visuals as she gives the Sepedi translation to some of the remarks that she's been making. I wonder if we can show you what's happening in other parts of the country while I bring in Dr. Vanya Gastro, Senior Researcher for Justice and Violence Prevention Programs at the University of Cape Town. Good to have you on the program this afternoon, Doctor. So looking at the turnout then in the parts of the country where there are demonstrations, what does it tell us about the sentiment in this country towards the issue of illegal immigration and migrants in general?
Well, I think it confirms what a lot of research and surveys have been showing, that anti-immigrant sentiment in the country is reaching record high levels. And it's a sentiment that's felt in many different parts of the country.
And in terms of the issues at hand then, to what extent do you think the rhetoric that has been so charged and sparked concerns of a possible spillover into Afrophobia, etc., or even xenophobia in the worst case, to what extent has the rhetoric around those issues, do you think, overshadowed the underlying issues that have been used ultimately to galvanize, or have, in fact, galvanized people to turn up in the way that they've done today?
I think the rhetoric has been very scary and has almost created a broader problem for the country than simply the issue of migration. As you know, the SABC allocated 600 million rand to prepare for potential violence and lawlessness. So it almost presents two issues for the country to confront, and the one is the issue of migration, and to an extent that has been overshadowed by a second issue, which is complete fear of anarchy, where people are staying at home, businesses have shut down, there's huge uncertainty about what's going to unfold this week. And that almost goes beyond just the issue of illegal migration, but it also touches on, to what extent is there respect for state authority in the country, and are we going to be safe?
And speaking of the government then, the president issued a statement the last few hours, and he said that we also recognize our systems have failed. That's President Ramaphosa speaking, says they must be corrected. And he says where corruption has enabled illegal immigration, those responsible must be held accountable. And lastly, where enforcement has been inadequate, Ramaphosa says it must improve. But why has South Africa done such a poor job at dealing and responding to the issue of immigration? Because some of the sentiment we're seeing on the street goes as far back as 2001.
Well, I think that there have been gradual improvements with how the state has dealt with immigration. There have been efforts to digitize the immigration system and clamp down on corruption. Perhaps it hasn't been fast enough. And also, if you look at migration trends to the country, asylum applications have actually gone down from about 200,000 when they reached their peak in 2009 to 5,000 last year. Our censuses do not show that there are masses of people entering the country. For instance, in 2011, the census showed 4.2% of South Africans were born outside of the country, and that would include both documented and undocumented people. And the more recent census, the number actually declined to 3.9% of the population. So I don't think, I think it's very important for the government to control its borders and to manage migration in an orderly way. I don't think the stats actually show that there's completely uncontrolled immigration in the country.
Dr. Gastro, can I ask your indulgence for a moment? Because as you'd appreciate, we are tracking multiple developments at this hour. And in fact, as to do that, let me just remind everyone what you're looking at is just your screen right now. These are pictures from places like KwaZulu-Natal, that's Durban in the main. We're also seeing a similar demonstration where people are hoping, I should say, to make their way to Hillbrow here in Johannesburg as part of these demonstrations led by March and March and other groups over the issue of illegal immigration. It's not just KZN and Gauteng that are on our radar here at the SABC. We are live in various other provinces as well.
Absolutely. And in talking about being live across all various parts of the country, just monitoring these developments, let's now take you to Limpopo. That's where Katleho Nyoni is at Mankweng. Katleho, of course, we heard not too long ago, in fact, this week, sometime over 600 or so Zimbabweans who were fearing for their lives actually stationed out at one of the police stations there. Give us a sense of what is happening at the moment and what demonstrators are saying to you, or at the very least, some of those migrants that you have spoken to.
Well, good afternoon. Certainly, we are still live outside the Mankweng police station, just outside Polokwane. And of course, as you rightly pointed out in your intro there, these scores are rounding up to the hundreds of Zimbabwean nationals have essentially been camping here from the 26th of June, indicating that they fear for their safety. Now, they say that they were then evicted by the landlords in residences where they stayed. So they say they will come here and find refuge at the Mankweng police station. And earlier, a short while ago rather, the demonstration, the anti-illegal immigration demonstration marchers did arrive indeed at the Mankweng police station, where they of course handed over a memorandum of their grievances, and key to their concerns and complaints is that the Mankweng police station needs to get a better handle on dealing with criminal acts around the area, saying that majority of crimes that have been reported are perpetrated by those that have been undocumented. Well, that was certainly one of their concerns. So what is currently happening right now with the Zimbabwean nationals that have gathered here, a majority of them were told by their leader Clever Chivetete that they are undocumented, so they are being processed. Home Affairs officials have arrived to assist in this process, where they are filling in all the repatriation documents. To my left, we will show you this. There are also a number of buses that have certainly arrived here, and once the processing is complete, then those that have been successfully then processed will board these buses that will then travel all the way towards Musina, eventually the border post, where they will then be deported into neighboring Zimbabwe. So certainly they have indeed been here since the 26th of June, and they've been sleeping outside the police station in Mankweng, including young children, babies, as well as women, and the other general Zimbabwean nationals that have indeed gathered here. And they have expressed that they don't have access to amenities, ablution facilities, and they have made a plea for donations. However, some people have been arriving here to offer them assistance. So earlier on, we did indeed see those marchers, but I'm going to speak to one of the Zimbabwean nationals who has been waiting here for the repatriation process to be complete. Wisdom, thank you very much for talking to me. Can you tell me about what is currently happening here today and how long you've been here for?
Yeah, hello guys, I'm Wisdom Jacob Mumbire. I'm here for 2 days, this Polokwane Mankweng. This situation is not taking me good because we are hungry and the alleged lords chase us, so it's a very big problem for us.
And are your papers, have they been captured, your repatriation papers, meaning you can get into the bus and eventually start traveling rather to Zimbabwe?
Yeah, for now I'm not ready to get these papers because it was too many of us were there, so I'm waiting for papers now.
Thank you very much, Wisdom, for your time this afternoon. That's one of the Zimbabwean nationals who's saying that he is hungry rather, and that the process to capture all the information eventually when they can start then getting into these buses destined of course for Zimbabwe is taking too long, saying that there is a lot of them and the numbers keep on fluctuating. It's not just a rigid number. As we've seen, it started at 600, but we've been told by officials here that it has gone as high rather as just above 1,000 people that are outside the Mankweng police station. Unati?
All right, thank you so much, Katleho Nyoni, live for us in Mankweng, outside that particular police station. Of course, over 1,000 people looking there, Zimbabwean foreign nationals rather, just looking to leave the country, as he's been saying. Of course, we also watched that press briefing by the Deputy Police Minister, Poli Bushielo, as well as NPA head Advocate Ndi Mutibi, outside the Beitbridge border post not too long ago, where they are also monitoring those developments, where a number of Malawian nationals as well as Zimbabwean nationals are currently being repatriated back to their respective countries.
You're looking at Durban now, where our camera is trying to keep up with members of the March and March movement and other groups who have also turned up today. The crowd there continues to swell from this morning. As we look at that, just to update you, the police ministry has a statement out saying that since the early hours of this morning, they've arrested several people in connection with incidents of looting and attempted looting reported in parts of the country, as law enforcement continues to monitor these marches that are taking place today, the 30th of June. The Office of the Police Minister saying that the officers remain on high alert with heightened deployments in place to ensure public safety, protect businesses as well as critical infrastructure, and maintain law and order. We're going to come out of that for a moment because there is some breaking news. We'll put the visuals from Durban as well as other parts of the country perhaps on the side of the screen, but where I want to take you now is to a different story. So you'll see me in a moment because it's unrelated to what we are dealing with at this moment, pardon me, because we're just getting breaking news that the head of the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal, Major General Lesija Sinona.
We say to the government, please intervene before it's too late. Make sure that you can assist those workers that do qualify for papers to stay legally in our country, because we understand and accept that there is employers that is now abusing this issue of foreign labor, where they employ undocumented foreign labor because they can save money on the rates that they must pay, undermining collective bargaining, and by doing that they save lots of money. So they are the ones that are abusing this current system, exploiting this current system. But government should do more. The problem
me play you some videos. You had them when they were coming approaching this point, but just checking out the now. And I'm gonna play you these videos from earlier. Just take me off for now, just hold them.
Ngoba nama-bundles esingisasephelile ade ngikhuluma nge-xenophobia mina ngikhathele manje lapho into engimangazayo ngale xenophobia ekhonja la eSouth Africa ukuthi sibonile amanye amazwe lawo island ekhipha abantu bokufika akaze kuthiwe yi-xenophobia iSomali le abantu abagcwele la isinike abantu from last 10 days abanganabaphepha ukuthi baphume wethu uhulumeni uyabhala uyacisha kanti ngempela lelizwe labale lizwe manje indaba kube yithina futhi kufanele siyithole ukuthi sisezweni lethu angisishayile speech ngesingisi bafethu nizingezelele nezwe
Right, of course, that is the March and March leader, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, addressing thousands of protesters there. Of course, that is in KwaZulu-Natal, in Durban to be specific, and she is about to address those protesters who are gathered there. Of course, you've been watching rolling coverage of nationwide protests against undocumented immigrants. Our reporters are strewed across all of parts of the country, really, just monitoring those developments. We've taken you to scenes in Gauteng, in the Eastern Cape, Limpopo as well. We'll continue to give you just some of that coverage. Not too long ago, in fact, the SABC issuing out a statement saying that some of the protests have largely been very peaceful thus far. But as you see in those visuals, some protesters carrying knopkiri and sticks, and largely, I think, Tambekile, the SABC had asked that those weapons not be brought to these protests, but yet again, there we see some of those live visuals. We do understand, of course, that one of our reporters, Lopang Alamo, is available for us in Johannesburg, in Kwamamai to be specific. Lopang, give us a sense then in terms of some of the scenes that you are seeing and what protesters are telling you. We've heard, of course, from the SABC that some of these protests have largely been very peaceful. However, there have been some arrests in the early hours of this morning associated to looting. So what are you seeing and what have you been hearing?
A very good afternoon. Well, the crowd has just moved from the very city, from your Hillbrow side. They've now made their way into the Maboneng area, and this is where they say they will then be reconvening, and that is at Mai. Now, what we noticed over the last couple of hours, was that some of the crowd would then move away from the others. So basically, mini crowds within the bigger crowd, and they would then go to different locations. We saw two of the groups of marchers that we saw who moved from Hillbrow, went into the inner city, across your Bank City, into your Gandhi Square, and others who moved on from the inner city towards Mai. We have seen a huge police presence. As things stand, there have been no reports of violence. There was a bit of a standoff between those in the residential flats within the inner city, throwing rocks as well, but we have not seen any major cases of violence since we started reporting on the march.
And, Lopang, are you seeing any of the officials from some of these marches? Because we do know that whilst these protests are being led by March and March, we've seen, of course, associated organizations that are supporting some of these protests, rather. What are they saying in terms of, just the status of the day? In KwaZulu-Natal, particularly, we know that an address is currently being given by Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, who is the leader of March and March, but we have seen, of course, organizations like Amapinga Nation, led by Ngizwe Mchunu. We know that there are some political parties that have said that they will be supporting this march, to name a few, the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party as well as Action SA.
Well, Nancy, that's correct. We have been throughout the afternoon been engaging with Ngizwe Mchunu, who has been leading the better part of the march since this morning. And one of the things we actually noticed was the disorganization towards deciding on where to from next. We do understand that they did have a route. They said that they would start, they would meet at the meeting point, walk towards the legislature, and then proceed to Hillbrow. They did that. However, we've seen them make a lot of diversions throughout the way. They're currently at Mai. Not too certain yet whether or not we should be expecting some kind of an address by Ngizwe. Having spoken to him then a couple of times that we did since this morning, was just him reaffirming the fact that they are not involved in any kind of violence. Of course, there will be those who try to break some windows, and however, what we have observed, to be really honest, just a bunch of marchers who say that they will not tire. They're then coming to Mai to reconvene. They will then decide on a way forward. As things stand, we're not yet certain whether or not they will then disperse from here on. No one has been able to confirm what the plan from here is. As things stand, they have concluded their march from Hillbrow, and the end point is, of course, where we currently are at Mai. The police contingency has been able really to contain the crowd since this morning. No major incidents have been reported. We have seen a few injured people, and this is due to the rock throwing, the stone throwing that they were involved in earlier. However, we are not yet certain whether or not Ngizwe will be addressing the people that will be with him.
Lopang, let's leave it there for now. Thank you so much for that, Lopang Alamu in the Johannesburg CBD. Let's take you now back to KwaZulu-Natal and listen in to March and March leader Jacinta Ngobese Zuma just briefing delegates there.
Who can work in restaurants? Why are we employing foreign domestic workers when there are so many people in South Africa who are depending on social grants and could do the same domestic jobs? We want our people to be employed. We want them to run successful businesses. Where is the xenophobia in that? Is there anything that sounds like xenophobia from what I've said? So fellow South Africans, today almost all the tuck shops in our townships and rural areas are owned by foreign nationals, namely Pakistani, Somalis, Ethiopians. The economy that once belonged to our people, lawa uhamba khona uya kaNtombela bayothenga khona okadlala and buy there. It is now owned by Pakistanis. So, why is it that this has been happening? This economy belongs to our people and it has been hijacked. Thousands of children die in this country because of food poisoning. The rape of our children and the terrorism of our communities, yet nothing much is said about it. Mustn't caution you about the children that have died. Here is a remembrance of some of the children that died after eating ukudla that was poisoned from spaza shops. Until today, those children have never received justice. Many buildings in the CBDs have been hijacked by foreign nationals. In particular, we don't see the media covering those stories. They just want to be where the migrants are and ask them if they've had food. Have you had food? Have you had a bath? When we have serious issues going on in our country, buildings are being hijacked and taken over. So these buildings are taken over by Nigerians in particular. But when South Africans complain, they are told that they are xenophobic. When will the government listen to us, talk to us, and not go on TV to threaten us? Today, we do not have DJ Warriors, who is also on my t-shirt here. May his beautiful soul rest in peace. He was brutally killed for fighting against the taking over of buildings. When will the world and the media tell everyone about Amazamazama that have displaced many families, terrorizing them and making them leave their communities because of illegal mining? Our neighboring countries such as Zimbabwe, Lesotho and Mozambique are the ones that are dominating in that field of Zamazamas, and we all know this. But the media pretends like it's not happening, only because it's happening to a South African. We want our laws to be enforced. We want our people to feel safe in their own homes. Women must be free to walk in the streets in our country without any fear of being abducted or even injected, which was happening here in Durban, and the government pretended that it's not happening. We would like to use our...
Right, you've been listening to Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, who is the leader of March and March. Let's talk now to Zanele Buthelezi, who is elsewhere in Durban monitoring those demonstrations. Zanele, give us a sense of what you're seeing and what are demonstrators saying to you.
Well, right now people are still singing and dancing. We are on Prince Street, which is where the Point Road police station is located and where a lot of people have gathered as the end point of this march that started at King Zulu. But let's find out from some of the marchers why did you decide to participate in this march?
I want to be remembered that I was there when, as one of the people that bandaged the bleeding land. Our land is bleeding. We've been invaded by the foreigners, and our country wants to be cleansed, and I'm part of the cleansing of the nation.
And just shortly, let's just apologize from that gentleman who came in and used unsavory language. We apologize to our listeners there. But continuing with our discussion here, do you think the message that you wanted to send by participating in this march, you were able to do so?
I believe that we've managed to send the best and the most relevant message, because the city and the doors of these illegal foreigners are shut down totally. One day without them trading is a great loss to them. Let them suffer, because our children. And I came to one of the passages there. The fecal element in the streets. The city is ailing. Cry, beloved country. We want restoration.
Well, there you have it, one of the marchers expressing why he participated in this march. We are at the back of the march, just to make that clear for our viewers. And it's been largely peaceful. There's a huge police presence supported by private security, just monitoring and shepherding the marchers as they made themselves down. They made their way down the streets from King Dinuzulu Park to the Point Road area, where they suspect that a lot of the drug peddling is taking place, as well as human trafficking, and that's why they are here. They are here to voice their to voice their disapproval of the activities that they allege are taking place in this area. But let's find some more people to talk to. For you, is this march making the right noise for you?
Yes, we are actually coming together with other civil society groups. We march together with the MK party. We are collaborating for the common purpose. We are saying away with the illegal foreign nationals in our country, because they are dispossessing our domestic workers of employment. They are coming, they are doing a lot of things. They are selling drugs in this country. They are responsible for 95% of the crimes that is taking place in South Africa. They are actually doing the human trafficking in South Africa. So we are saying enough is enough. Ramaphosa must come down and listen to the people, because if it does not come down to listen to the people, the ANC is not going to get the vote. In fact, we don't want the ANC government to rule this country ever again, because this country is rotten to the core because of the ANC government. We are saying away with the ANC government, away with Cyril Ramaphosa, away with the GNU. We want other political parties to take over, because the current government is responsible for this whole mess in SA.
Let's find some more people. You are a lady who's also been singing and dancing. Uthini umyalezo uyaqhubeka uyazwakala yini? Kungani ubona ukuthi kungcono ukuthi ube ingxenye le march?
Uqala nje ngibingelela bonke abantu abalana. Ibenza ukuthi nami ngithole ngiyingxenye. Kubaluleke kakhulu. Mangakhuluma nje izidayizile ifile. Ingane encane zidla ama-drugs, ziyantshontshwa, zidayisiswa imizimba. Ngaleso sikhathi zifundiswe abazali abanye bama-single parent, beyifundisa kanzima, belindele ikusasa elingcono.
Kungani ublame-ke ama-foreign nationals ngalokho? Why ungablame i-law enforcement kanye nomphakathi?
Sabadinga bahambe bafake ingane zakwethu ukuthi ema-drugsini, bafake ingane zakwethu badayisisa ngomzimba.
Kwenza ukuthi ngibe yingxenye, ingoba sekuthungathi sekumele sibe ningakhohlwa ukuthi abanye bangena lana kungekho emthethweni, benze izinto bengabanjwa, babaleke, bahlale singazi ukuthi baqasheke. Kahle nje le mashi ibalulekile kakhulu.
It seems that people are getting a bit more agitated and are using unsavory language. We do apologize to our viewers for that, but it is tense right now, and people are trying to vote their anger over the issues that they're saying they are marching for, and mainly is that they don't want foreign nationals in their.
All right, that was Zanele Buthelezi on the other side of that particular protest march in Durban. Now, on the other side of that and in front of protesters is March leader Jacinta Ngobese Zuma. Let's continue to listen to what she has to say.
And thank you as the people of South Africa who sacrifice your lives. You've taken time out of your businesses and your busy schedule, and you have come out and taken to the streets. I want you guys to give yourselves a huge round of applause. And we want to salute members of the creative industry who have been with us in this fight, even when some of them decided that they do not want to be seen as defending their own country because their bookings are more important. We want to salute you, Ayandantanzi. We want to salute you, Mabetu Mcinga, Josi, Malusi Mbogazi, Ntokozo Zagwe, TNS, Oscar Mbo, and we want to say that history will remember you as patriots who did not shy away from standing up for your country when the time was needed. We also want to thank all the political parties who have shown support today. They said that they will not join us in our fight because we are victims. We are hooligans. We do not deserve to be heard when we cry. But we want to thank the following political. And I know some of you in Shalenbuzu would say, why do you guys as much and much want to associate certain political parties? Let me explain it very simply. One, sifuna ukuthi seniyovota nani, who is with us and who is against us. So ningalenzi phutha nenza umbhedo ngiyaphinda. Nivotele political parties who have made it clear that they are not with the people of South Africa. Second to that, we align with them because they sit in parliament, Tinashlale parliament. And if you want to policies, kumele ufake into ekuthiwa motion, and when you put those motion, they can only come through members of parliament. So that's why to assist us in changing leyo mthetho leyo ekuyiyona esasicindezela even today. So we want to thank Action SA who's been with us, ATM who's been with us, the IFP who've been with us, the MK who've been with us, the NFP who has been with us, Operation Tutula who has been with us, Africa Maibuye who has been with us, and we thank some members of the ANC like Panyaza Lesufi. Ngithe some. Phela ngimdlela umuntu amandlakhe. Thank those who have stood with us and have given us a message of support. We want to thank kakhulu uhulumeni wakaZulu Natali. We want to thank the government, laba abathatha sabo bahlala nathi and actually listen to us. The likes of the Premier Taminto, who has sat down, he even had a summit la efuna khona ukuzwa ukuthi yini kahle kahle lesikhala ngayo. Siyabonga kakhulu. Sifuna ukubonga imeya yenkosi langalibalele ukukhansela umyeza who has been with us from the beginning. Sibonge ne-Deputy Minister kama Home Affairs, i-Minister yaka Home Affairs, uLeon Schreiber, lokhu asiziba from day one. Kodwa ke u-Deputy Minister gave us an ear. Siyabonga ku-Deputy Minister uNjabulo Nzuza. And sifuna ukubonga kakhulu uGeneral KZN wamaphoyisa. Siyabonga kakhulu Ndonga. Siyabonga kakhulu Mkhwanazi. Siyabonga nokuthi nje usitreat njengabantu. Ungabe ukuthi uvele waba umuntu ofana nabanye abakuhulumeni abathi nje bazodedela izinja zisilume. Wena umile eqinisweni. Siyabonga Ndonga. Singamshiyi ngaphandle uMajor General Makhoba. Ngifisa ngathi ngabe niyambona lana ngimazi yini. uGeneral Makhoba uyisekela lakhe uGeneral Mkhwanazi, and ngisho singamfonela ngo-1 ebusuku, she's always willing ukuthi asize. Ngibonga kuGeneral Makhoba Mr. Robert Nechunga wasuka Limpopo wathatha ngizodila nalamaZulu ngoba ngiyawazi ukuthi abantu
All right, you've been listening to Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, the leader of March and March. We do apologize for that sound and audio that is not 100%, but essentially wrapping up her address. She has been speaking to protesters, tens of thousands who've been gathered across the country. She is currently speaking from Durban. She had earlier indicated and distanced March and March and all those that are protesting today from acts of xenophobia, saying that they are simply demonstrating for their rights, and of course has thanked a number of stakeholders, including the SABC, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, and a number of political parties and other affiliated groups that have come to support this particular demonstration.
Well, as we continue to look at this then, we are going to show you, hopefully at some point, parts of the country that have also been affected by these demonstrations. We're actually going to give you some more context while we look at Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, the leader of March and March. Interesting enough, in fact, we know of a meeting that took place in the last, let's say, 12 to 18 hours where she was not in the room. Other people who have been campaigning, as she has done, on the issue of illegal immigration, Ngizwe Mchunu as well as Phakela Umthakathi, were in the room with President Cyril Ramaphosa as recently as last night. So that has raised questions about why she was not in the room. Today, we know that Ngobese Zuma and Phakela Umthakathi are in KZN, and Ngizwe Mchunu is also leading a different demonstration. But nonetheless, what they are united on is this common goal of trying to put pressure on the South African government to deal with the issue of illegal immigration. President Cyril Ramaphosa and his cabinet making it clear, in fact, that no civilian in this country has the right to impose a deadline for people to leave the country. But the president does admit that the country does need to do more to deal with the issue of illegal immigration, but it has to be done in line with the rule of law. Let's take you to another vantage point now. Neria Tlakotza, SABC News reporter, live for us in Ekurhuleni, that's in Gauteng's East Rand, Neria. So quite a large crowd that's gathered in Durban this afternoon. How big is the crowd where you are?
Good afternoon. Indeed, there is a crowd here. We are at Katlehong police station, and this is where the crowd had come, in fact, just minutes ago. And I will tell you that the crowd here was saying that they're bringing some of the foreign nationals that they had found just as they were moving around the community. And you remember, of course, that the president did say that, you know, people must not do that. It shouldn't be up to them to actually check whether people are documented or not, but these residents feel that they have to do it. They are working along with police to do it, and in fact they did drop off some of the foreign nationals here, and I can confirm to you that they are inside the Katlehong police station right now. Police have said that they will be checking their documents, but I want to bring in one of the leaders of this community who says they have been leading this march and also this activity of trying to check the documentation of foreign nationals. Baba, siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi ube nathi la SABC. Asikhulume, uyangitshela ukuthi niyenzani kahle kahle, ngibone niletha ama foreign nationals la police station. Nibathatha phi and why nenza njalo?
Oh, okay man, bulela kakhulu sis. Into eyenzekayo njengoba bekunelanga la namhlanje belemlajuqo lokuthi hamba ngaphandle ibelilanga labo lokugcina abangekho ngokusemthethweni apha. Siye saphakama ke singumphakathi waseMandela Nhlapho iKatlehong ngoshwana. Saphakama sama ngenyawo sahambe sibajonga nendawo besizazi ke kuba zistrap yard ngapha koko kune drugs. So zezinye izindawo sezazivakashelezo sifumene into ezininzi kuzo. So bonke abantu sibathola kwezandawo siyabathatha sisebenza namaphoyisa njengoba siyama akuluthwa akubethwa umuntu kodwa abantu bathathwa ngamaphoyisa baze nabe police station ngoba ubona sizise abanje iveni bezilayishe zagcwala kuqala. So basifika police station sabona masizise ngokaba ngoba sebebaninzi ngoku asizukwazi ubagada sisonke so kungcono sizobabeka be-police station so sifike e-police station kwi-van ziphelile ke ngoku basiwe ePambrish yiloo nto kusibona silapha singumphakathi apha omatshayo peaceful ongabethi umuntu.
And baba mhlambe asikhulume ngayo le ndaba yokuthi nithi ama foreign nationals ahambe nithi what if ke banama documentation nithi ningalokho what if basemthethweni because angithi nithi niyababheka nibheka ukuthi bakhona niyavuma ukuthi bahlale la esihlalweni la nihlala khona.
No, asina problem nabantu bangaphandle my right into esifuna singayifuni yona esiyonyanyayo ngabo nababemosha abatraceki alright oze ngokusemthethweni apha overifywe ngurhulumente uright angahlala sinangcono abantu bangaphandle.
And urhulumente ushilo njengoba ukhuluma ngurhulumente upresident uthenekele abemthetho ibe yibo abacheka lamaphepha nithi kube yibo bomthetho abacheka lamaphepha wabantu hayi uthina umphakathi nithini ngalokho ngoba nyabona nani senibone ukuthi niyenze.
Upresident wasifeyila ngole hayi ngoku uRamaphosa nohulumente ongaphambili wakhe wasifeyila because abantu badlula ebhodeni kurhulumente badlula urhulumente ogada kwi-borders zethu uba badlula njani kuye bangene ngaphakathi asiyazi athi xa sebengaphakathi mabangathintwa ngurhulumente osifeyilayo upresident lo wethu uRamaphosa. Inkosi.
Okay baba sibonge kakhulu sizobe sinani ke sibheka njengoba senisebenza ke. I just wanna quickly just explain what the gentleman was saying here is the fact that they are working together with police visiting the various scrapyards, visiting the various areas that they think there are foreign nationals there. You know, I questioned him there about the president saying that the job of ensuring or of checking documentation should not be left to ordinary South Africans but law enforcement. And his response is simply that he feels that the president has failed them, and as a result, that's why they've decided now to also be part of law enforcement or also work with law enforcement, as he says, to try check for documentation of foreign nationals. And like I said to you earlier on, we've seen police, in fact, receiving those foreign nationals as we were standing here. So the police did not even show any apprehension to what the residents here are doing. But as the gentleman was also mentioning, that their march is pretty peaceful and they will continue with it, but also mentioning something very important to the fact that they do not mind foreign nationals in their community as long as they are documented. This march forms part of many marches that are happening across the country, and I will tell you, even earlier we saw some of the marches in other parts of Ekurhuleni, be in Germiston for one, and we also saw others already dispersing. So what the marchers have been doing the whole day was seemingly just to hand over a memorandum of demands to the police, but their demands are clear. It's just the issue of that them saying undocumented migrants must leave the country. We will be here for the rest of the day, even into the evening, just to see how things are going. But I will say that the marches themselves have been relatively peaceful, especially this side of where we are in Katlehong, and we will be moving around the East Rand just to see what else is happening in the area.
Neria Tlakotsa, part of the SABC News team of reporters who are out in various corners of South Africa covering these demonstrations against illegal immigration. And there are multiple voices that we want to reflect. In fact, a statement out just 4 days ago from the Nelson Mandela Foundation calling for renewed commitment to social cohesion, constitutional democracy and the rule of law. That statement was issued by the Mandela Foundation following a strategic dialogue on the issue of migration, co-convened with Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia. It took place on the 25th of this month. They ended the statement with a call on South Africans to show patriotism and love of freedom by respecting the rule of law and rejecting incitement to violence. They also said that they call on the South African state, that's the government, to implement the law and to meet the reasonable expectations of those who are protected by South Africa's constitution. So that statement from the Nelson Mandela Foundation issued just 4 days ago.
Well, thank you so much. We've been here since this morning around 5 o'clock, and we've been monitoring proceedings here. But I just want to give you a sense of what is unfolding at this point in time. As you can see behind me here, the fence you see here, the barricade fence you see here, It's usually lines of and queues of people coming through to get processed, and also buses on the other side of the fence. But as you can see now, it's pretty empty. But you know, it's unpredictable. You know, in 1 minute it is empty, the next minute people and buses are trickling in, and then you have a lot of people then coming through. But I just want us to get information on how things have been since this morning, and I'm going to bring in the commissioner, the acting commissioner of BMA, Major General David Chilembe, will speak to us about what has been unfolding since this morning. Thank you so much, Major General. Thank you so much for your patience.
Good morning.
Yeah, thank you so much, and we appreciate your time. Let's talk about what has been happening since this morning. We came here around 5 o'clock, and the people were coming through, buses coming through. Can you keep us updated on that?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Lutendo. The situation is very much fluid. As you can see that currently we don't have much movement. However, from the information that we are getting is that there are buses en route to the port. So we expect that maybe in the evening we will be having many buses. Yeah. But in terms of our state, what we did yesterday, we processed plus or minus 2,900, most of them being Malawians and some Zimbabweans. Remember, we're doing both the repatriation and deportations. So we had about 280 that were coming from Lindela. Those were part of deportation. But the other numbers were the Malawians that are en route to Malawi.
When I spoke to Commissioner Rubengo earlier, he spoke about boots on the ground.
Yes.
There are people who are sort of deporting themselves. Yeah. Can you talk to us about that?
That is also happening. Remember, the port itself, our duty is to do facilitation. So when you do facilitation, you have other people who comes themselves with their private vehicles or on their own. We deal with them here at the port. But those that are coming from the concentrated areas, they are the ones who are coming by buses and by the other mode of transport. Yeah.
Major General, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Major General Chilembe, talking about proceedings here since this morning. But we're here, we're keeping our tabs on movements here, and we'll keep you updated a little bit later on.
All right, Lutendo, thank you very much for that update. SABC News reporter Lutendo Bobodi.
Somewhat of contentment from their end. The police as well, who we spoke to, saying that they'd have to hear from their superiors. However, we will be on the ground, Onati, and we can only confirm that once we've heard from the organizers or the leaders of these marches, and the people here have now started. They've been trying to speak to us, actually, a number of them not wanting to appear on camera. And they also just claim that should they see the results of today's march, they will then have to continue with these marches as and when, until further notice, basically. And that's the only time we can then confirm whether or not these marches will be continuing. But as things stand, that large crowd, very massive crowd, has dispersed from KwaMai Mai.
All right, Lupang, thank you so much for that. Let's leave it there for now. Lupang Alamo coming to us live there from Johannesburg, of course, where she is at least some of those marches starting now to disembark and disperse, and largely very peaceful since the morning, as we've been seeing and hearing. Well, of course, so we are covering and giving you rolling coverage around these particular protests against undocumented immigrants, and we continue to get analysis for you just in terms of the state of affairs in the country. Let's bring in Donovan Williams, social commentator and Mail and Guardian columnist. Donovan, a very good afternoon to you. So, you know, these protests around undocumented immigrants are not a new phenomenon in this country. I mean, a number of these started as far back as 2001, if you recall. But today's protests seem to carry both pain and anger over legitimate concerns around economic suffering in the country, as you've been listening to some of those that have been speaking to our journalists. I mean, what do these protests then tell you in today's times about just the country's state of affairs, particularly, of course, around migration?
Thank you, Nati, and afternoon to all the viewers. I'm sure all of us have been rooted to our TV screens, glued to it, to SABC and others, and have been shocked not just at the numbers. I think that we always expected there would be large marches in Durban and Johannesburg in particular as the hot points, but also by the smaller groupings that have began in township areas and in spaces like Germiston and so forth, where residents have taken matters into their own hands to see if they can find immigrants and to check their status and so forth. This is worrying. And it's at times like this, and we've gone through this many times, and I'm glad you raised the matter that we have to look back as far back as 2000 and 2001, and the linkage you make with the crisis on the economy, the high cost of living, and so forth. But what we also need to take into account, there are times in our country where we feel very helpless, not able to arrest a matter that is taking place like in front of our eyes. We saw that when our parliament went into chaos with violence in it. We've seen it with the July 2021 unrest, and now we get the same sense in what we are viewing, that when you look at one, of course, there's a lot of attention focused on President Ramaphosa, and the indication is that people don't want to listen to him. They don't believe him. They don't think he's able to command them, although he's the commander-in-chief. And although he has made that appeal, and I'm sure they are questioning his integrity. But it's not just President Ramaphosa. If you look at how little groupings within areas are taking matters in their own hands, then you must accept that we have a real leadership crisis in our country, that no one is willing to listen to anyone. And that must scare us. Country, that no one is willing to listen to anyone, and that must scare us. It must really scare us, because it's this issue today and it can be another issue at any time.
Yeah. And I want to pick up from that point, that leadership point that you're making. I mean, the question that we've been hearing from those that are particularly against, you know, the treatment of migrants is, how do you then balance the concerns, the genuine concerns in this country, without allowing that level of frustration that we've been seeing to justify discrimination, if I can call it that, especially when you look at, you know, scenes from Durban to Pietermaritzburg, and perhaps how government is dealing with this, with some saying that government now needs to come to the party. I mean, are we risking then, you know, oversimplifying this as just an anti-immigration demonstration when it's so much bigger than that?
Precisely, Nati. There is a serious problem of a lack of confidence in government, and there's a serious problem lack in our security services. Quite clearly, the police are not trusted themselves. And we have been warning about this. Many have been warning about this. The roadblocks that police have and said, and etc., does focus on immigrants, but just so that the police themselves can become ATM deposits in many ways. And this is what worries us, that worries people, that they don't have confidence. And And if you are going to deal with the economic issues, we've always had a situation in our country, even at the height of the struggle against apartheid, that local leaders would be able to arrest anything sliding into anarchy. You had situations in Germiston today where march leaders actually just basically left the march because they couldn't explain to residents who had already become inebriated that you cannot go door to door and start to try and pull people out. Now there are many examples coming like this, and what must worry us now is what happens tonight, what happens tomorrow, and the next days. Because the police, you can't just use, and I think the term would be kragdadigheid, the police come very strongly and so forth. There's only so much of that you'll be able to use before you have a reaction and before you make mistakes. So somehow that balance has to be reached, because residents themselves, and because of the economic issues, I have valid concerns. But taking the law into your own hands requires leadership to tell you who you can trust, don't do that. And it also requires a confidence in the institutions that are there supposedly to serve you. I don't think people believe those institutions are there to serve them.
Yeah, and just, talking about institutions, but also looking at, the broader stakeholder pool here when it comes to this very topic. There's also the kind of language that we are using, words like illegal foreigners, economic migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, etc. And then we also have xenophobia and Afrophobia often becoming these interchangeable, words and phrases in public debate. I mean, how dangerous is that language that we choose, do you think?
Exceedingly dangerous, because it's code. And it's code that actually changes you. So on one level, it can change you into a person who is prejudiced and biased against certain groups of people. But at the same time, it's also code for your lack of confidence in your own country, in your own leaders, in your own people. We have a serious problem. And if you look around, where are the leaders? And I'm not just talking about the President Ramaphosa, but around us, where are the leaders that you trust? And so therefore, as individuals, do you believe in your teacher? Do you believe in your priest? Do you believe in the sports person, and so forth? And there are many, many examples like this. And this is a time where, as a country, we have to ask ourselves, how do we, besides the deteriorating institutions, how do we arrest this? How do we make certain that we have a valid conversation with ourselves in such a way that we do not allow ourselves to slide into a place where we will not be proud of ourselves? And then there's the other aspect of making ourselves a pariah nation on the continent. But we shouldn't be doing it in a way that we dismiss the real economic strife people are going through, the cost of living crisis that they are going through on the ground. You cannot police that away. You cannot do that just with laws. You have to change how this economy operates in our country.
And speaking about you can't police, a matter such as this, you also asked a very important question: what happens tonight now that demonstrators are starting to disperse and so on? But Donovan, let's pause our conversation for now and continue to just take our viewers to some of the scenes and where our reporters are also currently based, and giving us a sense of where they are and what else they are seeing.
What you're looking at the side of your screen are two shots, both from KZN Durban. In fact, in the one block, we've got Phakela Umthakathi, who is one of the people who've been leading or mobilizing for people to turn up and march. He, in fact, was one of the first people to speak about this June 30th unofficial deadline, which government has rejected for undocumented people to leave South Africa. So he's addressing the same demonstration where in the last, let's say, half an hour or so, Jacinta Ngobese, the leader of March and March, was speaking. We're going to take you to the SABC's Zanele Buthelezi as well, who's among the crowds in KwaZulu-Natal. But I wonder if we're able to get just a flavor of what Phakela Umthakathi is saying in Durban, or if we're going to Zanele first.
Well, right now we have Umnumzane Ukoskona and Dabandava, popularly known as Phakela Umthakathi, who's taken the stage right outside the Point Road police station, where thousands of marchers have gathered. we've heard speeches from several people now, including the March and March founder Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, who's just concluded her speech. And in that speech, some of the points that she talked about were that of foreign nationals in the country, especially those who are illegally in the country, and including the Malawian nationals, criticizing the president of Malawi, saying that he did not take his people with him when he visited the country. And also within the crowds here, we've heard people criticizing the police who they allege are aiding criminal elements within the foreign national groups or communities, and they allege that they aid them in committing some of the crimes, including peddling of drugs. These are some of the allegations that we've heard from the people that we've been speaking to. But right now, Pagelum Tsagat in Dabandaba is on the podium, but unfortunately we are a bit further back. We're at the back of the group, so we can hardly hear what he's saying, but hopefully our colleagues Ayanda at the front and Ray Mbele are able to gather what is happening. But judging by the response and the reaction of the crowd as he took the stage, he seems to be very popular amongst the people here, because they all cheered as soon as they saw him take the podium. But we'll try and listen in to hear what exactly he is saying. But what we know from what we've heard from the people that we've been speaking to is that people are just not happy with. Okay, let's listen in on Pagelum Tsagat Ndabandaba and hear what he has to say.
Ukhona umuntu ohlala ethatha impepho yakubo nje ezoyishisela bonke abantu. Kanti impepho kuyona niyasemsamo bakwethu. Njalo le ndoda ishisa impepho le ndoda lena. Hey, ungathwali ngathi wendoda. Siyabonga lapho mfowethu, siyabonga akwedlule lokho bafowethu. Mina isiphiwe uNkulunkulu angiphe sona emhlabeni uthando. Ngiyeseka mina bafowethu, ngeseka ngisho abantu abangengeseki mina sidalo. Ngisho ungangeseki mina yoqhubeka ngiweseke udu. Ngiyesekana. Njengoba nibona ngihlanganisa insizwa lapha phezulu, angiyena umnikazi wale match. Ngizokwenza engakwenza ngomhla ka-24 March 2025 mhla izalwa lenhlangano okuthiwa iMarch and March, ngafika ngazoyeseka. Namhlanje ngithatha insizwa ezigibelela ngemali yazo, eyishiya imndeni yazo, eyishiya abazali bazo, eyishiya izingane zazo, zathi sizomlalela uphakela umthakathi mayetha kuyosekwa lenkosazana. Uma uthi ke wena uzama ukungixabanisa naye, uzoxabana wedwa nomoya omubi. Mina ngikhulumi noma ngobese zonke izinsuku ngoba ungumfazi womuntu, ngeke ngikhulume naye zonke izinsuku, kodwa umyeni wakhe ngiyakhuluma naye, ngiyameseka. Akusoze futhi kwaba nengxabano phakathi kwethu kwenzeke. Mina ngiyindoda, ngafundisa ukuthi ubudoda yini, ngeke ngihlale nginamathele emfazini womuntu. Manje manje ngangibona eduze kwakhe ingoba umfazi womuntu, ngeke ngikwazi ukuhlala nginamathele kuyena. So bonke ke laba bakhathazekile.
Right, of course, let's come out of that particular address. You've been hearing from various leaders of the organizations that have largely been behind these demonstrations that you've been seeing today. Let's get a sense then from the Eastern Cape at least, what else is happening there. Let's cross to Ntombozuko Balintuli, who is in Kobasi in Kugompo City. Ntombozuko, a very good afternoon to you. Just give us a sense then in terms of how demonstrators have assert themselves today in terms of their protests, and what have they been telling you?
Good afternoon, Onati. We are in Gopas here in Kugompo City. It's one of the informal settlements in this area. So in the morning, the march started, of course, in Southernwood and went into Buffalo Street. And now they're in an informal settlement here in Beacon Bay, known as Ukopasi. And, this area is a large area that is actually associated with drugs, and a lot of young people are taking drugs. So the march, obviously, from town, it came this side, where they believe that this is where drug dealers are situated. So they've actually been told by communities where to exactly go. But I'm trying to also speak to some community members. Puti?
Taphila sisekhona njani?
Siyaphila Nkosi bhuti, ulapha nawe kwi-march kwenzeka ntoni ukuthi le area igcwele kakhulu i-drugs, wena uthini?
Siswam ingaba kanti inyani leyo bobuxoki tu. Thina ke bantu bahlala kule ndawo siyayi-witness loo nto leyo first hand. So andiyothukile yenzekayo and ndiyayivuyela because yinto esidila nayo siyi-community nabantwana bethu abantyumpantyumpekayo kuyo kwezi ziyobisi. So siyayixhasa le nto lena 100%.
Okay, but as you can hear, Unathi, that's one of the community members that's part of the march, just indicating to us that, this is, they are supporting this march. And of course, we did come across a number of, people, undocumented immigrants. And they were also, of course, given a day that at least by Friday, they should make their way back home. And we're also going to try to speak to some of the leaders just to give us a sense why they actually decided to come specifically on this informal settlement. But for now, back to you in studio.
Right, just getting a sense then in terms of what else is happening across the country. In Dombozuko Balintuli there for us in Kobasi, as she said, it's an informal settlement at Kugompo City. Let's continue our conversation then with Donovan Williams, a social commentator. Donovan, you ended our conversation just talking about the kind of leadership that we actually need to see, particularly during this moment. I mean, today's protests have exposed a number of things, including, of course, just the deep fault lines, if one can call it that, of a country that's really battling with these economic challenges, rising unemployment, inequality, failing public services at some points, as we've been hearing also from these protesters, and the growing perception that government is not doing nearly enough as it should, and it has not been doing enough for a number of years. Just your sense of what the kind of leadership that we need today should actually be doing and using this particular opportunity.
Yes, the focus will be on government, and correctly so. We just need to understand it's not just government that is failing us. We do not have leadership across our political parties that capture the imagination from both charisma to trust in their integrity and morality and absolute confidence that your issues are their issues. You do not have that. This is why you have people taking matters into their own hands, listening to anybody who sounds as angry as they are and tells them, let's go and sort it out. Be it somebody who they suspect maybe have committed a sexual crime, or a foreigner and so forth. Anybody is willing to.
Yeah, Donovan, let's pause that again. Apologies for that. We just want to listen in to what Jacinta is now saying. We see there that they are signing some form of documentation. Let's see if we can listen in.
Lana ke uDeputy Minister wakaKhotha ibona baphethe lento yomhlaba namaspaza shops.
This is your copy. You must give us the copy that you have.
I think what, Mayor, is it possible if I can give it to you and then we can get an email back? Because I think we've only got one copy. Yeah. At least.
Apologies, we're moving you back and forth a bit. What we've just seen there is the signing of a memorandum, or the reception at least, of a list of demands from March and others demonstrating in Durban on the issue of illegal immigration. Castle Matale, I think I saw him there as part of the government delegation that was to receive that document. Now we're going to the Northwest, where police are briefing on demonstrations in that province. Let's listen.
Other than that, I think that should end my briefing.
Thank you, General. I'm then going to hand over to the MEC for his comments.
No, thank you very much. I think with regards to the foundation that has been laid by General Naidu, we also, on behalf of the executive of the Northwest Province, we want to send our appreciation to the people of the province. Our messaging from government was very clear that we are going to provide protection to our people And the people must understand that as government, we are one with them. As long as everything is done within the ambit of the law, within the parameters of the constitutional prescripts. Before I come here, I went to address, I went rather to receive the memorandum from the protesters in the area of Itsoseng. I'm a witness to that community was doing everything within the prescripts and the ambit of the law. I assured the community upon receiving memorandum in my address to them that all the concerns that they've raised to me, I'm going to take them and bring them to the attention of acting PC Dr. Rhino Naidu for him to process them. Amongst the concern they've raised, of course, it is the issue of the undocumented foreigners in our country, the areas that are alleged to be selling drugs and all that. And I showed the community that that will be attended to. Within 7 days, they want me to come back to them. But I told them the best response that government can do to the people is to respond through the action, especially in addressing the concerns that they're raising. So I'm confident that the members of the Prof Joints will decisively deal with that. The SAPS, all boots has been on the ground, as you can see from the front. They are led by the acting commissioner himself, General Dr. Rhino Naidu, to make sure that we restore the situation. Importantly, let me appreciate the people of the province. The demonstration that has been showed today by government, it's a response that is a caring and listening government. Their concern did not fall on the ears of people that do not want to listen to them, but rather it fell on the ears of the government that is established by the people, the government that understand that when the people speak, it must respond, and it must respond decisively. The messaging was clear that all the deployments that have been made, they are not there to fight against the people, but rather to protect the people, as it is enshrined in our constitution that everyone has got the right to protest, as long as that is being done through or rather within the parameters of the constitutional guide. So I'm very satisfied or gratified as the member of executive committee responsible for safety in the province that everything has went smoothly. But like I've said in my address to the people of Itsoseng, it does not end today. The police are going to continue with their operation. If there is anything, the 30th have assisted us through working together with the community, because especially in the SAPS, we believe that the community, they are very, very important, because any other type of crime that is happening, it happens where the community stays. So the involvement of the community is sacrosanct to our duty as the authorities in discharging our duty every day. So we have taken each and all the issues that they've raised. Some of them, I took them personally, because I'm always emphatic to the fact that when it comes to crime, there are no protocol, there's no MEC, there's no general. All of us, we must put our hands on deck to fight crime and make sure that our people live in safe communities. If there's anything, what has transpired today, we have drawn some lessons and issues that community have raised. And I can tell you, through the operations of the SAPS, they are going to be followed up, and we will make sure that we deal with this matter once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. This concludes our media.
All right, let's come out of that press briefing between the Northwest government and, of course, some senior leaders at law enforcement. We continue our conversation with Donovan Williams, social commentator and Mail and Guardian columnist. Donovan, thank you so much for your patience. So the marchers, it would seem, are now handing over their memorandums of understanding to various government leaders across the country. How does one then engage in constructive governance going forward and demonstrate the kind of leadership that we've been speaking to earlier on at the coalface of this national crisis of, migration issues that we've been hearing from the marchers themselves?
Look, in many ways, the partnership that we thought we could establish with the new South Africa, with the democratic South Africa, has been let down in very serious ways. Community policing forums have become just basic meeting sessions, not necessarily a partnership between community and police. And that's where you breed leadership. That's where you cultivate leadership. It's at those localized levels. So if government is serious about tackling these issues, at the very most, you got to work with the community and not just set up police roadblocks with 4 or 5 cars or 3 cars and so forth and calling that police. policing. We want to see police walking our streets in our residential areas and so forth, that there are so many petty crimes that take place with weapons. Even just cell phone thievery is such a problem, both young and old affected by it. So those are the types of things you would expect would go on, so that you deal with all sorts of crime, not just illegal immigrants or anything like that. You know, and that the community has to believe in the institutions that are there to serve them. They do not have that belief, and this is the only way forward. It's not an easy way. And then over and above that, there has to be a meeting, a crisis meeting on what do you do to arrest the crisis on the cost of living. There's a serious cost of living. And we have a good example right now. Tomorrow, or by Wednesday, the fuel price will go down. That is the only thing that reacts really to market price, that goes up and down on a monthly basis. Every other price, if it goes up, it stays up. It doesn't get reduced. And that is regulated by government. It's the only real pricing that's regulated by government. So we would expect that government sits down with proper stakeholders and decides how to intervene into this economy, both on jobs, but also on the cost of living, that it starts to regulate prices in a better way, because we've got too many greedy people in our country. They take advantage, and the more that happens, the more our people feel helpless, and the more they feel helpless, the more they are susceptible to all sorts of charlatans and people who come with quick, easy solutions that are based on hatred and incorrectly placed militancy.
Donovan, thank you so much for your time and, of course, unpacking and making sense of what we are currently dealing with. Donovan Williams, social commentator and Mail and Guardian columnist.
Let's take you to Soweto now, where Tato Letaba, SABC News reporter, is also watching what have been demonstrations there as well on the issue of illegal immigration. Tato, there were crowds out in Soweto, in fact, in just recent weeks. I wonder how big of a showing is out there today on this issue.
Si abele ho ka dikitso tsena tse etsalang ska o bona ka lefatshe ka bophara mona naheng ya rona Afrika Borwa.
Oh, apologies. By the way, if you're confused, Tato would have been speaking to our online platform. That's SABC, the Lehigh platform, SABC News, where if you've got the SABC Plus app as well, you can be able to follow our coverage throughout the day of what developments on the issue of illegal immigration. So we'll go back to Tato once he's spoken to our colleagues on SABC Lehigh if you were concerned or confused about what was going on. Let's show you a different picture in terms of what's going on then, because private security companies have beefed up their operations as well today. Now, this seems to be in response to some of the nervousness about how today's demonstrations would have gone. SABC News reporter Diabo Seto was in Benoni in the east of Gauteng. Okay, apologies, we don't have that either. As you'd expect in a day of rolling coverage, these things do happen. Let's show you what we do have, because there is still the situation in KZN. Let's bring up those pictures for you, full screen then, to show you what's going on, because they're concluding that leg of the demonstrations. I'm hoping we'll show you the actual full picture. Among the people who are still on the screen in Johannesburg, the demonstrations, our reporter Lobang Alam was telling us, have concluded. So in KwaZulu-Natal, it appears they're nearing their end. The day has gone without major incident, at least at this stage. Police, in a statement issued earlier, saying that only several people had been arrested to do with instances of looting. Now we've got Diabo Seto's reporting from Benoni today on how private security has also been playing a role today in ensuring that everything goes off safely.
In preparation for today, what was the preparation process like? We have been reporting about it as the media for really for a couple of weeks now, and I'm wondering about what the preparation behind today have been for you guys.
Well, over the past few weeks, we've been preparing for not just today, but today onward, because today is just a test, in our opinion, of the resolve of people towards the general elections that are coming up. So whatever xenophobic approaches you see is not necessarily xenophobic. It's an intent and approach to be able to destabilize the country in a serious way. So we've had several meetings with the police, with the Metro Police, with security industry, with community police forums, with various neighborhood watches and so on. And the idea behind all of that was to ensure that we have a coordinated approach in terms of how we're going to do this. So the police remain the overall in charge in respect of operations. But remember, they also have limited constraints, and so we're there to ensure that we supply the differentiator, and this is the differentiator. So we've had meetings where we've looked at routes, plans, hotspots. We've looked at history and where previous protests have occurred and so on, and how best we can stopgap. And exactly what's unfolding today is what we predicted.
Okay, let's turn to the screen behind you, and perhaps my colleague Leposlele will be able to capture what's happening, so you can take us through, firstly, what has been happening today. Has there been any worrying spots, and what's coming through from your members?
There's a lot coming through. What we have here are several groupings from all over Gauteng, and also a national footprint, which is the overall one, showing us what's happening throughout the country. So in particular, if we look at flashpoints, you indicated Ekurhuleni, for example. We've got a small group in Kempton Park, about 30 to 50 people, but they're very peaceful. They're not causing any harm. There's a grouping in Springs which looks like they want to turn a bit violent. We're looking at that at the moment. Brakpan has got a small, very tiny group, maybe about 50, 60 people. Then there was a group that went through from Boksburg to Germiston, and the numbers are growing. They're in the streets in CBD, but they haven't been violent at all. Where you are now, which is Benoni, there's a group of about 1,500 protesters, which is the biggest that we're recording at the moment from the entire province. And they were violent just now at the intersections close by, but the POPs units of the police, etc., managed to suppress them. They've arrested some of the people there. So it's a very worrying situation. They've now moved into Benoni CBD from Rangeview Road, and we've closed down the CBD. I think you heard me giving the instruction to shut down. So they've shut down the CBD there, and we're monitoring. We have a reasonably good-sized support mechanism to be able to control the crowd. We're prepared for this.
Perhaps if it is permissible at all, of course, if we could see at least one of the videos of the protesters, perhaps for the interest of my viewers, so that they can see what you are seeing, that which is permissible, of course, Dr. Patel.
Actually, it's not a state secret, so you're welcome to observe videos. I don't know what this one is, but let's have a look. Okay, this is in Germiston. That's Gordon Road, Germiston. It came through earlier. They're not violent. They're peaceful. Yeah, they haven't been violent at all. So Germiston is reasonably okay at the moment. This is Benoni. I think just click on here, Colonel. It's Benoni. We have a mass group of people moving through Benoni. There's tremendous numbers there. I think that video of the CB, that's Benoni with a mass number of people there. This is the one where we're counting about 1,500 people. This is the group that was violent. They're carrying weapons. They've got pangas, they've got knopkiris, they've got all sorts of things going on there. So whatever's happening, we're ensuring that we receive recordings, that when we're reporting to the district JOC or the provincial JOC, etc., it's substantiated so we know exactly what we're talking about.
Right, that report there by Diabo Seto, of course, speaking to private security companies who had indicated, of course, that they had beefed up security pertaining to these protesters and demonstrations that we've been seeing today. Let's continue then on our story and our rolling coverage and take you to the Eastern Cape. Standing by is Sisipo Ngumbe, and she is in Gqeberha for us. Sisipo, when we spoke earlier on, it was rather quiet where you were. Just give us a sense then where exactly you are in Gqeberha and what's happening that side.
Well, a very good day to you, Anati, again, and a good day to the viewers at home as well. We are still in Gqeberha, but we've moved a little bit up to an area called Kuiga. It's a little community just off Cape Road that many would be aware of. It's quite a sort of a older place that has existed in Gqeberha. But now we came here a little bit because we saw on social media that there was some demonstration that was happening. And so the minute we arrived here, we followed the marches. And when we arrived at the marches, we realized that a lot of people had gathered gathered around a specific house. And then upon investigation, we saw that this house had flats in it. And so we started speaking to the community, trying to establish if this had anything to do with the same sort of cause or the same chant that is being sang throughout the country. So I'm going to talk to some of the residents that I've literally been flanked by now, or flanked by rather, just to hear from them exactly why they gathered here today and what was the point of the march in the first place. So ndicela uqala ngawe ke sisi, njengoba nidibene apha namhlanje sisi, uthini wona myalezo nophuhlisayo?
Sisi njengoba size apha namhlanje, as from the start, from bebethethile about what of what's happening today, is baba masingenele ababantu nje kamnandi sibacele kahle sisi ba mabahambe izinto abazenza zihambe ngomthetho, singabanye sidinga umsebenzi, singabanye sigqibile ngesikolo. We are suffering just because of abanye nje besibabona baphila. It's like that life that they are living is bekumele sithi abaphila la mpilo bayiphilayo siyayiva.
So xa nithetha ke ngoku sisi, zeziphi ingxaki enithi nizibonayo mhlambe enithi zichaphazela?
It's because they gain a lot. They gaining, and most of abantwana bethu abafuna bene ID, they take too long. Bemane besibhanqa ngo-home affairs. PC sisozisibhanqa thina singabanga sifuna impumelelo nasifuna ukubheka phambili.
Hayi iyavakala sisi. As you can see, the situation is quite tense here. I'm going to try and move through the crowd just to show you some of the police presence that is here. It is quite a heavy police presence, a lot of people again, and they are moving towards this flat now that we are also walking towards, with the cry saying that they want to say this message that says that they believe that the immigrants that are coming, the undocumented immigrants in particular, are affecting them very badly, in that they are saying that some of the jobs are being taken. Understandably here, there is a heavy police presence as well. A lot of people joining in this quite a small community. However, of course, we will be moving with the protesters as they go throughout the town, saying that they would like to go to every house that they believe has any undocumented immigrants and demand that they leave the house. But for now, quite peaceful. The police are guarding the houses specifically that seem to be targeted in the community. But yeah, this is the situation here in Kuiga, in Gqeberha, in the Eastern Cape, Unati.
All right, Sisipo, let's leave it there for now. Of course, Sisipo has hands full there as she continues to give us just rolling coverage that we've been giving you on the channel around these anti-illegal immigration protests. But we'll continue to do that at the top of the hour. But for now, let's take a quick breather. We'll be back with more news for you at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
Transport yabo ibalindile khona malanga seduze, siyacela ukuthi balekelelane ukuthola imoto ezwele emuva ngasemakhaya. Siyabonga kakhulu Zulu.
Take you now to the city of Kukompo. This is where we find Sitima Mfeku. A very good morning to you, Sitima. Just looking at the visuals behind you, I see police presence, but a number of people already gathered there, and it seems as though they're united in song. What is the very latest there?
Well, as you've just said it now, people here in Kukompo City are now converging. They are, grouping up. This has started just a couple of minutes ago. Just to step out of shot so that my colleague Vyogazi Funani shows you what is happening here. I know that the march is expected to happen here in Kukompo City as well as Konge, and Konge was the one that was actually registered in the Buffalo City Metro Municipality to be expected to have this march going on today. But we understand that, following conversations or deliberations between the people who are organizing the march, they decided that they need to bring it here in Kukompo City. Earlier on today, we had actually been invited by the SABC in the province, where the provincial commissioner was, giving us a brief detail about, how ready they are as law enforcement in the city or also in the province, and also just giving us some updates in terms of which areas are hotspot areas. We understand that here, Kukompo City, Nelson Mandela Bay, Komani, as well as Matatiele, including others, or among others, those are some of the areas that are hotspot areas. And we understand that there's also going to be, there is a collaboration between law enforcement authorities in the province, and as they're going to be working together to ensure that everyone is protected during this march. But now to speak to us about, maybe just briefly about that particular briefing and those details from there, we speak to the provincial commissioner, Dada Vuyisile Ngati. Dada, thank you very much for your time. Just briefly take us through how ready you are as the police force to protect South Africans or people of the Eastern Cape.
No, as the police, we are ready, and what makes us to be very ready is the fact that we are working together with other stakeholders, with other law enforcement agencies, with the business community, with the communities, with the NGOs. I think there's a majority of the people of this country do not want to see any violent protest here. We are ready. We have deployed members all over the province. We have eyes and ears. We are basically utilizing all our resources that are at our disposal. For now, we can report that things are still relatively quiet and we're doing well. And I hope and pray that also the protesters are going to work with us. We've been engaging them because this is not a war. We cannot be at war with our own people. All that we are requesting, we're demanding from them to protest as they are exercising their constitutional right to protest, but that must be done peacefully. That's what we want to see.
And when you were looking or comparing this march or comparing the previous march that had been held here in Kukompo City, as well as the one that had occurred in April that turned violent, what are some of the key focal points for the department ahead of this particular march?
You can see the last march that was on the 24th of June. As the law enforcement were too ready, were very ready for them. And but I can't say the same about it. The first march where there were incidents, and I think it was a wake-up call for us, and hence we prepared ourselves and we did not take anything for granted. And what I can say now, how ready we are not going to tolerate, we are not going to wait for a second or even a first car to be tossed or a first person to be intimidated or a first road to be blocked. We're not going to accept or tolerate all those things. But what makes us to have more hope and confidence is the fact that we are together. We are talking with the protesters, we are talking with the organizers. As you can see, one of the protesters is also here, and we're not fighting, and we continue to persuade them, knowing very well that when things go wrong, we'll act, and when we act, we'll do so without fear or favor.
Just speak to us about, from an undocumented immigrant point of view, in terms of what has been happening so far. We understand that there are certain numbers that have been repatriated out of South Africa. Speak to us about that. What are the latest in that regard?
Yeah, many are leaving, but also many are arrested by the police. You know, in the past 24 hours, we arrested over 200 to 300 of them who are undocumented. And those who have decided to repatriate themselves or to deport themselves, they are doing so under the strict security of the police, and we are escorting all those buses because we do not want anything to happen in those buses as people are living for their own homes. Yes, of course, we do have areas such as Nelson Mandela Bay, Jeffreys Bay here, and from Malawi and Zimbabwe. Those are the two countries that have taken a step to extend to take their own people back to their own countries. But we have not seen or reported anything wrong, and they are doing so under the watchful eye of the police and the security forces of this country.
Immigration law enforcement officers, are they going to be a part of the SAPS force that's going to be, marching or moving around, monitoring the marches? As we understand that some foreign nationals are concerned that they might be in danger and they don't want to be, put in a position where they get to be inspected or asked questions about fellow ordinary citizens. So what is the detail in that aspect?
Remember, everything that we do now, we're doing in the presence of the Department of Home Affairs and the immigration officers. I'm even now coming from the Prof Joints meeting. We had the joint operational centers all over the province. And in all those centers, we work together with immigration officers. They continue to do their own work. And of course, those who must be arrested are being arrested. But everything's being facilitated and coordinated very well. And of course, that is why today we are saying it is not a public holiday today. No one is compelled to join the protests. No one. And then it is only people who have decided to exercise their own right to protest. So we are doing very well. We are ready. And I don't foresee anything that will go wrong in our presence as the police.
Thank you very much for your time. That's the Provincial Commissioner, Vuyisile Ngata, saying that they want to make sure that no one is forced to be a part of this march if they don't want to. Is saying that they put all stop to ensure that everyone is protected, but also this march does not turn violent as the first march we had seen in April earlier this year. Mfundo.
Right, Sitima, thank you very much for that update from the Eastern Cape.
Street of Pietermaritzburg. That's where the marchers were asked to disperse and they refused, and then there was clashes between them and the police as police used stun grenade to disperse them in that part of town. But after that they disappeared and we left that area and we came back to this site. I'll just step out of the shot so that Mzimela can show the viewers at home. This is the site that was used to host the Malawian nationals who were running away from their homes in and around Pietermaritzburg, and they've been bussed out of this site, and this site is officially closed now because we do understand that earlier on government mentioned that this site was not safe for people to be kept. But we'll just speak to the mayor of Sunduzi local municipality, Mzimkulu Tebola, about this site as well as the update in relation of the numbers that they hosted in this site. Thank you very much, Mayor, for your time. Briefly about the numbers and how did the municipality manage to take these numbers away from the site?
Thank you very much, Mlondi. We are glad to formally announce that this site now has been closed. We are not expecting to see any more people coming in here. In total, about more than 7,000 people have been processed, taken away to Musina, some straight to their hometowns with 114 buses. Now, this was an effort between all spheres of government, of course, law enforcement agencies and the humanitarian aid organizations. We are very happy that from day one, when few people arrived here, there were people who were ready to assist. in terms of blankets, in terms of food and everything. We came in to bring in services here so that we don't see any casualties, and we are happy because there are no reported incidents. There were few people who had to be taken to hospital or somewhere, but there are no incidents, and today we are glad to officially close this. We announced when we started that this is a condemned building owned by the Department of Public Works. Thanks to the MEC and the department also for at least allowing us in the meantime to house these people here. We are happy they are gone.
The other question, Mayor, is that we do see that Malawians have left the city. What about the other nations in the city? Are they also busing their people back to their countries?
We have held a meeting with the Embassy of Zimbabwe a few days ago. So far, I believe they have taken almost 800 of their nationals. What is better about Zimbabwe is that they are very well organized. They know where their people stay, they have contact details and everything. They only come to the site just across here at Westmore Park only as and when they have enough numbers to take them away. Currently, we are told there are about 400 people there as we speak, but there are buses on site that will be taking them away.
So, thank you very much, Mayor, for your time. That was the Mayor of City of Umsunduzi local municipality briefing us in relation to the situation here. Back to you in studio.
Blondi, thank you very much. The March and March leader, Jacinta Ngobese, is speaking to journalists. Let's listen.
Uyasaba ukuthi uzoqhamuka isigebengu esizokulimaza sibaleke showela ibhoda sikhathele nathi leyo mpini
lebulethwa memorandum ke utheni bathena abakamasipala ethe kulabo abayimukelile bayimukele kanjani
azange silethe memorandum sesiletha memorandum lapha u10 manje la sesikhathele sibagelile sathi bazosayina lesa speech ukuthi ba acknowledge ukuthi this is show sayiphi ngaphela ngathi amaphasela lokubheka into nomuntu belocation so sikhathele nathi sesikuphona kodwa engikwazi ukuthi abantu elokugcina lithi nje abantu base-South Africa baye basemateki balungisele ukuthi lelizwe njengoba babamkhulu bethu bakwazi ukuthi bafe ukuze likwazi ukuthola inkululeko njengamanje asikhululekile sibanjwe abantu bokufika abaphethe yonke indawo la sizwa ngabo thina ezweni lethu so lempi sizoyinqoba uhulumeni ethanda engathandi so uhulumeni wethu sithi sicela akhethe njengamanje because abasanawo ama-options amaningi it's either banathi or abekho nathi
sizwa ngathi khona basekhona nangathi uzokhuluma namaphoyisa uthelo lodaba balishiyele kuwena uzokwazi ukulungisa
hayi leli lamaphoyisa sengilizwe ey'ndaweni ey'ningi ngiye ngathi bhala-ke isikhalazo kodwa ngiyambona i-acting minister wethu ukuthi akekho serious ngomsebenzi wakhe inkosi yami uvela nje qaqaqa ngathi cartoon uyibona i-cartoon le vela ku-TV uMr Bean simbona njalo nje ukuthi mhlawumbe into enjalo kodwa akayena umuntu oyimisele shame ngomsebenzi wakhe kodwa-ke sizomenza wenze umsebenzi wakhe ngoba amaphoyisa at the end of the day kufanele agade umphakathi awazele ukuthi azothatha imali la kulona ibhizinisi leli
national zanenkane azawayinda especially like point ungathini kubona
mina engathini kubona
ababalekani bayakhala kakhulu abantu ngabo basaya bayindawo bazoqhubeka behlalele and ayiba-affect yonke le nto
hayi sobona we will see
Ngicela mhlambe your reaction to lokhu ukukhuluma undabandaba ukuthi uyakuhlonipha nanoma-ke abantu bazama ukuthi bangene ngaphakathi kwenu.
That's Jacinta Ngobese Zuma speaking after, well, what appears to be a winding down of these marches against illegal immigration, at least in Durban. But what we say that there's also an active situation, I believe, in KZN as well, that we'll hopefully bring you an update on. We're also looking now at buses that continue to ferry the foreign nationals, documented and undocumented, who have chosen to use the opportunity in the last 2 weeks especially to leave South Africa, fearing that they would be in danger as a result of the demonstrations happening today. So those contrasting pictures then all playing out at the same time. And this picture of people being bussed away is from Cape Town, where largely Zimbabweans had gathered outside as a Home Affairs processing center, for want of a better word, from the weekend, wanting help to go home.
All right, let's bring in Vanessa Puna to give us more context on that visual of the buses that you're seeing there. Vanessa, a very good afternoon to you. So you've moved locations. Give us a sense then of what are we we're seeing on our screens now. Do we know where these nationals are from, and how's the process been going?
Yes, good afternoon to you. And we are coming to you from the Epping Home Affairs Reception Centre. What we can see is that there are hundreds of people outside the centre. Also, there are 3 buses that we are now seeing being loaded. These are the visuals that we are bringing you. And on the front of the bus, there is a sign that says Zimbabwe Repatriation Cape Town Bus number 4. Now, on the ground, we've heard that from the early hours of this morning, 3 buses have already left from this venue. And when I spoke to some of the nationals here from Zimbabwe, they told us that all they want to do now is to get back home. You will remember that all of last week, people had flocked to the Zimbabwean consulate in District 6. And then on Sunday morning, amid heavy rainfall and amid extremely cold conditions in Cape Town, they were transported in collaboration with the City of Cape Town as well as the Department of Home Affairs and the Zimbabwean Consulate. They were brought here for processing to Epping, and over the past few days the processing process has taken place. It's still continuing inside, and right now what we see is people. They are now boarding the buses. It looks as though there are also some officials that are busy checking names to make sure that who is exactly getting onto the bus. I'm joined here by a Zimbabwe national, Tawari, if I'm saying your name correctly. What is happening at the moment? Are you getting onto this bus? What have they told you?
Now is wait. I want to wait to call me my name. Then I'm gonna get in.
Okay, so you've been through the processing centre. You have been processed, and you are waiting to go onto a bus. Explain to me what has been your experience over the past few weeks here in Cape Town.
Yes, big trouble. It's raining. Everything is lost. My stuff here. So now I take this small stuff to go to Zimbabwe. Maybe it's better. There's another one gonna live here.
Yeah, you've got another journey ahead of you. Tell me, how long have you been in South Africa?
Now is 7 years. Yeah, it's years in South Africa. I said, don't have a job here. I do peace jobs. What?
And when you get back to Zimbabwe, is there a job for you? Do you have family to go back to? What are you expecting when you eventually reach Zimbabwe?
I don't have a family, but it's only my mommy. Yes, only my mom and my wife. Only. Yes.
Are you traveling alone today, or do you have family members with you at the moment?
Only my wife. Yeah. I want to.
So it will be the 2 of you going together.
Yes. Yeah, and we go together, and me and my wife also. Yes.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to me, Tawari. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Taurai, thank you so much for speaking to me. Just one of the Zimbabwe nationals here that I have managed to speak to that are making their way after many days, eventually standing in front of a bus that is destined to be taking them on to their country. I'm going to see if I can speak to somebody else. I know it's quite busy, so I don't want to interfere too much with the process. Sir, are you also waiting to get onto this bus? What's the situation at the moment?
Sorry, I don't understand in English, sorry.
Oh, okay, let me then ask somebody else. Are you also waiting to get onto this bus, sir? You waiting to get onto the bus?
Yes.
Okay, has your name been called? What is the situation been? What are the officials telling you? So you've got your bags here and you're waiting to get onto the bus as well. You're going back to Zimbabwe?
Yes.
Do you have a home to go to? Do you have work when you get back to your home country?
Yes,
Thank you so much. Let me just try and see if I can speak to some more people. I mean, you may not have me on camera, but you can certainly see that people are steadily boarding the buses at the moment. Let me just ask you, ma'am, good day to you. I see that you are also waiting here to get onto this bus. Explain to me, what are you feeling at the moment? Finally, you see after days of waiting outside the Epping Centre here, are you finally going back to Zimbabwe? What is your feeling at the moment?
I'm feeling happy. I'm very happy.
It's been difficult for the past few days. Explain to us what happened. Were you also waiting at the consulate in District 6, or did you come straight to the center?
No, I'm staying 6 days. Sometimes I'm sleeping outside. No, I can't explain this, what I'm feeling.
So you say you're feeling a little bit relieved at the moment that you are, you're a few hours away from taking the road back home.
Hello, I'm happy. I'm very happy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my dear. We wish you a safe journey. Just some of the voices here of the nationals from Zimbabwe, largely, that are at the moment waiting as they are being processed. The gentleman over here to my right-hand side, he's standing with a sheet as well as a pen, and he's making sure that you know exactly who is getting onto this bus. There's one bus in front of us, and then this one as well. But I can tell you that the matter of processing is still continuing inside the centre. As we speak, there are still tents up. There's a huge tent in front of the centre as well, where people are still waiting. And outside here on this road, there are bags with people safeguarding their possessions. This, of course, in the hopes that even more buses will be arriving, so that finally, after what some people have described to us as a grueling few days, the lady I just spoke to over there was telling me that she was waiting for 6 days in all weather conditions. A very rainy weekend we had, a Sunday at least in Cape Town, and then also saying that they are relieved to finally be seeing some movement in terms of being repatriated back to their home country.
All right, Vanessa, thank you so much for that. There you have it, Zimbabwean nationals currently being repatriated from the Home Affairs Centre that's in Cape Town, as we continue, of course, to give you rolling coverage of the nationwide undocumented protests in the country. That was our SABC News reporter, Vanessa Puna, joining us live there from Cape Town.
And the Home Affairs Ministry in the last few weeks has said that about 110,000 undocumented foreign nationals have been deported from South Africa. Those are figures for the June 2024 to April 2026 period. Well, let's get you an update now on the situation in eMalahleni, that's in Mpumalanga, where you see our reporter Nongandla Jela standing by. Nongandla, where you are looks much different from what we're seeing in Durban and Cape Town, for instance. Did people turn out and participate in these marches against illegal immigration?
Indeed, good afternoon to you, Tendegile, and to the viewers at home. Quite a long and, one must say, peaceful march that we experienced here in eMalahleni between this morning and afternoon. I mean, the march has officially ended and people have dispersed, of course, after handing over a memorandum of grievances to the municipal officers earlier on. But we saw a large number of people coming together, not only from eMalahleni, but people from Middelburg, people from Ochis and surrounding areas. Others come from as far as KZN just to join in the march that was taking place here. We saw hundreds of people, both young and old people, mothers, grandmothers, also joining in the march, saying enough is enough, also calling on the local government and of course the national government to do something, especially about the issue of drugs here in eMalahleni. One particular leader saying that it's unfair that they get to experience people selling drugs close to schools. They get to see prostitution happening close to schools, a place where learners are supposed to see role models, but it's quite the opposite of what is happening here in eMalahleni. Of course, the district municipality was given 7 days to respond to the memorandum of grievances, of course, calling for the issue of drugs to be dealt with, calling for the issue of undocumented migrants, to be dealt with, saying many of the spaza shops, even in the townships here in eMalahleni, are occupied by these undocumented foreign nationals, saying it's impossible for them to be arrested, especially when they commit crimes, because they are not on the system. So they are saying, as much as this is a peaceful march, they are calling for them to go back home and fix their issues, go back home and get their papers, so that when they come back in South Africa, at least it is known that they are on the system. Should they commit a crime, it's easy for them to be tracked. Should they commit a crime, it's easy for them to be traced. Something which people here in eMalahleni say doesn't happen. Also, Tembigile, what we also heard is the issue of unemployment. We do know that eMalahleni is a mining town. A lot of young people here turned out for this march, hundreds, Tembigile. If you could see the visuals or what we saw earlier on, hundreds of them here saying they're unemployed, they can't get jobs because the mines around here are not employing them. You know, we spoke to one guy who says he couldn't get a job. He has all the qualifications, he has everything that he needs to get that particular job, but because of the money that he was expected to be paid, he couldn't get that job. Instead, undocumented migrants, he claims, were given that job, and of course they took half of that salary. But those are some of the things that we saw happening here. Of course, when the executive mayor started saying that he's going to read what's in the memorandum, residents are not happy about that, saying they do know the issues of what is happening here in Emalahleni. I mean, 3 weeks ago, this very same community marched to the same municipality over the same issue. So they say they're going to keep on marching and marching until the cries are heard. One can easily say, Tembegile, it was quite a long march, but very quiet and very disciplined. Shops in the town were closed, both big businesses and small businesses were closed, and one can easily say, Tembegile, in the whole 4 or 5 hours that these people were marching, that these marchers were making their way to the municipal offices, there was no looting, no incidents were reported, police were on high alert. Of course, private security was also on the ground to ensure that everything goes according to plan. We saw them, people were very disciplined, listening to their leaders. At some points they were taking cooling breaks, you know, just listening to what their leaders are saying, of course, until they officially made their way to the municipal offices, Tembegile, where they handed over their memorandum. Tembegile.
Nodlandla Jele, thank you very much for that update from Emalahleni in Mpumalanga, where the march against undocumented foreign nationals has now come to an end.
All right, let's continue then to give you this rolling coverage and take you to the Free State now. That's where Kamogelo Siakwi is, and she is in Mangaung in Bloemfontein for us. Kamogelo, give us the sense then in terms of where exactly you are and just how many people came out to demonstrate today and how that's going.
Good afternoon, Nati, and good afternoon to the viewers. Well, Bloemfontein came out as well, although the numbers were not as high as Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, those were the epicenters of where these marches were taking place. But we did see quite a number of people showing up and marching. They had different meeting points earlier today in the morning where they actually met and marched to the Premier's office where they handed out their memorandum. But as things stand at the moment, it's actually quiet because after the march everybody dispersed. I actually spoke to one of the march organizers and he said they had agreed with the police officers that after the march they would disperse. So people coming from Botshabelo, which is about 50 kilometers east of Bloemfontein, as well as Tabanchu, which is also further on 65 kilometers about there, everybody who came to join the march today went back to their hometowns. But we are currently at a flat here in Bloemfontein. It's called Fairview, where the Premier of the Free State is actually conducting a raid. I just want to bring her into the conversation just to talk to us about what you are finding here, Premier, this afternoon. I know that you received the memorandum earlier today and you proceeded with the raid. Just talk to us firstly about this particular place where we are. What are you finding?
Now, thank you very much. This is one of the areas where community took upon themselves to report some activities that they suspect are illegal activities in this area. Before I went to receive the memorandum, we were here and we were called that the protesters marchers are already at our offices. We left some police officers here. Reason being, there were flats here, some few rooms that housed illegal immigrants. I think about 20 that were arrested this morning from different flats. As you look behind me, there were numbers that some community members who are sharing the facility here were able to say, go and search in 3-4 rooms here, and indeed we found them hidden in these different rooms. Now, what we did as well with the police was to take them into custody, and what we also did was to search around, as they suspected a lot of illegal activities. Indeed, this area, when you look at these cars that are at the back here, even on the side here, this is area where they suspect stolen vehicles are hidden here. And indeed, there were two bakkies. There was a bakkie and another car here with registration of Lesotho. But upon investigation, we found out that those vehicles are actually from South Africa. They are not even Lesotho. And there was a lady that was arrested earlier who claimed that this car is hers. Later on, he said it's someone else. That someone was called to bring the keys. Indeed, he came to bring the keys and claimed that this car is his. Unfortunately, police were still waiting for him. Then he was also taken into custody. So far, we have removed about 3 cars that we suspect are stolen cars. They've been taken to police station by SABC members. There's a truck of SABC here. We are verifying some of the cars already. There are 3 more that are being identified. What these people were saying, some of them were saying they bought these cars from auction, but they don't have documents that prove that these cars were bought from auction. That's how they were detected that indeed they are stolen cars.
Premier, another matter that seems to be concerning a lot of residents, especially here in Mangaung, is that the tuck shops or the spaza shops are closed, but we are not able to detect or find where the shop owners or the shop managers are. Just briefly, just talk to us about whether you have been able to find where they are.
No, indeed, there were those that we met yesterday. As we said to them, if you suspect or you have...
The KZN police spokesperson Robert Nechunda is giving a briefing after a day of anti-illegal immigration demonstrations, mainly in the city of Durban. Let's hear him out.
Full force to ensure that no lawlessness will be tolerated. 10 of them will now face the wrath of the law. And we won't make any example of them. We'll just enforce the law and apply the law to the fullest to tell them that breaking somebody's shop, stealing goods, is a crime. It doesn't matter you are doing it from which angle. As long as you commit crime, we'll deal with you accordingly with the law.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Colonel. Thanks, Colonel.
Made by the KwaZulu-Natal police spokesperson Robert Nechunda. I think SABC News reporter Ayanda Mhlongo was part of that briefing. We've left that scene. We're showing you a different part, by the way, of KZN. Durban still. This is where Pagelum Tagati, one of the people who've been spearheading these calls for foreign nationals to leave the country by today, the 30th of June, is leading men who are marching through the streets of Durban. Earlier, Pagelum Tagati spoke at the same gathering, shall we say, where the March and March leader Jacinta Ngobese also spoke. When she spoke, she again repeated their call for undocumented people to leave South Africa. She says they're involved in the hijacking of buildings, alleged that they were involved in the raping of children, as well as the ownership of tuck shops in townships and villages. So as you see now, KZN Durban is the only place where we are still seeing people who in fact are on the march this afternoon.
And of course, we'll be getting a sense from other reporters who are across the country for us, just monitoring those various scenes. And let's take you straight then to Lutendo Bobodi, who is in Musina for us. Lutendo, a very good afternoon to you. Early on, we were hearing that more than 7,000 people, mainly Zimbabweans, had been processed in KZN, in fact, and they have been transported to Musina. But give us a sense in terms of where you are currently and what are the scenes like where you are?
Well, thank you so much, Nat. We are at Musina refugee camp. This is not to be confused with the temporary repatriation center established here in Musina. That one is still under construction. This is a permanent refugee camp that was set many years ago. It used to be Musina playground. We are, as you can see, there are thousands of foreign nationals, especially Malawian citizens who are here waiting to be ferried to the Badbridge border post. This from the Durban Repatriation Center, and they were ferried here by buses, and I think 150 buses are expected to ferry people here. Already 40 buses have already arrived with these foreign nationals who are here. As you can see, it's piles and piles of luggage stacked one upon the other, and it's all dirt and squalor, as people are waiting to be taken to the Bad Bridge border post, and they're saying they're frustrated, they're hungry, they're fatigued, and it's all frustration. And as you can see, thousands and thousands of them. I don't know in terms of number how many there could be, but I can tell you that these are thousands and thousands. It's like visuals of people that have been displaced from somewhere. But as you can see, buses here, and we're still expecting more buses. But for now, let me bring in Assistant Commissioner of BMA, Dr. Nkuliseni Rubengo, who will give us a picture of what is really going on here. Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner. What is really going on here? It's a lot of people here.
No, thank you very much. Indeed, there are a lot of people here. This is the center that was established in order for the Department of Home Affairs to process people who have been transported from KZN to this place, so that they're able then to go to their places, that is Zimbabwe as well as Malawi, and there are those that are obviously going to Zambia. So you recall that the center that was in KZN was obviously halted to allow obviously the people to be processed here, and this is the place that is closer to the port. So we have been told that we will be receiving 150 buses today, and that is what I think we reported in the morning, and this far we've processed 40 at the port. And you can see there's still a lot of people, meaning that 110 buses that we were told about, which obviously 150, we're still going to get 110 people from these people who are here. Yeah. So the Department of Home Affairs are busy processing these people. As soon as they are done processing them, we are able then to transport them that side, so that they're able then to cross over to Zimbabwe and Malawi.
And I understand as BMA you've already processed over 3,000 people today. Can you talk to us about that?
Now, if we want to talk about the number of people that have been processed ever since the president has announced, remember yesterday we talked about 25, and then today there are more than 30 people who have been processed this far, and then today I think the number of people that were processed is about 5,000. That is obviously from this particular center or from this particular border. So I'm not sure about what is going on, because we are going to do this, receive the statistics from Libombo as well as OR Tambo sometimes in the evening.
Yeah. Can you confirm it again for us? How many buses have arrived here?
What we've been told, because there are those buses that will arrive and they will drop people and they will then leave. We were told yesterday that there are going to be 150 people buses. Obviously, as I indicated, what we have managed to process at the port is 40. And then as you can see by the number of people, it means that those 110 buses that will remain will come out of this based on the people that we have here.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Rubengo. Dr. Rubengo talking about what has been unfolding here since this morning, and now it's back to you.
Thank you so much for that. Of course, Lutendo monitoring those developments in Musina. We also heard from Zimbabwean government officials saying that they've repatriated over 3,600 citizens so far, and that they will be providing social protection as well as social support to their citizens.
We're back now to showing you two active situations. The main one is in Durban and KwaZulu-Natal, where Phakela Mthakathi is there waving the South African flag, leading this group of men who are brandishing sticks, led by the police after a day of marching through the Durban CBD in the main. Also standing by for us in KwaZulu-Natal is SABC News reporter Ayanda Mhlongo. And Ayanda, you've just been speaking to the police in the province. I heard the spokesperson, Robert Nechunda, talk about 10 people who are now going to face the wrath of the law. What happened?
Tembegile, very good afternoon to you. Well, last night, Tembegile, there were incidents that took place in Marion Hill, which is west of Durban, which a group of people tried to loot, well, in fact, they did loot a tuck shop in that particular area. And, of course, police then moving in very quickly and arresting those 10 individuals. There were also 2 other incidents, but that just shows the level of work that the police had put in place. The police had stressed that they are going to be on the ground monitoring, in particular eThekwini, which we knew had already been identified as a hotspot. And so when there were those incidents that took place last night, the police were quick to move in. And as you heard Colonel Robert Nechiwunda, of course, saying that those individuals will face the full might of the law. Of course, Colonel Nechiwunda also saying overall, because all eyes, of course, were on today, and whether or not these protests or this this protest that took place, particularly here in the eThekwini Metro, was going to be without incident, and indeed it was. But let me bring in now spokesperson for the police in KwaZulu-Natal, Colonel Robert Nechiwunda. Colonel, thank you so much for your time. Today, so much work was put in today, Colonel, but you were saying that overall, the hard work that you put in certainly did pay off.
We had a plan. We knew what we were dealing with. We knew what to expect. And we are pleased that our planning was not in vain. Managing a number that we had to manage from the start to finish without any hiccups and incidents is what we had expected. And we say to our officers, we thank you for ensuring that you are professional, you are rigid, and you also make sure that you stamp the authority of the state, because wherever they wanted to deviate, we put our foot on the ground and followed the route which we agreed.
Colonel, there's a lot of work we know in the build-up, a lot of work, a lot of meetings. You met with the organizers of these marches to come to some sort of agreement in terms of how they were going to carry out this particular march as well. There was a commitment on their side that they were going to work with the police, and you were saying that indeed there was great cooperation between the two sides.
The first mandate of police is to prevent crime. If crime happens, you must investigate. So in preventing the crime or any other unnecessary misunderstandings, we had to meet with the organizers. They give us assurance that they want what we want. They want to have a peaceful march. We planned accordingly, and with our intelligence telling us that there are those who want to disturb the marches, we had to plan for rogue elements as well. And like I said, we are pleased that from start to finish, the march was without any hiccups.
Before I let you go, it's also going to be very important, Colonel, as people disperse now and head off to their respective areas. Police are going to continue to monitor. One might not know what will happen when people leave now and go back to these areas. Remember now that the march is done. The leaders are saying whatever happens outside of this now is not part of us. But you're saying that the police will still continue to observe and monitor the situation.
We will maintain the deployment. We have our hotspot areas, like we said, that we are going to monitor throughout the night, tomorrow as well, up until Friday, because we now know what happens after matches. 2 weeks ago, somebody was killed in Maritzburg after a match was concluded peacefully. So we know that there are those rogue elements who were part of the matches who want to go back to their communities and commit crime, maybe continue looting shops. So we are saying to them, be warned, police are out there and we will keep our deployment.
Colonel, your job is not over yet. Thank you so much for your time. Colonel Robert Nechiwunda, of course, just telling us about the operation today, a successful operation, but the work is not over for the police. As you heard there, Tembegile, that of course the police are still going to be continuing with their operations to ensure that over the next couple of hours or even days that there are no incidents that would be related to what we saw happen here today. Tembegile?
And thank you very much for that. Well, we're listening to you speak to Robert Nechiwunda, the spokesperson for the police in KwaZulu-Natal. Just to remind everyone, there is a statement out from the acting police minister, Feroz Kachalia, today saying that we urge citizens to express their constitutional rights responsibly and to ensure that demonstrations taking place today are peaceful and lawful. Kachalia says those who choose to exploit the marches to commit criminal acts will face the full might of the law. Police will continue, he says, to identify, arrest and prosecute those responsible for crime or criminal conduct. As I was hearing from Robert Nechiwunda in KZN that is beginning to happen. We're also hearing of troubling scenes. We're trying to confirm this, a situation possibly developing in Germiston. And this is once again in Durban, where dozens of men, I'm not sure of the number, but let's say dozens, continue to gather this afternoon.
Well, from KwaZulu-Natal, let's take you to the Northern Cape, where it was relatively quiet earlier on. Keith Sester is monitoring those developments for us. He's in Khalishiwe in Kimberley. Keith, a very good afternoon to you. So we haven't spoken to you in just over 3 hours or so. Give us a sense then of what's happening in Kimberley at the moment.
Good afternoon to you, Nati. Yes, we are in Khalishiwe township in Kimberley. It's relatively quiet here, and we've been driving around, and you know what we found is something very unfamiliar in Khalishiwe, and that is the tuck shops and the spaza shops. All of them are closed. And some of the tuck shop owners and spaza shop owners we spoke to said that they closed because they are afraid of looting. Some of them said they closed last night already, couldn't get any sleep. So most of them are foreign nationals that own these shops. So basically they closed and in the fear of looting. But right now it's relatively quiet in Khalishiwe. People are going around their businesses, but the spaza shops and the tuck shops are closed. Now the march started off very slow this morning. A group of people from various civic organizations and community organizations as well as residents joined at the Kimo Hotel in town, and they took the walk to the Premier's office where they handed over a memorandum of demands that they want responded to within 7 days. So basically the march went off incident free. It took some time for folks. There was a lot of elderly people that took part in the march as well. It took some time for them to get from the starting point to the Premier's office. The Premier promised that they will do something about it. He will speak to his MECs, the relevant people that are involved in immigration and helping with immigration. He will also speak to the Department of Home Affairs here in the Northern Cape, although he says that the government in the Northern Cape does not have any jurisdiction within Home Affairs issues. Unati.
All right, Keith, let's leave it there for now. Thank you so much for that report. Of course, Keith Sester monitoring developments in Khalishiwe and Kimberley for us. That's in the Northern Cape. Relatively quiet, as he's been saying. Short march by demonstrators there. But we continue to look at the lay of the land in the country in as far as those protests are concerned.
And in Ekurhuleni, we're getting reports of people who've been arrested in the last while. Our reporter Neria Tlakotsa is on the ground in Gauteng's East Rand area. Speak to us about these people who've been arrested. What are they alleged to have done?
Well, we know that police have detained some of the marchers. Police are saying this is for public violence. I will tell you that the situation is really tense right now between the marchers and the police. One thing that happened here is that the marchers have decided to go inside people's homes. And when they go inside the people's homes, what they do is search their rooms. And essentially they're saying that they're looking for any foreign nationals who are inside the homes, and police have then since had to follow them around to ensure that they do not in fact do that. But the marchers are adamant, however, that they are doing this because they are trying to help the police as part of the day's protest against undocumented migrants. But I will tell you that we also saw families who have been housing foreign nationals just, you know, very unhappy with the situation, saying that as the marchers went inside their homes, they just left the rooms unkept. Some of them were even alleging that their items were stolen. I'll also add to you right now that some of the people have also been fired with rubber bullets. We've seen also medical assistance coming into the scene. You can see there's police here. There's also private security. But I want to bring in one of the marchers who witnessed or saw as people were being fired with rubber bullets, just to get a view from her in terms of what they feel about the situation right now on the ground. Mama, siyabonga kakhulu. Benisho ukuthi anjabulanga ukuthi amaphoyisa seyadubula. Nithini nina ngalesimo?
Thina abantu baseJemiston asikho happy because besingalwi. Into besiyenza besingena house to house sikhipha abantu abangaphandle peacefully. We didn't fight them. So thina sibenze ama security athatha ama-rubber bullet asidubela without any reason, because we didn't fight, we didn't do nothing that is bad or wrong. Yes, but asikho right, sibuhlungu emoyeni because one of us ulimele bamdubula ekhanda nesinqeni. Yes, thank you.
Nyabonga, Mama, thank you so much for your time. Just one of the matches there, giving us an overview of what is happening on the ground right now. And I will tell you that some of these matches have said since this has happened, they would have to then continue to other areas, but they have said this will definitely be a long night for them. They will not be stopping anytime soon, but police are trying to negotiate with them to say they need to disperse right now. But I think the issue of the firing of the rubber bullets has made the crowd even angrier, and one can even say now that, you know, this match is now losing the essence of what it was initially, because the marchers themselves were saying now they're focusing on other issues instead of what they wanted to do. But also you must remember, police were saying that to the marchers that they're not allowed to go inside people's homes just to decide and take foreign nationals outside the homes. And I will tell you, the Department of Community Safety was also here saying that their priority right now will be children, because we've seen children also being displaced by the marchers. As you can see the visuals right now, the marchers are heading to the next location. We will definitely be trying to follow them, but you can see police visibility is also high. Police are not allowing them to continue like this. And you see the situation here in Germiston is pretty bad at this point, and you can see there's also now children being involved as part of this march, and it remains to be seen what will happen later on, as the situation as it stands is not the best one.
So Maria, we're going to stay with you as you hopefully follow this demonstration that's happening in Ekurhuleni. You're telling us disturbing detail of people who've had their rooms searched. There are also reports of people being forced out of their homes on suspicion that they are undocumented foreign nationals, children as well being subjected to that. Who is in charge of this demonstration? Who ultimately is making sure that the people involved in what we're seeing this afternoon do not stray from what was promised to be a peaceful march?
It is very difficult to tell right now, Tembekile, who is indeed in charge of this match. But we did speak to one gentleman earlier who was basically seemingly like the one who is leading everything, who everybody was listening to for that matter, who was actually even telling us, say that they will be continuing with these protests because of what just happened in the area. So right now you see different people, everybody saying one thing and everybody else is saying the other, but there's this one gentleman, I will tell you, that people have been listening to. Even police themselves were trying to negotiate with this gentleman to say, please make sure your people disperse right now, because we don't want a situation where it's almost nighttime and people are not accounted for. So right now I think they've moved up the road. Newa will just show you that police are in fact now starting to follow those marches. It remains only to be seen where exactly they are going, but we will definitely be following them to see how far they go. But they said, I will tell you, Tembekile, that they are now getting inside the townships just to see the situation in the townships, because they insist that they are peaceful. However, police believe now that it's time for them to stop. I mean, even with those that have been detained for public violence, there's also families who are saying that their phones were stolen as a result of these matches coming inside their homes. So the situation right now, Tembekile, nobody is accounting for it per se, but you can see that everybody is just involved in this at this point. And I will tell you also though that there's onlookers, you know, there's residents from here who are looking at all of this as it happens. Some of course are saying that they are also just worried about their safety at this point, but some were also cheering the marchers as they went into people's homes.
Neria, it's Onati here. One of the comments that you made is no one knows what will happen later today, and of course that is a concern, but I do see a heavy police presence, as you've been saying, coupled with private security companies. We've seen that coordination between law enforcement agencies. Give us a sense, and if you have spoken to officers in terms of how long they are planning to be in that area, given just some of the concerns that you've also just raised.
Definitely, police have made it a point to tell me that they are not leaving this area until they disperse everyone who is here. And they're finding it difficult, in fact, to even achieve that. I will tell you, they've been trying to disperse this crowd from as early as 2:30 in the afternoon, and nothing is happening. The people are coming, and more people, in fact, are coming as the day goes, because this crowd was even smaller than what you see perhaps on your visuals. And I think the biggest challenge now for police is that they don't even know who they should be targeting, because now there's also residents who are not part of this march, who are also being onlookers, who are also standing by to see what's happening. So it's a tough one for police right now, but they did indicate that they will be on the ground, and you can see they are being supported by private security. And I can tell you, with one of the people who was shot at with a rubber bullet, the private security actually even helped the gentleman there just to help give medical attention. So it's a tricky situation right now here. It's one of those where it remains to be seen what else will happen later on, but it's really tense. It's really tense, especially between the marchers and the police. But the residents themselves in general are just looking at what is happening, and some of them were saying as long as they are safe in all of this.
And Neria, then, as we continue to track the developments in Germiston, where you are, just to bring everyone up to speed, you're looking at police and private security who are tracking a group of people who are going through the area and had subjected, it appears, some people who they suspect of being foreign nationals, undocumented foreign nationals, to some level of intimidation, possibly even abuse. People reportedly being dragged from their homes in the last 2 hours. Neria Tlakotsa is in the area for us. Neria, I'm seeing an ambulance that's now reversing. Do we know if any of the people who were affected by the skirmishes earlier, the harassment, have been injured?
Well, essentially right now, the people who were affected by this alleged harassment were not injured at all. But I will tell you, the people who the marchers went into their houses, all they were complaining about even to police was that police acted so slow, because as soon as the marchers went inside their houses, they did open their homes to the marchers, but some of the marchers took their belongings. So this is another issue that came up as we were here, where the people who live here were saying that their belongings are now gone because police are acting too slow. As you can see right now, police are still also trying to control this crowd, but it's getting more difficult as the day progresses, I will tell you. And there were some in the crowd also who were even trying to run away as police were trying to detain them. So it's a cat and mouse situation right now. Marchers running away from police, and police trying to catch them at this point, and to ensure that at least there is still safety in the area. And you know, when I was speaking to the marchers to say, why did they choose this part of Germiston to come here, they were essentially saying how this is an important place because they know that most foreign nationals are in this area. So it seems like they knew which area exactly to go to and which homes exactly to go to, because they were saying they have tip-offs. And I also saw one other lady whose house the marchers went into. She was actually thanking them to say, well, the foreign nationals knew this day was going to come, so I'm not even blaming the marchers at all, you know. So you're getting a sense that some people are appreciating what's happening, while some have some form of reservations. There's mixed reactions right now, and with police even in the mix, it's just making everything worse.
Touch base with Mary and the rest of the SABC team spread across various hotspots, shall we say, in the country where these marches over illegal immigration are taking place. And as we hear those reports of harassment in Germiston, a reminder that in his reflections last night, President Cyril Ramaphosa said, throughout our history, we have overcome difficult moments, not through fear or division, but by choosing law over lawlessness, dialogue over confrontation, and justice over vengeance. Ramaphosa says, let us again choose that path and let us protect both our borders and our constitution, both our security and our humanity. The president ending his letter by saying we are capable of doing both, and we must, at a time when the government has been criticized heavily, Unati, for its handling of illegal immigration.
And just on that point, Tembekile, and as we wrap up this broadcast, of course, we continue to give you rolling coverage here on the SABC News channel, starting at 5:30 this morning. We'll continue right through. Of course, news does not end now. Tembekile, of course, we've also been speaking to various analysts who have been talking about the importance of leadership now coming through to make sure that they almost, get a sense of this situation and quail any of that uncertainty. Of course, our 4View team is on standby for you and will take you through to all of the live developments.
And as we leave, Tulasiza Sibelani is just joined us now. Tulas, we're looking at a development in Germiston. We're looking at the end of the main demonstration, for want of a better phrase, in KwaZulu-Natal. And it appears to have gone off without incident, but there have been worrying developments.
Yeah, good evening, Tembi and Unati. Yeah, what a day it's been with protests across the country, in various centers across the country. Largely peaceful, large gatherings taking place in the main centers, but with a few exceptions where there have been reports of violence, and also we are seeing, as you are reporting, arrests that have taken place in the main to do with public violence. All right, let's take you to this event now on the go in Durban.
Sasa ngizolelisha ukuthi siza thini kodwa ningaze nithule ningaze nibambule umoya mina ngizalwa inkonzo ungabe uzohlungihluza ababa yabona laba abaqagelayo mina bamukwenza kabudayisi angisoze ngabudayisa ukuthetha phakathi kwethu kulensizwa yakithi ephambili seyizwa insizwa nomoya omuhle insizwa engesekala kulo msebenzi angibona ukuthi ngike imali nazo nilazela kodwa ngizisela umsebenzi omuyenzayo nemsebenzi nathi inkosi yamambombi nozaba umfosa yami
All right, those visuals are coming through from Durban, where activists have marched on the streets there, demanding that the state enforce the country's laws and also tabling their grievances around the situation around illegal migration in the country. It's at the end of the day, they've marched in various urban centers and in townships across the country throughout the day, and we have had our reporters stationed at various points across the country giving you updates, rolling coverage throughout this day of marches that have taken place. As I was saying, Bongiwe, many of the marches, from the picture we are gleaning from our reporters on the ground, largely peaceful, monitored by heavy security presence, police presence, but a few exceptions where incidences of violence have occurred. Those include the situation we are seeing now in Germiston, where a number of arrests are being made. Let's go back now and hear, I believe it is the activist Phakelum Mthakathi who is speaking at the moment.
All right, and let's take you to some of these live visuals now taking place. This is Nkosikhona Ndabandaba, widely known as Phakelum Mthakathi, leading that particular group, the Insizwa Nobuntsizwa, and really speaking to the crowd there about what makes Insizwa a young man to us, and what kind of young man is actually described as Insizwa and what characteristics. So let's take then some of what he's had to say.
Siyambonga wengane zakwethu noma mina ngiqondene nezinsizwa kodwa siyambonga wemakhosazana nokungezwa kwethu siyamthanda siyabonga ingane zakwethu siyabonga amaphoyiseni siyabonga kubo bonke amaphoyisa abephelekezela izinsizwa siyabonga kubo bonke abaholi abaphakathi kwethu induna zezinsizwa zonke yimina bengicela insizwa phezulu ngicela ukudlulisela ukubonga bonke abaholi abakhona la ngiyababongela ngiyacela lapho sizohlanganisa khona izinsizwa ngicela ipolitiki ingangeni ngiyayicelela mina nikwenze kwabanye abasuke behlela amamashi nikwenza kunenkingi kodwa lapho nje kusokuhlela khona mina ngiyacela ingane zakithi vele musuyovota ngeke ubambe umuntu ngenkani ngeke wabuka into ephoqayo ukuthi uzomfunza ipolitiki yakho ngenkani umuntu uzoyivotela ngendlela yakhe ngiyamcela mina benkosi ngoba ipolitiki yasihlukanisa ipolitiki yasihlukanisa abafingobanga lento akube silwa ngepolitiki njengoba nizwa abanye abaholi beseka abantu befika bebe bebulala abantu la so asizivuna lona wenza lapho ntwasa sizokhipha umhlahlandlela ukuthi kubhekwe yiphi manje bazohamba asijika sisatshishwa sifesaba ukuba sithathe imali zininzwa kuphela nje sikhutshana iy'nkulumo zifela ikhululeka zihambe ngokuhlonipha zihambe ngokwehlukana zingahambi ihlabelela.
All right, that's the activist Nkosikhona Ndabandaba, known as Phakelum Mthakathi. They're addressing the crowds at the end of the march, also talking about the resolve that they have on this issue of undocumented migrants needing to leave the country, and saying that their resolve remains, Bongiwe. This off the back of, and there's been a great deal of allusion to this throughout the day by the various activists about whether or not unity continues among them in the leadership, be it in the form of the March on March organized leadership or the other organizations such as the one led by Nkosikhona Ndabandaba, Phakelum Mthakathi. In the wake of those images we saw that came from the presidency, just showing President Cyril Ramaphosa meeting with Phakelum Mthakathi and Ngizwe Mchunu yesterday, and then something trending on social media that suggested that Jacinta Ngobese of March and March wasn't even aware of this meeting, and therefore it felt as if throughout the day the leaders of the other organizations felt that they needed to make a point about the unity, that the unity remains. Yep. I'm not always with Jacinta Ngobese.
All right, and I think now, Tulas, there seems to be an impromptu briefing there with Nkosikhona Ndabandaba. I can see Zanele is trying to speak to him there. So let's take you back to KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay, we're about to get Mr. Ndabandaba.
Yeah. Manen Matot, Manen sends interview. Sends interview. Sends interview.
We are about to talk to Goskona Ndabandaba, popularly known as Pagelum Tagati. He's just ended the march here at the Kukudlamini Park at the workshop in Durban. And let's just get him quickly on before he leaves us. Looking at the march today, did you achieve what you wanted to achieve?
Today, first we want to thank Izinduna. We want to thank Izinsizwa. We want to thank all the community members that came to support the March and March. As Insizwa Nomtsizwa Development Foundation, we did not have any event today. When we heard that our sister is having a march, then we stopped everything and then we said we are going to come and support her because we are marking 1 year, 7 months, 1 year, 6 months, 7 months now. We supported her from the first day she initiated, before she registered the March and March as a civic organization. We were there. We supported her from Zululand. So today we said if she's honoring the day that we propose as a deadline, because Insizwa Nomtsizwa came up with the day. Insizwa Nomtsizwa came up with the deadline of the 30th of June. So when she's doing something in Durban, let us go and support her, because we are having a press briefing tomorrow in the same park, in Kukudlamini Park here in Durban. So it was a great success. We had 257,000 men that came from Insizwa Nomtsizwa to support Osiswam. We were anticipating 1 million, but because we are not funded and the taxes are not working, and also the people can, come from as far as paying 50 rand to just come for the march, they couldn't come. But they started making their groups in their own town, peaceful groups that I will post and say where these people were marching. So it was a beautiful sight, and we really appreciate and siyazibonga insizwa kakhulu, sibonga insizwa kakhulu ngokuthi zithi into noma inkalo umuntu wesifazane ebeseke beza bezoyeseka. We really appreciate that, because sometimes we say we love women, sometimes we say we want to empower women, but when women initiate things, men don't show up to support her. I stand for that. I stand to oppose that men are not supportive to women. You saw I brought 257 men today to support Jacinta, and I've been supporting her from day one.
You mentioned that you got a call from the president last night. Yeah. What was the discussion about?
I met the president. Hello. We got the call. We got the call, and we went and honored an old man. He's the first citizen of the country. Whether we agree or disagree, we have to respect. I was raised with the respect. Ngiphume emzini wamadoda, ngafundiswa inhlonipho, ngafundiswa uthando, ngafundiswa ukulalela. Akusho ukuthi mawusulalelile uzobe suyezwa bese wenza lokho kushiwo. So I went there to meet the president. He presented his case. I answered to him. I'm going to say that in the press briefing tomorrow.
So you're not able to tell us what exactly he presented to you?
Be patient. I was patient for 12 years, working on this moral regeneration thing. That's why you see so many men. That's why you see 257,000 men listening to one man. Because I have experience. Nobody can do this. If somebody else led this, it would have gone wrong. But I have so much experience, and I love these men. Before the end of this year, I'm creating 1 million jobs.
Did the president ask you not to lead the march today?
No, he did not. He did not. No, he's a nice man. He's a nice man. He's a nice man. He did not ask me. No, he wanted my opinion. I gave him my opinion. And whatever I spoke about with him, I just gave him an answer. Whatever I promised him yesterday, today is an answer to whatever question he had. I just proved it to him.
You said that you were addressing now in the closing of this march. You said that you're not giving up. They will go. Elaborate on that. What does it mean? Did the 30th of March not achieve what you had set out initially?
No, it greatly achieved. It greatly achieved. I'm saying people must not slow down, because the reason why the illegal foreigners are so much in the country is because the leaders forgot. So I don't want these men to forget.
I don't want them to forget. Angifuni insizwe ihlale phansi ikhohle ukuthi izwe libhekwa zonke insuku. Izwe libhekwa zonke insuku. We will look after this country for the rest of our lives. We will not stop until we pass away. So akekho umuntu ozohlala phansi nje aneka amasende angazi ukuthi ufanele enzeni. Siyasebenza lapha. Kusemsebenzini. Sesiqedile ukukhuluma.
Apologies for that language. So where to from today? Are there more initiatives or activities?
Una indoda kodwa awubona ngale yashona ufuna uyophekela indoda. Kusasa sihlangene la eGugudla Mini Park. You'll get the details tomorrow. Bakithi. We will decide tomorrow. We'll decide tomorrow. We'll have our program, and we were going to give the government some space to think and to respond to what we will be saying, and then we'll take it over from there.
Thank you very much. That was Nkoskhona Ndabandaba, who's probably known as Phakela Mthakathi, telling us about today's march. To him, the march was successful, and but it does not end here. According to him, he will outline more details of what they will do going forward tomorrow. He has called people to come back here at Gugudla Mini Park, which is at the workshop here in Durban, at 3 p.m. where he will elaborate on their plans going forward. But also he said he will tell us a bit more about what they discussed in a meeting that they had with President Cyril Ramaphosa yesterday. So we're hoping to learn a bit more about that meeting. He was a bit cagey on telling us what exactly transpired in that meeting, only to say that he gave the president his answer during this march, or with this march that took place today. As to the 30th of June deadline, to him he seems to be confident that everything went according to plan, but he's still vowing that they will push until illegal immigrants are gone from South Africa. So we will be back here obviously tomorrow to cover this story and find out what exactly happened in the meeting with the president, as well as the plans from this group. He says they will come back here at 3 p.m. So we will also bring you that meeting as our viewers at SABC.
Mashenga, thank you very much for that. Zanele Buthelezi, they're live for us at the Gugudla Mini Park in Durban. This as that leg of the march is just wrapped up there. And questions, of course, being asked about the meeting with the president yesterday, as Tulas was alluding to that. So it seems a lot of these answers may just be provided tomorrow. So then that particular briefing, he says, is at 3 p.m. at the same venue, that's the Gugudla Mini Park in KwaZulu-Natal. And that, of course, rests what's currently taking place in Durban. Tell us, the Eastern Cape.
Yeah, let's stay on the eastern seaboard. From KwaZulu-Natal, let's take you to Gqeberha, where we find SABC News reporter Sisipo Ngumbe, who's been covering developments throughout the day. Good evening to you, Sisipo. That's a province that is no stranger to marches and tensions that have to do with the issue of migration, including illegal migration. We saw a couple of months ago those protests that were the focal point that ended up turning violent. How would you sum up how today has played out in Gqeberha and surrounding areas?
Well, a very good evening to you, Tulas, and a good evening to the viewers at home as well. So where I'm coming to you now, Tulas, is in the community of Kuiga in Gqeberha, just a little bit away from St. Albans prison, which is quite widely known. And the little community of Kuiga has been up in arms for a majority of the afternoon. Now, the rest of Gqeberha, we were in Central about, say, 2 hours ago, and it seemed relatively quiet, with some of the foreign nationals saying there that they were nervous, anticipating the deadline that had been set by some activists, but they largely hadn't had any experiences. There hadn't been any demonstrations in Central today, and that was something we heard echoed throughout many regions. I believe in Fear Plus and in Zwede there were sort of small demonstrations, as well as in Rocklands, but we understand that that was quite soon, or quite quickly put to rest by a Home Affairs official who went to that community. Now, when we got to Kuiga about an hour and a half ago, there was a huge crowd, and quite specifically a crowd of young people that was there, and these young people were all chanting for undocumented migrants to leave the country. Many of them saying that their jobs had been taken over. Many of them saying that they felt that undocumented migrants were living the lives that they felt they were supposed to live. Now, throughout the afternoon, we've been able to establish that the march that was here in Kuiga was not a legal march. It was an illegal march. And what started happening then was there were some instigators in that march who would go to certain houses where they thought that this is where an immigrant lives, a undocumented immigrant, and they would say, encourage the crowd to beat that person up. But then we saw that the police came out in their full numbers. There were hippos here. Just now we saw a SANDF helicopter flying in the air. So the police really making their voices heard and trying to contain the situation. And that's when we saw that the crowd began to disperse, and many of them still trying to run, but the police trying to disperse. The police saying that the problem that they had is they couldn't use much force because much of the crowd was younger, sort of youth, and even like young children. I'm talking 10, 11 young children who are just shouting and just sort of very chaotic. The police also saying that there was no memorandum that was handed over. There was no planning behind this march. So theirs was to go where the crowd was going and just try and contain the situation, try and make sure that nobody gets hurt in the process. We understand that here in the Kuiga community, some foreign nationals have even actually taken to running to the nearby forests, the nearby bushes, and they're actually hiding away there as they were threatened ahead of today, that today would be the day that these people would come to their doors and they would threaten or they would hurt them in any way. So as I'm saying now, you can see behind me things are beginning to get back to normal. The spaza shop here in the area as well has reopened up and things are beginning to sort of settle down. But had this been about an hour ago, it was quite chaotic. I did have an earlier crossing as well where it was quite chaotic, many young people, many children especially, and so the police having to really deal with that situation in a way where they would make sure that everyone was protected, as well as making sure that the force was just enough that children or anyone else would not get hurt. So the situation was beginning to get volatile, but the police have been able to relatively calm it down here in Kuiga, Tulas.
All right, Sisipo, thank you for that reporting. That's Sisipo Ngumbe out in Kuiga in the area of Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. Sisipo there answering a lot of the questions really in terms of what the focal point of that protest was, telling us that it wasn't a case necessarily of handing over a memorandum of grievances to any particular department of government, but instead it was all about focusing attention on homes and where they believed that undocumented migrants are living, which then tended to escalate tensions in that area, as well as police having to jump in and intervene. So comprehensive reporting coming through there from Sisipo. The Eastern Cape is, of course, one of the provinces that has been a focal point of some of the protest action that we have seen since the beginning really of the year, and there's quite a number of protests, many of them under the banner of March and March. You go back all the way to about January or thereabouts at the beginning of this year, when you saw the attention being on resources, school access. In particular, you saw what you saw in Addington Primary School in KwaZulu-Natal, but that was quickly followed up by a number of other protests. In April, there was something that they were calling a cleanup campaign in and around Durban and the Eastern Cape. That incident involving the quote-unquote coronation of a king, a Nigerian king, really escalating tensions in that community, leading to marches that attracted some activists that came from KwaZulu-Natal. Let's go to Rutendo Bobodi, who is out in Musina in Limpopo and has been tracking developments from that particular vantage point. Good evening to you, Rutendo. How would you sum up how today has played itself out in Limpopo, but in particular the locale where you are in Musina?
Yes, of course, we are here at the Musina refugee camp. As I said earlier, it's a permanent refugee camp that was set up a few years ago. It used to be Musina showground, and but now it's been set as a refugee camp. And these people you see here are people who were housed in Durban, the repatriation center that was there, that was dismantled a few days ago, and they were ferried here by buses, about 150 buses, I think already 40 or 50 buses embassies have already arrived here. It's mostly, as you can see, mostly young people, you know, and it's mostly Malawians. I've been talking to them earlier on and just asking them what they were doing in South Africa in the first. What were the circumstances that led to them coming to South Africa? Because these are young people. I see, you know, late people in their late teens, early 20s, late 20s, early 30s. I scoured all areas where these people were gathered, and I could not see one single elderly person. And I'm asking them, why you here in South Africa? They say, look, back home things are hard, the economy is not doing well, there are no jobs, and of course if we don't find jobs within our own boundaries, within our own borders, we are forced to move to other countries, namely South Africa. And I'm just going to bring one of them here to talk to us about the situation here. As you can see, thousands and thousands of them gathering here. My brother, you are here at this center. You are waiting to be ferried to border post, get processed, and then cross over to Zimbabwe and then home. Talk to us about the situation here.
Oh, the situation here is very, very tough. Here is critically, like you can see. We have buses here, but it seems like we don't have buses here. Like we're not going, like we're not moving. So we're just hoping for the best that soon we'll get back home and live safely there. Yeah, that's what I can say. You know.
When did you come to South Africa?
For me, I came, that was back in 2017. That's when I came here. Yeah.
So are you happy to go home?
I'm happy. I'm also sad at the same time because, you know, I made a family, like I got a lot of friends, South African friends. They've been so real to me. I was so real to them. So, you know, sad, you know, to go. But we understand that we need to go back home and fix our papers and also. In other side, we don't have a problem with that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Right. Well, he needs to go home and fix his problem, legalize his status in South Africa. And that is the sentiment of many of them that we spoke to here. You know, talking about the whole day, with 3,099, the last time I checked, foreign nationals were processed at the Beitbridge border post. 303 were children, and that is quite sad. But of course, at the BMAS, we spoke to them earlier. They say that they are, you know, on top of the situation. They've deployed more officials, and people are being processed. Well, they cross over to Zimbabwe and then to Malawi. South Africa has a memorandum of understanding with Zimbabwe that these people will be processed and then moved to Zimbabwe and then over to Malawi, because South Africa does not share borders with Malawi. Tulas.
No, thank you for that. That's Lieutenant Bobodi out in Musina at a refugee camp. That's I suppose, the next step on the journey home for many of those foreign nationals, many of them being Malawians who are either being voluntarily repatriated or deported, many of them having come from the points where people were gathered over the last few weeks in KwaZulu-Natal and making their way. We heard yesterday that the travel is under police and security escort, ensuring that they are safe all the way to the border where they're then processed. That's what you are seeing there, the end point of their journey, at least this side of the border.
And as we continue then with our rolling coverage, we take you to Kukompo City. That is where SABC News reporter Ndomozuko Palintulo is on standby with some of the protesters there who are going to door to door. And Ndomozuko, good evening to you. And some of the protesters we've seen throughout the day choosing to, you know, take to the streets. But where you are, some of the protesters were going door to door. Tell us about what happened there during the course of the day.
Good evening, and also good evening to the viewers at home. That is correct. The protesters were actually going door to door, checking people that illegal, undocumented migrants that do they have papers, and when they were doing that, they actually did find three people that don't have documents and were taken, of course, by the police. As you can see, I think this is the final meeting point. That's just right behind me. That's the final meeting point where they're just gathering for the last time, and I think they're about to go home. But I do want to speak to some of the leaders that was actually here. Buti, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. I know that there's a question that the protesters were going door to door looking for undocumented migrants.
Yes, ma'am, we're going around. My name is Solomze. And then I'm a leader up in Mpumelelo, Ward 15. Yeah, we're going around because we know a lot of illegal foreigners that are staying here in Mpumelelo, and they are doing the wrong things. Some of them are selling drugs, some of them are raping the children. So we are going around looking for them. And then today they ran away. And then we are going to look for them till we found them, and then we leave them in Mpumelelo. Yes.
I believe that, during this protest, as we were following you, some of the community members were actually pointing to some of the people that sell drugs in this area.
Yes, there's a lot of people selling the drugs, and some of the people tell us that there's a drugs in this area, there's a lot of guys in this area, and it's running away and hiding themselves, and also the owners of the house, they charge these people in their houses.
So from here, Putano, I understand this is the final meeting point, and I'm assuming that people are going to go home. What's the way forward? Because I do believe that, as you mentioned, that there are people that have, of course, that have ran away, and I know I'm hearing conversations that this is about to go the whole week, not only today.
Yeah, we are going to come back at 9 o'clock tonight to look at those people that ran away, because we know their houses, and then we know all the places that they hide themselves to. So as men and the leaders of Mpumelelo, we are going to go back to the places where we know that we're going to find them.
Lastly, Puti, is it allowed for the protesters to be knocking door to door? Is it allowed for the protesters to be looking for these people?
Yeah, it's allowed, because even today we go door to door, and then we found the people. 13 people are arrested now because it's undocumented, but it's staying here now. So we have a right to go there, and then we go to call the police and we inform Umastish so that they can know that tonight we're not sleeping. We are going around and looking for those people.
Thank you so much. But as you can hear that, this is going to carry out through the night, and best believe that, yes, he has mentioned that they are going to be here until, they're going to be back here actually at 9 p.m. this afternoon, this evening, I mean. And I think, of course, there is police presence here, as we've mentioned earlier, that there are 3 people that were arrested with no documents. But for now, I think we are going to go back to studio, and of course, hoping that we'll bring up an update of what will be happening at around 9 p.m.
Ntomozuko, just before I let you go, if you're able to...
Working so hard in terms of arranging those flights for their nationals, and also the South African government really reaffirming the whole issue that this requires a very coordinated response within the SADC region, within the AU itself, to address really some of the really primary causes of migration, because it's all about the push and the pulling factors. But really just to elaborate further in terms of the picture across the country, joined by the Deputy Spokesperson for Government, Mr. Baloyi. So once again, sir, let's look at the picture across the country. I mean, obviously, there are some few incidents that we have seen reported, attempted looting, but generally, how would you characterize the picture?
Thank you very much. The public broadcaster has been providing verified and true state of issues, and we are also calling on people to follow the platforms of the public broadcaster for the verified information, as you know that we live in a misinformation era. As we speak in Central Africa time, 1 in South Africa, the situation is relatively calm. The marchers are marching in a very, very behaved and dignified manner. They are currently even submitting their petitions and their memorandum. Government has dispersed members of the executive in all the 9 provinces. That will be helping also to receive the memorandum. However, I need to indicate, as per your indication, that yes, there are several arrests that the law enforcement agencies have done. They range from inciting language, but also the most important one, which we want to also send out to employers, harboring of illegal immigrants. So there have been arrests pertaining to the harboring of illegal immigrants in your own area. So that we want to send out very clear that it's illegal. Others, yes, was attempted, as you're saying, they wanted to steal, but they were arrested. There have been some arrests in Northern Cape, but also in KZN, but relatively on minor trespasses issues. But up to thus far, the situation is relatively safe in the Republic, and we want to also assure South Africans that the law is not going to lose sight of making sure that all the marchers adhere to the agreed principles of marching peacefully, no violence, no violation of laws.
And
They called the end point, and it seems as though it's the end of the Johannesburg march, and we say this because the crowd has dispersed. You'd note that only a few people remain at this part of the inner city, and a large number of the marchers that had started in the inner city going towards Hillbrow, Yeoville, as well as other parts of the city, have managed to disperse. No major incidents reported, as we had said earlier, and this is really just what's happening. It seems as though they have wrapped up their march. We are going to try and follow up on whether or not there might be an address. That's what we had heard, that the leader of this particular march will be addressing this crowd. However, they've already dispersed, so no clue as whether or not they would then be speaking to these particular marchers. But this is where we're currently stationed, and this is because this is where they said they would end, possibly reconvene and see what happens next. But it seems as though that crowd are through with a day's worth of work here. We really have not encountered any major problems. You'd also note that we have seen some police presence still, and for the better part of the Johannesburg march, we have seen a very controlled version of this march where police were right there, various law enforcement agencies, your Johannesburg Metro Police Department, intervention units, public order policing units, as well as private security, and that's been the order of this day. This is where their march ends as things stand. We have been unable to speak to some of the shop owners as well as some foreign nationals within the inner city. Most of the shops remain closed. In fact, all of them. We haven't seen a single shop open from this morning, and it seems as though taxis were allowed to move to ferry people, but very limited passengers that we've noticed today. The taxi rank was operational as well. However, not too many, not the buzz and the hype that we often see at the major taxi ranks. They have now come to Mai, and this is where the Johannesburg march ends. Unat.
Lebang, quite interesting.
These marchers or demonstrators are dispersing now. They are going to their respective homes. They are saying that though they are not happy about the reception that they got from the members of the South African Police Service who managed to receive their memorandum of grievances. They are saying that they are giving a government an ultimatum or a deadline of the next coming 7 days. They have to make sure that they solve the issue of undocumented immigrants. Earlier when we started, the day started normal in Soweto, where we were next to the Chrisane Baragwanath Hospital. We were inside the taxi rank where we engaged with some of the passengers who told us that no, they don't want to be part of this march because they are going to work, and though they want government to speed up the process of making sure that it does deport undocumented immigrants, but they wanted to make sure that also they go to work. We also moved to Mzimhlophe next to Orlando the West, where we engage with some of the residents, those who gave us a different perspective. They told us that no, they don't want some of these undocumented immigrants to leave because according to them, they support them. They are saying that if they leave these immigrants, they will suffer as residents of South Africa, saying that they mostly depend on them when it comes to getting money towards the end of the month because they are renting. Now we have moved to Jabulani next to amphitheater where these demonstrators handed over their memorandum of grievances. Let me introduce one of the leaders who was part of those who handed over that memorandum of grievances. That would be Umusa Ehlonga. Thank you very much for your precious time. Now, you have handed over a memorandum of grievances to SABC and to the authorities of this multi-purpose center behind me. You are telling me that it will be impossible for government to meet your deadline.
Impossible is not the right word, but it's just for us to make sure that we get the answers because we don't want excuses. We're not expecting them to come in 7 days and they say we're still waiting for so and so. If you had the memorandum, it addressed 7 departments. So all the 7 departments in one document. So where they connect and they link, they need to be able to communicate with each other. I also understand why the people are so aggravated because this is not something that started now. This is a pain of many years that South Africans have been suffering from. So the 7 years, it is because of saying we have waited for so long for something to happen and nothing has till this day, and this is the reason why they don't have the time to give it.
Are you happy with the turnout, the number of people that came out to partake on these demonstrations, and also can you regard it as peaceful?
I am overwhelmed by the turnout. I was not expecting to see so many people, and we knew that Soweto was going to come, but the numbers were overwhelmingly positive. And so yes, I am. The other question I didn't get was,
can you regard it as peaceful?
I don't have to regard it. It was peaceful. I made a video last night, and I said on the video that we're going to surprise you as South Africans because you have concluded you know us, but we are a people of peace and honor, and we know exactly who to direct our frustration and our anger to. And that's exactly what we did. We came to our own offices. We came to our own SAPS. We didn't go to anybody's shop. You know why? Because we are not here to do someone else's job. We're waiting for them to deliver what they should be doing, and that's what's supposed to be happening. And if they don't do it, they will have to answer to us because they've promised.
Now, let's talk about this. Some of the
going for domestic workers when there are so many people in South Africa who are depending on social grants and could do the same domestic jobs. We want our people to be employed. We want them to run successful businesses. Where is the xenophobia in that?
Simple, these marchers or demonstrations.
Going for domestic workers when there are so many people in South Africa who are depending on social grants and could do the same domestic jobs. We want our people to be employed. We want them to run successful businesses. Where is the xenophobia in that? Is there anything that sounds like xenophobia from what I've said? So fellow South Africans, today almost all the tuck shops in our townships and rural areas are owned by foreign nationals, namely Pakistani, Somalis, Ethiopians. The economy that once belonged to our people, lawa uhamba khona uya kaNtombela uyothenga khona okadlala and buy there, it is now owned by Pakistanis. So, why is it that this has been happening? This economy belongs to our people, and it has been hijacked. Thousands of children die in this country because of food poisoning. The rape of our children and the terrorism of our communities, yet nothing much is said about it. Mustn't caught you about the children that have died. Here is a remembrance of some of the children that died after eating ukudla that was poisoned from spaza shops. Until today, those children have never received justice. Many buildings in the CBDs have been hijacked hijacked by foreign nationals. In particular, we don't see the media covering those stories. They just want to be where the migrants are and ask them if they've had food. Have you had food? Have you had a bath? When we have serious issues going on in our country, buildings are being hijacked and taken over. So these buildings are taken over by Nigerians in particular. But when South Africans complain, they are told that they are xenophobic. When will the government listen to us, talk to us, and not go on TV to threaten us? Today, we do not have DJ Warriors, who is also on my t-shirt here. May his beautiful soul rest in peace. He was brutally killed for fighting against the taking over of buildings. When will the world and the media tell everyone about Amazamazama that have displaced many families, terrorizing them and making them leave their communities because of illegal mining?
Manini madoda, manini senze interview. Senze interview, tell them truth, senze interview.
We are about to talk to Nkosikhona Ndaba-Ndaba, popularly known as Phakelum Mthakathi. He's just ended the march here at the Gugudla Mini Park at the workshop in Durban. And let's just get him quickly on before he leaves us. Looking at the march today, did you achieve what you wanted to achieve?
Today, first we want to thank Izinduna, we want to thank Izinsizwa, we want to thank all the community members that came to support the March and March. As the Insizwa Nomtsizwa Development Foundation, we did not have any event today. When we heard that our sister is having a march, then we stopped everything and then we said we are going to come and support her because we are marking 1 year, 7 months, 1 year, 6 months, 7 months now. We supported her from the first day she initiated, before she registered the March and March as a civic organization. We were there. We supported her from Zululand. So today we said if she's honoring the day that we propose as a deadline, because Insizwa Nomtsizwa came up with the day. Insizwa Nomtsizwa came up with the deadline of the 30th of June. So when she's doing something in Durban, let us go and support her, because we are having a press briefing tomorrow in the same park, in Gugudla Mini Park here in Durban. So it was a great success. We had 257,000 men that came from Insizwa Nomtsizwa to support Osiswam. We were anticipating 1 million, but because we are not funded and the taxis are not working, and also the people can come from as far as paying 50 rand to just come for the march, they couldn't come. But they started making their groups in their own town, peaceful groups that I will post and say where these people were marching. So it was a beautiful sight, and we really appreciate and siyazibonga insizwa kakhulu, sibonga insizwa kakhulu ngokuthi zithi into noma iqala umuntu wesifazane ebeseke beza bezoyeseka. We really appreciate that, because sometimes we say we love women, sometimes we say we want to empower women, but when women initiate things, men don't show up to support her. I stand for that. I stand to oppose that men are not supportive to women. You saw I brought 257 men today to support Jacinta, and I've been supporting her from day one.
You mentioned that you got a call from the president last night. What was the discussion about?
I met the president. Hello. We got the call. And we went and honored an old man. He's the first citizen of the country. Whether we agree or disagree, we have to respect. I was raised with respect. Ngiphume emzini wamadoda, ngafundiswa inhlonipho, ngafundiswa uthando, ngafundiswa ukulalela. Akusho ukuthi mawusulalelile uzobe suyezwa bese wenza lokho kushiwo. So I went there to meet the president. He presented his case. I answered to him. I'm going to say that in the press briefing tomorrow.
So you're not able to tell us what exactly he presented to you?
Be patient. I was patient for 12 years, working on this moral regeneration. generation thing. That's why you see so many men. That's why you see 257,000 men listening to one man. Because I have experience. Nobody can do this. If somebody else led this, it would have gone wrong. But I have so much experience and I love these men. Before the end of this year, I'm creating 1 million jobs.
Did the president ask you not to lead the march today?
No, he did not. He did not. No, he's a nice man. He's a nice man. He's a nice man. He did not ask me. No, he wanted my opinion. I gave him my opinion. And whatever I spoke about with him, I just gave him an answer. Whatever I promised him yesterday, today is an answer to whatever question he had. I just proved it to him.
You said that you were addressing now in the closing of this march. You said that you're not giving up. They will go. Elaborate on that. What does it mean? Did the 30th of March not achieve what you had set out initially?
No, it greatly achieved. It greatly achieved. I'm saying people must not slow down because the reason why the illegal foreigners are so much in the country is because the leaders forgot. So I don't want these men to forget. I don't want them to forget. Angifuni insizwe ihlale phansi ikhohle ukuthi izwe libhekwa zonke insuku. Izwe libhekwa zonke insuku. We will look after this country for the rest of our lives. We will not stop until we pass away. So akekho umuntu ozohlala phansi nje aneka amasende angazi ukuthi ufanele enzeni. Siyasebenza lapha. Kusemsebenzini.
Apologies for that language. So what to from today? Are there more initiatives or activities?
Unayo indoda wena. Unayo indoda kodwa. Ubona ngale short ufuna uyopheka indoda. Safa sihlangene la igugudla mina park. You get the details tomorrow. Bakithi. We will decide tomorrow. We'll decide tomorrow. We'll have our program and we're going to give the government some space to think and to respond to what we will be saying, and then we'll take it over from there.
Thank you very much. That was Nkoskhona Ndabandaba, who's probably known as Phakela Umthakathi.
On a random Tuesday, so basically you can see that a lot of people are crossing over to their home countries today, and also over the night people have been crossing, and of course yesterday, Sunday, and also on Saturday we've been seeing people being processed and crossing over to their country. But quickly, I'm joined here by BMA Assistant Commissioner Dr. Gudisani Rubenga, who will talk to us about their operations here. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your time. Talk to us about your operations. You've been here since yesterday. How many people have been processed?
No, thank you very much, Lieutenant. A very good morning to all the viewers. Yesterday, before 6 o'clock, we managed to process 25,000 people, and I'm talking about the people that were processed ever since the president has announced that strategy. So most of those people that we processed were Malawians. I think it was over 17,000 people that we processed, followed by Zimbabweans at 5.5. And then obviously there are other ports that are processing the Ghanaians, the Mozambicans. We've talked about a port like Libombo. So in Libombo we heard that they've processed, I think, over 1,000 people. So that is how much we have managed to process since the 7th of June.
And quite interestingly, you still have people crossing over to their own countries through the Limpopo River illegally.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate part of it, Lieutenant. While we are processing people here who are obviously processed as a result of repatriation or deportation, there are those who will take advantage of the situation and cross Limpopo River. So, but luckily we have managed to catch most of the people who were trying to cross over to South Africa yesterday, and then we are going to obviously intensify our efforts to ensure that we deploy the border guards on the borderline across the Limpopo River.
Yeah. And
in another part of Johannesburg, and we left a few of them that side to come and see the situation in Hillbrow. Now, I'm not too certain if our colleague Khozo would be able to show you, but we're a bit further off. There's a part of, from where we're standing, there's a part that's being cordoned off by the South African Police Service, and the preliminary reports basically say that there was a shooting incident that happened not too far off from where we're standing, and this has a lot to do with what transpired from this morning right through this afternoon. The situation, however, has been relatively calm. No part of the marchers have made their way to Hillbrow once more. we've just seen a large contingent of law enforcement officials as well as members of the South African National Defence Force. We had tried speaking to a witness to that shooting, what he claims. This is what he says, that some people were sitting in the car and the gun went off. Investigators are on scene, and that's pretty much what's happening in Hillbrow. There's a strong presence of law enforcement authorities, and for the better part of the Johannesburg CBD, the marchers have dispersed, albeit in Jules, your GP as well, where we've noted hundreds of marchers who had gone through Jules Street and all the way back downtown, back to Mai. But as things stand, the situation is under control. The SANDF is redirecting traffic, and we presume that this stretch of road has been closed to ensure that no vehicle basically moves through this part of the road where the investigators and detectives are combing through that scene that took place earlier. Bongiwe.
And of course, Lopang, as you continue then to monitor the developments for us tonight, some of our viewers are joining us for the very first time and, just trying to catch up this evening on what would have happened for the better part of the day. And perhaps we elaborate on this particular incident that, unfolded when it comes to this particular shooting. I know that you say that, from what you could gather from the eyewitness there, is that this happened in the car, the gun went off, and of course now the subject of, investigation. What else are you able to tell some of our viewers tonight who are coming in for the very first time, wondering what shooting are we talking about?
So for the better part of the morning as well as the afternoon, the marches have been peaceful and well organized from what we could tell. And we did see at some point organizers limiting violence as the march intensified. Now what the witness says was that the mob was moving through this part of Hillbrow when I'm not too certain which word to use here. I'm just trying to be careful not to use incorrect information. However, a scuffle of sort ensued. That is when a gunshot went off. And in fact, this is not the first time we saw or hear of a gun being used today. Back where we come from in Jules Street, there's a man who was arrested not too long ago. Now this is because he produced a firearm in self-defense, what he claims was self-defense against the marchers who were moving through that part of the street. So our knowledge on this particular scene is very limited. The eyewitness unfortunately refused, or rather wasn't comfortable to speak to us on camera, but he did explain that what they saw had to do with some of the marches. A scuffle ensued, and that's when a gun went off. Unfortunately, no police communication or confirmation has been issued with regards to this particular shooting. Police are still on scene, and the only thing we can tell is that the army has managed to somewhat control what could have perhaps been a bit more intense had the marchers returned to Hillbrow. We did see them move from one area to the next, going back to an area that they were this morning, just to ensure that the shops remain closed. What they have been demanding since this morning was to see no form of economic activity, particularly in the areas that they had targeted, your Hillbrow, inner city, Johannesburg inner city. And for the better part, we've seen that most shops that we have come across were closed, none were operational, and if they did find a shop operating, they would then force them to close that shop, just to try and control what they say is their march, that they have to do this. And in fact, earlier we tried to get confirmation whether or not these marches will continue. That's the word that we got from some of the organizers, saying that having seen how organized that these marches have been, they're definitely thinking and ensuring that these marches will continue to take place. We've just seen that police vehicle that was combing through the area leave the scene. Not too certain if the police have managed to clear the scene. They have also, however, cordoned off the better part of this road. They just cordoned off another section of where we're currently standing, so we cannot move in any closer. But these are just the visuals that are coming to you from Hillbrow. You'd see a number of SAMDF vehicles. This is Claim Street, if we're not mistaken, and they've been here for almost an hour now. Not too certain whether or not they'll be moving to different parts of the CBD or if this is where their deployment ends tonight.
Lobang will try and catch up with you a little bit later on there. Our reporter Lobang Alam was saying that she is live for us at Claim Street and giving us a sense of the developments there. You would have seen the procession of the marches there ending off in Kwamaimai. It was led by Ngizwe Mchunu. And as we continue to bring you reaction and even speak to some of our reporters on the ground, we'll touch base then with Lobang a little later on. Tell us.
All right, Bongiwe, let's try that interview once again with the ANC's first Deputy Secretary General, Nomvula Mokonyane. Earlier on, we had a bit of a difficulty with the audio from her side. I'm hoping that that has improved. Good evening to you, ma'am, and thank you for your time. I'm hoping that we now have a better line and I can hear the Nomvula Mokonyane that I know. Let's start with your reflections on how today has gone from your vantage point as the ANC. How do you believe today has gone? There was much apprehension and a bit of anxiety in some quarters that today could turn out rather in a bad way. What is your reflection, having seen what you've seen, the reports and perhaps some briefings that you are receiving?
The good thing is that we have also been in contact with some of the organizers of the march, the different marches. The latest being the meetings that the president himself had to have. Overall, I think the situation has been under control and led by those who came out and said this is a peaceful act by South Africans within the confines of the law. However, we are very concerned about what we have seen in Germiston, some of the sporadic incidents that have taken place. That is one area that the state has to work on, use intelligence-driven interventions, deal with those that have also been undermining the rule of law. But of importance, we need to work on the underlying issues that took thousands and thousands of South Africans to the streets. And that depends on the collaboration between somebody who's harboring an illegal undocumented foreigner, to somebody who's peddling drugs, to someone who's involved in human trafficking, and someone in the authorities of the state. And therefore, the sustenance of the work of the IMC must be done so that you and me, Thulasizwe, must not be frustrated by a type kind of an approach by the state where after tomorrow we do away with the efforts of an integrated intervention by the state.
Sure. We will get to the underlying issues in a moment. If I can ask you just one more question about today. Is it your sense that law enforcement lived up to their mantra and their undertaking that said the Constitution will be protected, the rule of law will be protected? Many would say many of these marches were peaceful, but it counts that some of them were not. It had incidents, certainly, that occurred. The incidents you allude to in Germiston. I was just seeing something, I think it's an area called Sunny Hook Building in downtown Johannesburg. Scenes that are being reported in parts of Gqeberha, where marchers were going house to house and saying that they want to remove undocumented migrants. Isn't this the kind of conduct that the likes of General Musikidi were assuring us was not going to happen just last night?
A loss of one life is one but too many. An incident, just one of this nature, dents the entire image, not only of the organizers, but of the state itself, that the state reassured South Africans. And hence we must call upon the state to make a follow-up, deal with those that are involved, ensure that their own surveillance and intelligence helps to apprehend these individuals. A family cannot now be traumatized. We hope that those that are available to provide the necessary support are there to support those families and urge South Africans, be part of a community policing forum. Don't take the law into your hands. Even if there is a right of civilians to act in terms of the rights that are enshrined in the Crime Prevention Act of South Africa, do it within the confines of the law. Every other thing, let's all work together. Let's ensure therefore that the sustainability of an integrated approach, there's visibility of the authorities that must deal with this. We must guard against also the genuine concerns being politicized because of this silly system that we find ourselves in.
How much do you, as the party that has run government in this country for the better part of the last 32 years, how much responsibility do you take for the crisis reaching the levels that it has, such that you can have scenes like the ones that we are seeing today, concerns about xenophobia, Afrophobia, but also at the same time others being concerned about a breakdown in the rule of law, this sense that the country's immigration laws were simply not worth the paper on which they are written?
We need to also make South Africans, including those in the media, to understand that issues of migration are global issues. And in some areas, there were much more violent protests and actions beyond what we have seen in our country. We need, to a certain extent, commend South African citizens as well as the law enforcement for minimizing those situations. Secondly, we must all make everybody to understand that the development and progress of South Africa cannot actually be a burden for the people of South Africa, the scarce resources, and hence collaboration at the regional level, at the continental level, at the global level, and adherence to conventions about the movement of people in war-torn or areas of conflict. So we take responsibility of making everybody participate. We take responsibility of finding solutions, working together, but we must also take responsibility of being open and honest with our own neighbors, with our own sister countries and sister parties, that the issues of development, the issues of economic development, of law and order, of democracy throughout the continent can not be something that we overlook and we end up with all these challenges. Our border management must be appreciated in terms of the work that has been done now. And what is of importance finally to us is me and you knowing what our responsibilities are. Somebody can't come from Pakistan and come to 2983 Sanu Street and live there. We must enforce the bylaw. But those that are harboring illegal foreigners must also be told that they are also enablers in the space. But where does it start?
But that's exactly the point. That's exactly the point of the criticism that's leveled at you as the party that has run government. That's exactly the criticism that says, for instance, the asylum system, the migration system as a whole, as well as the asylum system, you in running government allowed it to break down to the point that even those who want to be compliant are sometimes rendered non-compliant simply because there are backlogs in terms of asylum application processing, visa processing, migrant visa processing, things such as the borders being maintained properly such that you process people lawfully. That sort of broke down over a long period of time. That's exactly the point, including issues of labor law enforcement.
If I may contribute as well to this,
sure.
What I'm actually raising is that there are systems, there are many non-South Africans who are legally documented and legally in our country. There are many who have taken advantage of our lapsed systems. We need to sort that out. There are many who are collaborators and contributors to this. We need to deal with that. And finally, it can't be something that has to be sorted out through violence, taking the law into our own hands, and not dealing with the issues, the underlying issues, where scarce resources, the poor are fighting over the scarce resources. There's overpopulation in our townships. in the schools and in our hospitals. The state must make sure that it protects and deals best with our national interest. The state must make sure that it is open and frank with our neighbors, and the state must ensure that it has systems that are respected. And South Africans must also know that we must desist from being the enablers. There are many who have a role to play, and hence it has been good that the president has met with all these various sectoral representatives and leaders of our society.
What will you say to the proposition that says you as the ANC, you style yourselves as the leader of society, but in this case actually you found yourselves being led? That you did not lead society on these issues, with the result that there could be the emergence of new voices that we are seeing that are at the forefront of this conversation. For instance, some will point to your manifesto in 2024, that it came in terms of this issue of migration off the back of many organizations having raised it over a long period of time, and it wasn't necessarily followed by you following through on some of your undertakings around policies on migration. So the suggestion is you did not lead society on this issue, opened up the space for new voices, some of them legitimate, some of them not so legitimate, possibly with other elements in play as well.
I would expect the public broadcaster like you to play a very meaningful role and constructive role to inform South Africans that there is a process now of amending the very migration policy of the country. Let's all participate in that and ensure that our voices are heard. Secondly, the ANC has been able to enable a discussion and contact with various bodies in South Africa and abroad. Just a week ago, meeting with the various heads of missions here in South Africa, challenging them to speak out, challenging them to deal with their own internal issues, and urging them to ensure that they talk to their own community representatives that are here in the country. What is of importance as well to us is that the ANC will not want to impose itself and politicize. We're a political party. And politicize the views and the outcries of South Africans. We don't want to do that. In fact, what you see now is the hard-won right of South Africans. It does not need us to be directly involved with our black, green and gold. Many of those who are there, some voted for the ANC, some support the ANC, others are leaders of the ANC in their communities. Many of us are affected personally, directly and indirectly by the acts of illegal immigrants. Many of us are concerned about the drugs that are killing our nation, are concerned about human trafficking, are concerned about those that are making money out of this, but we are also concerned about those that are now riding on this genuine concern for cheap political opportunities and claiming that this is their initiative because of the season we find ourselves in.
All right, let's leave it there for this evening. Thank you for joining us and for your reflections. That's the ANC's first Deputy Secretary General, Nomvula Mokonyane, giving us some of the reactions from the party as far as the marches that have happened today are concerned.
All right, and tell us, quite an important conversation there you just had, and especially when it comes to just taking it back in time to where we are right now. One thinks about, for example, the SIU briefing when it was talking about what was found and, with the Home Affairs systems, visas, irregularly being given to people, a corrupt system that we got to see laid bare there. So it also speaks to, while this white paper, the draft white paper is there, but ultimately what happens in the interim with the Home Affairs systems? Yeah, absolutely. So that's part of the reflections that I believe many will be calling for, to say we see what's happening now, how the systems are being fixed now, but how did we get here? And I think we got some distance with the ANC's Deputy Secretary General in reflecting on that particular aspect. So I do believe we covered some ground. And quite a lot of ground you covered there, especially because there's a point you raised which is very important about how the system in and itself has, being so troubled in such a to such a point that even those who want to be documented will then find themselves not being able to
That's an
access
actual phenomenon
Yeah.
where many people are waiting up to 19 or 20 years for a document, and you start off, because the process is, Bongiwe, if you're an asylum seeker, you don't usually, especially with South Africa, with no immediate conflict on our borders, right? The idea is you approach the border and you present yourself and you say, I'm from XYZ country where there's a threat to my life, a genuine threat, and I would like to apply for asylum, and then you follow the process from that point onwards. But somewhere along the system, that system breaks.
And of course, as we speak about the system, the province of KwaZulu-Natal has been one of those provinces where we saw the protests there and quite a large crowd. So we get a sense from the Premier. You'd remember he even at some point had hosted that particular summit there. We're going to get to some of these issues in just a moment. But perhaps from your vantage point, Premier Thamsanqa Ntuli, good evening to you and thank you so much for your time. From your vantage point, how would you say today went in the province?
Well, good evening to yourself and to Thulasizwe and to the viewers at home, and thank you for having me. I must say, in the main, the marches that were hosted in the province of KwaZulu-Natal were peaceful, without incidents, except the criminal activities that were taking place in other parts of the province, as we are also receiving reports from police that they've arrested 10 people who were trying to loot the spaza shop owned by the foreign nationals. But in the main, the marches that took place in the province are not having incidents that were reported. They were peaceful. Hence, we really appreciate the work of the law enforcers, including the community, because the safety structures, the leaders of Amabuto, and even the local government, they were on board trying to ensure that wherever marches were taking place, the property and the lives were secured.
And when you look at, right now where things stand, because we heard from some of those who were leading these marches saying that this is not the end. In fact, for them, they say that the protests are going to be continuing. So as the province, we've seen you as well engaging with some of these activists. What becomes the way forward now?
We'll continue engaging, because we believe in providing leadership during difficult times. And we believe that it's important not to leave people to lead themselves. You must provide leadership. We'll continue engaging, and we want to see a stable environment and a stable situation in the province. I want to believe that the government institutions will have to be hard at work to deal with the problem of illegal migration. For those who are still here in the province, they must be attended to by the immigrant officers, the police of our province. If the members of the community are aware of some who are still in the province without documentations, they must report to the police, so that the police will arrange lawful processes to deal with the challenge.
Now, when then you think about some of those who are in the province, we saw some of them going to places. For example, I remember at some point in May, you had a situation around, Diconia, for example, where we saw, even the mayor of eThekwini getting involved to try and assist with verification and also making sure people are being moved. Then you then had a situation in Sherwood, and then you ended up having to have the Peter Maritzburg Center as well. Now we understand people have been moved to the province, in fact, to Beitbridge. So perhaps you tell us if everyone has been moved, but also secondly, how do you ensure that as a province you do not end up with a situation like this again in your hands, where people are out there desperate and needing help?
Well, in my understanding, all those who were in 2 centers, driving in Durban and also here in Pietermaritzburg, have been moved the site have been closed. There is no one there now. And we will continue engaging, because what is important is the engagement with the citizens in order to create understanding. When we hosted the summit, we wanted everyone to be on board in terms of what government is doing and what government is planning to do, and what we expect from them. The issue of having peaceful marches is what we were advocating for in our engagements. To say it's important that you pronounce as organizers that you want the marches to be peaceful. No march must destroy a property or hurt any person. And I want to believe that we were able to arrest the uncertainty that we might have experienced if we did not take an initiative. We'll continue engaging with our society, but while emphasizing that government must be hard at work to address the problem of illegal migration.
I know you speak about the fact that you were able to speak to the leaders to say that the marches ought to be peaceful. But at around 14:02 today, our colleague Talisha Naidu sent us a video, just of marchers that were allegedly forcing their way into the home of a woman, accusing her of, protecting undocumented immigrants. So it seems that at times, and listening to what you had to say and even what the police have said about the looting and the people that have been arrested, it seems at times though that even though the messaging is there and you are having these particular engagements, there might be some of those who are losing the message in translation.
Absolutely. In fact, there is an element of opportunism, either by the criminal syndicates or even by others who have their own ulterior motives, because you know that the people who are part of the marches are ordinary members of the citizen of the community, but some belonging to various political parties, and then a particular influence will find expression. But what is important is that the measures that were in place were helpful. We have seen incidents. We did not expect 100% perfection, but we wanted not to see KwaZulu-Natal going back to what happened in 2021. And hence, we really are grateful to the people of KwaZulu-Natal for ensuring that they keep KwaZulu-Natal a province that is stable and a province that is not burning its home. And we are condemning the criminals, and we applaud the police for arresting criminals, and we are even saying, even now, going forward, whoever is committing crime should know that the police will arrest whoever is committing crime. Every citizen in the province must be law-abiding in the province of KwaZulu-Natal while we address the problem of illegal migration, because we will continue to address the problem of illegal migration, working together with national government, provincial government, and local government. But it's important that whoever is raising a concern must respect the laws of our country.
And post then the summit that you held, and I know that even before the summit you were in conversations with some of the consulates and the high commissioners and some of the officials that would then be able to take what you envision forward. So what becomes some of the critical commitments that would have been made now as you deal with some of the different high commissioners here? What becomes the way forward there? Because I suppose that is exactly also the other part of the conversation.
It's important that we continue to engage with the offices representing other nationals in the province of KwaZulu-Natal or in South Africa, so that they are part of a solution. They made commitments that they do not support illegal migration into South Africa, and some played a pivotal role in addressing the issue of transporting their nationals back, such as Zimbabwe and also Malawi. And it's important that we continue to work together to, one, strengthen the relationship, to ensure the issue of social cohesion, because You know, there are people who ran from their places, even if they are documented, even if they have papers that allows them to be here. We need then as leaders of the society to work together to ensure that we integrate them back into the community. The leaders of the society are the ones who are supposed to lead that process so that people will adhere to social cohesion.
Premier, before I let you go quickly, has there been, an assessment of the economic impacts? And I ask this because we saw that in some of the areas, shops were not opened, etc. Have you done an assessment as the government to see if there's been any economic impact at all to the province?
Indeed, there will be an impact. We have not gathered any information regarding the quantification of the impact. However, we know that for businesses that were closed, that meant some loss, and even some people were not traveling quite freely because they were not certain. They still have, in fact, the trauma of 2021. So they were not certain what was going to happen. That is why we worked very hard to activate leaders of the society. Hence, we really thank the people of KwaZulu-Natal, those who heeded the call to ensure that there is stability in the province. There are no incidents that are clearing that to take place. In fact, even the little ones that of looting those spaza shops, really we want those people, even those who are still on a runaway, to be brought into book. We don't want such behavior in our province.
Appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to us. That's Premier there of KwaZulu-Natal, Samsang Manduli, giving us his sense of, just the day and where to from here as a part of the way forward. And we'll continue then with rolling coverage, taking you to the northwest. Tell us.
Indeed, Bongiwe. From there, let's go to the northwest where we find SABC News reporter Thabiso Moss, who's been tracking developments. Good evening to you, Thabiso. Multiple focal points in terms of the marches. I saw that there was activity in Mahikeng, in Zeerust. How would you sum up how the marches have gone throughout the day in parts of the northwest?
Good afternoon to you, Tulas, and our viewers at home. We are stationed outside Rustenburg Police Station here in Northwest Province. As you've alluded to, some of the activities that are taking place in the province, as far as those protests are concerned, you've alluded to those protests that have taken place in Mahikeng, in the capital city of the province, as well as Zeerust in Ramotsiremulwa local municipality. But what I can tell you is that the province was relatively calm throughout the day, except that there were, on top of those protests that you have alluded to in Mahikeng as well as in Ramotsiremulwa, I can also tell you that there were some protests. According to the police, they have recorded 13 protests in the province, and those protests were experienced in all 4 regions of the province, which include here in Bujanala region where Rustenburg is. But those protests were experienced in Madiben local municipality, which comprises a town of Breds. And if you go to the southern part of the province, in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, in towns such as Potchefstroom, Ventersdorp, as well as Hartbeesfontein, there were also protests there. And then in Joburg, outside at Klerksdorp, we have seen some incidents where some community members were working hand in hand with the police, showing police where some of these undocumented immigrants are hiding across that area of Joburg. And when you go to the western part of the province, in Dr. Rutsikhomutsi Mumpati, that's where there were some protests in towns such as Daung, Vryburg, as well as in Schweizereneke, as well as Ipelegen Township, which is outside Schweizereneke. And that's the information that came from the police earlier on, telling us about the picture in the province as far as those protests are concerned. But in terms of arrests that were effected during those protests, and I can also emphasize that those protests were peaceful across the province. Police wouldn't or were unable to tell us how many arrests were effected, because they are still going to collect some information as far as those arrests are concerned, and also telling us that since the operation started few days ago, especially here in Bojanala region, about 120 or over 120 illegal immigrants, undocumented, should I say, undocumented immigrants were arrested in the Bojanala region, which include areas of Rustenburg, Kabane Township, as well as Buitikong, which is also outside Rustenburg town here in the province, Tulas.
So that's a great and comprehensive picture that you paint there, Thabiso. But before you go, let me just ask you about what your observations are and what the colleagues are feeding into, our news system regarding the balance between protests that were targeted at specific government institutions demanding specific actions be taken and policies versus protests that were going house to house and seeking to, in a way, take people out on the basis that they are suspected of being undocumented foreign nationals.
Luckily to us, we were with the MEC for Community Safety, Vessels Moroeng, earlier on when they were briefing the media in terms of the provincial picture as far as those activities are concerned. So he was one of the executive authorities of the province who received a memorandum from people of Itsoseng, residents of Itsoseng, which is outside Lichtenburg in the Ditsobota local municipality, where people were complaining about undocumented immigrants. And during that particular press briefing, Vessels Moroeng has also alluded to the fact that they are going to continue with operations as the police and the provincial government to ensure that they are dealing with undocumented immigrants in the province, as I've alluded to the fact that over 120 of them were arrested in Bojanala region only. But in terms of what happened in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, especially in Joburg outside Klerksdorp, we're still going to get more information with regards to how many undocumented immigrants were arrested during that particular operation that was led by community working hand in hand with the police in that particular area of Bojanala. But I believe that the police in the provinces have also emphasized that they are going to continue the operation, even though the province was relatively calm today. They are going to continue that operation tomorrow to check what is the situation on the ground. But here in Rustenburg, like I said, we have visited several areas. We even went to one of the mining areas here in Rustenburg, which is called Kurundal, and it was business as usual. It was just a normal working day for many people in Rustenburg. We even went to Kabane Township just outside Rustenburg, where we also saw that even some local spaza shops or tuck shops in the area were operating as normal, and people were going with their lives as normal in that particular. So that's the situation with regards to the province of Northwest as far as those activities were concerned throughout today.
All right, Thabiso, thank you for that comprehensive reporting. That's Thabiso Moss, live for us from Rustenburg out in the Northwest, wrapping the day's activities as far as the protests are concerned there, Bongi.
And of course, Tulas, you speak about the protest, right? We're watching the clock, still waiting for that briefing that is to start at 7 o'clock. And this is a briefing by the Interministerial Committee. But South Africa, in fact, this is not the first time that we are finding ourselves where it comes to a protest around undocumented foreign nationals. Perhaps we take the viewers back to around, as far back as 2001.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll be picking the point of 2001 as a starting point. Some would argue that there's a history of migration prior to that, even prior to the country attaining democracy. But for purposes of this discussion, talking about migration, the control or lack thereof of migration, as well as the tensions that it gives rise to. We can go back all the way to 2001, which saw this sort of the early manifestations of the rise of intolerance.
And it then, moves to around 2007 when we see the African Peer Review Mechanism report flagging xenophobia as an issue of concern in South Africa. And also then we move to 2008. Remember,
that was a big one.
Very, very, very,
ugly
very big moment.
That
very
played themselves out. A moment of blight for our democracy, and we can safely say that 62 people dying during those protests across the country. So that really was the flashpoint, and I suppose a reference point for many people, because Many people lived through that moment and have lived through the other episodes that we are mentioning in our coverage. The next moment that we talked to, 2015, you and I were out in Soweto as much younger reporters when those protests were taking place.
And I remember those days, as you know, we were trying to make sense of what was going on. And I remember you and I at some point were saying that, I think let's just give up trying to chase anything and everything. But at that time, what was very clear in Gauteng at least, because these protests were in KZN and Gauteng, but what was clear at the time was just how on edge everybody was. And it was at the time when we got to understand that there would be people who are, you know, in the townships opting for what they're calling a sustainable income, and they would then lease out their spaza shops to foreign nationals to then be able to at least have monthly rentals. And that in itself, you know, created some kind of tensions, I remember, at some point.
Yeah, and then fast forward, you start seeing the contemporary movements, illegal migration movements start to emerge. So for instance, in 2021, you see the movement Operation Dudula, fronted and led by one Nhlanhla Lux at that time. And I remember the scenes when they would be marching through the streets and basically targeting shops in particular owned by undocumented foreign nationals and just going through the townships. That's when you start seeing the more contemporary, if I can use that phrase, movements that are shining the spotlight on this issue.
And then we start to see in 2025, you know, just around the emergence, the early signs of March and March in Durban, and then you move to 2026 to us where we start to see protests across the country, you know, not even across, in fact, in some parts of the country, one would say, you know, especially when it comes to what we saw concentrated in KwaZulu-Natal, but then quickly, you know, we saw something in protests in the Eastern Cape, and then we started to see Gauteng as well.
And the one key theme, a feature of the recent protests is that March and March, the organization led by Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, has been at the forefront of much of the momentum on this issue that has occurred in the last while, shining the spotlight, for example, at the beginning of this year around, as I was saying, issues to do with school placements. Remember that?
In Eddington,
being a concentration point of this issue. But then you see that building onto the momentum where you start hearing about June the 30th being some kind of an unofficial deadline that says something has got to give as far as this issue is concerned, which leads us to this day today.
And that particular deadline, as we heard, you know, Nkoskhona Ndabandaba speaking about that deadline, but also saying that they're going to be talking about some of the other issues tomorrow. But we speak tonight, and in the recent days, we've been talking about the deportations that would have happened. And perhaps if we go back in time, we'll look at some of the deportations that would have taken place, 2024 to around 2026, 110,000 undocumented foreign nationals deported.
Believe it or not, that's actually a huge jump in terms of the numbers that had been done as far as deportations are concerned in the prior year. So the year just before that, I think they were talking something in the region of 40,000, 39,000 thereabout, 40,000 deportations having been carried out. And that's off the back, and in fact you start seeing the new Home Affairs Minister under the coalition government, Leon Schreiber, starting to foreground and say that actually we are acting on this and we are escalating the number of deportations that have actually occurred. In fact, by March this year, they were talking about 109,000 deportations that had actually taken place.
And you then see what Tulas and I were talking about earlier on, the backlog when it comes to that asylum, you know, applications there. And as we then move on to some of the facts, Tulas, about migrants in South Africa, around 4.1% of the population. And it's what one would say, perhaps what, 2.4 million?
Yeah, so that's part of the picture, isn't it? Because you want to take it against the holistic picture of migrants of any kind, documented, undocumented, asylum seekers, as well as those who are economic migrants who are coming here perhaps on a visa, for example, those who are documented and those who come undocumented. That's the percentage. But the issues around Home Affairs system are not to be downplayed, because as far as the element that is seeking to be documented, you've got a whole host of people who want to be documented. I was describing the process earlier on, that for instance, if you're an asylum seeker, you have a number of days once you report at the border within which to report to a refugee status determination officer, RSDO, at a refugee center, migration center, who then will take your application, and they have a number of days to assess it, days. But actually this process takes months, if not years,
and,
for many people.
And Tulas, you and I have spoken about this to say at times people get lost in that particular process and they get lost from the system. But we'll continue to circle back to some of the history here as far as the story is concerned. So we take you to SABC News reporter Mkokeli Bandla, who is at the Epping Repatriation Center in Cape Town. For us, good evening to you, Mkokeli, and thank you so much for your time. Perhaps you give us a sense of how many people, if you know, have boarded buses, or how many buses have been able to, take people from where you are, and where are they headed?
Good evening, Bongiwe, and to our viewers at home. Indeed, we are coming to you live from Epping, the Repatriation Center here in Cape Town. It's been quite a slow process, as per what we are told by foreign nationals that are here. We have foreign nationals that say they've been here for 3 days and even more. And what's sad about this situation, Bongiwe, is that there are young kids involved, as young as 2, that are going to be sleeping here tonight in this cold weather of Cape Town. What I can tell you is that we have heard that there's been 3 buses today that have actually there's a bus in motion now. It's the 3rd one for today. There's 2 buses that have already left, and the 3rd one is about to leave for Johannesburg. In terms of the processes that are going to be followed by Home Affairs in making sure that they actually go back to their countries of origin. They did so voluntarily, but now to get a better sense of what is taking place and what took place earlier today here, we are joined by Samuel Libayane. He is from Malawi. Thank you so much, my brother, for joining us. Just to give us a sense of what has been happening here today. I understand that you arrived here yesterday, but to give us a sense, how can you describe the atmosphere and the conditions where you are at a repatriation center in Epping?
Thank you very much. At the moment, so far, like us Malawian, because we get the information late, so the time we came, we didn't even get a transport. We had lack of transport, but we see other people from Zimbabwe. I think them, they have the transport, they are moving. Yeah, so that's the condition for here. We have the children, as we say also, they are here, and it's cold, as you can see. So the condition is not that good. Yeah.
When we talk of updates, are you getting any from authorities, and what are they saying to you in terms of you going?
Like us Malawian, so far we don't have someone to help us with the transport. We are still looking for well-wishers to help us. We don't know if the government or our embassy talk with the government. We don't know anything for now, because there's another people who is working on it, but we are still waiting. So like for now, we don't have any transport. We just here only to hide for safety.
As you put it, it's very cold here. I can feel the cold myself. The conditions, how do you sleep? How is the sleeping environment, especially that there's young kids involved here?
Yeah, the sleeping condition is very bad. Likely there's another well-wishers there coming to help with the blankets, but still it's not enough for everyone. So a lot of people are sleeping in the cold outside.
Thank you so much, my brother. There you have it, Bongiwe. That is Samuel Libayane, a Malawian national, trying to give us a picture of what is happening here, and very unbearable conditions. If I can tell you, kids involved, concerned of the situation and the sleeping in arrangements that you are seeing here. It's really unbearable, if I can tell you, on the ground. It's very cold, Bongiwe, and they are telling us that they're not getting proper updates from the authorities as to when they are going to leave. But what I can tell you is that there's a third bus for the day that is in motion now to leave for Johannesburg. So they're saying they're also not quite sure if there's going to be another bus, but we're also going to engage the authorities here to get a sense of if there's going to be any other bus coming. But we're also told that in terms of the operating hours, they close at 5 o'clock, but I'm not quite sure then if they're still going to process some more people after 5 o'clock. So that's an update I can give you here from Epping in Cape Town regarding the situation of illegal migrant marches happening around South Africa. So from us here in Cape Town, it's going to be back to you in Auckland Park. Bongiwe.
Nkokeli, appreciate that update there. Sure, as you can see, some of those who are now gathering some of the belongings they have and then trying to find a spot where they can be able to sleep. And you heard there from Nkokeli saying the third bus has left the repatriation site in Cape Town, and it does seem that it's another night in the cold. From some of the children that you would have even been hearing some of the, the little screams, and they're playing there, with some of their friends, and the little voices and laughter, seemingly also, just probably just playing as the situation unfolds. But their parents, the mothers, there you can see a mother there with a child on her back and a blanket. And these are people that are going to then spend the night here again. And as we heard there from some of the officials, that through Nkokeli, of course, that the center closed at 5, and they will then be picking up the work again tomorrow. So let's see then what becomes an update, if at all, from the IMC on this particular situation in the Western Cape as well.
From the Western Cape, let's go to Hillbrow here in Johannesburg, where we find SABC News reporter and anchor Lopang Alamu. Good evening to you, Lopang. Earlier on, you were reporting about an incident, and I appreciate that you were treading carefully around it, as we always do, around situations that are unfolding, and we are having to tell the story in real time. I'm wondering if you now have a clearer picture since we last spoke, and how that incident fits in with the events that we have seen in and around Hillbrow throughout the day.
Well, Tulas, any more information on that particular part of this story is that 2 people have been injured from that shooting. Now, of what we've managed to gather in the last hour or so is that a gentleman felt a bit threatened and basically feared for his life when the mob came charging through the streets of Hillbrow, and apparently in self-defense he then fired some shots, and that's where those 2 people ended up being injured. But as things stand, that part of Hillbrow, that scene, has been cleared. Now the big question then remains, where is the SANDF? Where are they going to from here? And from the information that we have is that they were here to ensure public safety, as well as basically ensure that the police are able to do their job at that particular crime scene, seeing as though it's gone dark and that there aren't many law enforcement officials here. We've just heard of reports of looting in Jeppestown, and one can only wonder if the army will then be moving towards that part of the city. But as things stand, the situation is relatively calm in Hillbrow. We've seen people, we've started talking to them, and of course off camera, none of them comfortable to speak to us, but they claim that they feel a bit safer seeing the SANDF here to ensure that nothing happens to any of the residents around here. What we also do understand is that they will be moving from here to another location. Of course, they cannot divulge that information to us, and we'd have to get word from SANDF directly. And as things stand, they are here until further notice. So that's really the update that we have for you at the moment. Not too certain if that situation in Jeppestown, not too far from here, has calmed down, but we will also be basically informing our viewers as to what is currently happening there. Speaking of JP's Town, that's the same crowd that started here in Hillbrow, moved all the way through the inner city towards Kwamaimai. They then got to Kwamaimai, regrouped a bit, and we saw a large portion of those marchers making their way through Jewel Street GP. They passed the GP police station into Jewel Street in Malvern, and they then closed some shops as well. We actually saw a fast food establishment that was damaged there, and we saw police trying their level best to maintain public order. They then started making their way back to Kwamaimai using the same route that they had used to go into Malvern, and as things stand, they have not yet arrived at Kwamaimai, and those are really just some of the groups that mushroom at a certain part of Johannesburg, somewhere in the CBD. They mushroom, and so they're just really sporadic. They just move from one place to another, and as things stand, no certainty whether or not they have put their tools down, and we cannot at this stage confirm whether or not those marchers have indeed called it a day. But the situation here in Hillbrow, really calm, no incidents except that shooting incident that took place that we still need to speak to SABC about. That was confirmed, of course, but that's really all the information we have for our viewers at this point.
All right, Lopang, let's leave it there for this hour at least. That's Lopang Alamo out in Hillbrow, reporting there extensively about what has transpired, and also suggesting that they should be following up on further reports that they are hearing coming through out of the area of JP's Town in Johannesburg. We'll give you updates as and when they do come through. And of course, many of these issues that are at play will certainly serve before the Interministerial Committee on Migration, and that briefing is coming up at 7 p.m. But before we get there, Xoli Zondo has got her attention on the World Cup, watching all things to do with the World Cup. Xoli, Blaine asked me yesterday, Morocco or Netherlands, not yesterday, a couple of days ago, which team do you fear more? And I said, believe it or not, it's Morocco, and I was proven right.
Absolutely, Tulas, as Morocco made history in terms of the African countries, the very first for this edition of the FIFA World Cup to qualify for the round of 16. Now, of course, we remember in 2022, they were World Cup fourth-placed finishers. Morocco, the Atlas Lions, are through to the round of 16 in the Americas. They had to come from behind to beat the 3 times runners-up, the Netherlands, 3-2 on penalties in Monterrey in Mexico. Now, the match finished 1-1 after extra time. Morocco will now meet the co-host Canada on Saturday in Houston. Here are some of those highlights.
Manin Matot, Manin sends interview. Sends interview. Let them sends interview.
We are about to talk to Koskona Ndabandaba, popularly known as Pagelum Tagati. He's just ended the march here at the Kukudlamini Park at the workshop in Durban. And let's just get him quickly on before he leaves us. Looking at the march today, did you achieve what you wanted to achieve?
Today, first we want to thank Izinduna, we want to thank Izinsizwa, we want to thank all the community members that came to support the March and March. As the Insizwa Nomtsizwa Development Foundation, we did not have any event today. When we heard that our sister is having a march, then we stopped everything and then we said we are going to come and support her because we are marking 1 year, 7 months, 1 year, 6 months, 7 months now. We supported her from the first day she initiated, before she registered the March and March as a civic organization. We were there. We supported her from Zululand. So today we said if she's honoring the day that we propose as a deadline, because Insizwa Nomtsizwa came up with the day. Insizwa Nomtsizwa came up with the deadline of the 30th of June. So when she's doing something in Durban, let us go and support her, because we are having a press briefing tomorrow in the same park, in Kukudlamini Park here in Durban. So it was a great success. We had 257,000 men that came from Insizwa Nomtsizwa to support Usiswam. We were anticipating 1 million, but because we are not funded and the taxes are not working, and also the people can come from as far as paying 50 rand to just come for the march, they couldn't come, but they started making their groups in their own town, peaceful groups that I will post and say where these people were marching. So it was a beautiful sight, and we really appreciate and siyazibonga insizwa kakhulu, sibonga insizwa kakhulu ngokuthi zithi into noma iqala umuntu wesifazane ebeseke beza bezoyeseka. We really appreciate that, because sometimes we say we love women, sometimes we say we want to empower women, but when women initiate things, men don't show up to support her. I stand for that. I stand to oppose that men are not supportive to women. You saw I brought 257 men today to support Jacinta, and I've been supporting her from day one.
You mentioned that you got a call from the president last night. Yeah. What was the discussion about?
I met the president. Hello. We got the call. And we went and honored an old man. He's the first citizen of the country. Whether we agree or disagree, we have to respect. I was raised with respect. Ngiphume emzini wamadoda, ngafundiswa inhlonipho, ngafundiswa uthando, ngafundiswa ukulalela. Akusho ukuthi uma usulalelile uzobe suyezwa bese wenza lokho kushiwo. So I went there to meet the president. He presented his case. I answered to him. I'm going to say that in the press briefing tomorrow.
So you're not able to tell us what exactly he presented to you?
Be patient. I was patient for 12 years, working on this moral regeneration thing. That's why you see so many men. That's why you see 257,000 men listening to one man. Because I have experience. Nobody can do this. If somebody else led this, it would have gone wrong. But I have so much experience and I love these men. Before the end of this year, I'm creating 1 million jobs.
Did the president ask you not to lead the march today?
No, he did not. No, he's a nice man. He did not ask me. No, he wanted my opinion. I gave him my opinion. And whatever I spoke about with him, I just gave him an answer. Whatever I promised him yesterday, today is an answer to whatever question he had. I just proved it to him.
You said that you were addressing now in the closing of this march. You said that you're not giving up, they will go. Elaborate on that. What does it mean? Did the 30th of March not achieve what you had set out initially?
No, it greatly achieved. I'm saying people must not slow down, because the reason why the illegal foreigners are so much in the country is because the leaders forgot. So I don't want these men to forget. I don't want them to forget. Angifuni insizwa ihlale phansi ikhohle ukuthi izwe libhekwa zonke insuku. Izwe libhekwa zonke insuku. We will look after this country for the rest of our lives. We will not stop until we pass away. So akekho umuntu ozohlala phansi nje aneka amasende angazi ukuthi ufanele enzeni. Siyasebenza lapha.
Apologies for that language. So what to from today? Are there more initiatives or activities?
Una indoda kodwa ubona ngale shona ufuna uyopheka indoda. Safa sihlangene la eGugudlamini Park. You'll get the details tomorrow. Bakithi. We will decide tomorrow. We'll have our program, and we want to give the government some space to think and to respond to what we will be saying, and then we'll take it over from there.
Thank you very much. That was Nkoskhona Ndabandaba, who's probably known as Phakela Umthakathi.
here we are at Katlehong police station, and this is where the crowd had come, in fact, just minutes ago. And I will tell you that the crowd here was saying that they're bringing some of the foreign nationals that they had found just as they were moving around the community. And you remember, of course, that the president did say that, you know, people must not do that. It shouldn't be up to them to actually check whether people are documented or not. But these residents feel that they have to do it. They are working
Good day to you, Unati, again, and a good day to the viewers at home as well. We are still in Gqeberha, but we've moved a little bit up to an area called Kuiga. It's a little community just off Cape Road that many would be aware of. It's quite a sort of a older place that has existed in Gqeberha. But now we came here a little bit because we saw on social media that there was some demonstration that was happening. And so the minute we arrived here, we followed the marches. And when we arrived at the marches, we realized that a lot of people had gathered around a specific house. And then upon investigation, we saw that this house had flats in it. And so we started speaking to the community, trying to establish if this had anything to do with the same sort of cause or the same chant that is being sang throughout the country. So I'm going to talk to some of the residents that I've literally been flanked by now, or flanked by rather, just to hear from them exactly why they gathered here today and what was the point of the march in the first place. So ndicela uqala ngawe ke sisi, njengoba nidibene apha namhlanje sisi, uthini wona myalezo nophuhlisayo?
Sisi njengoba size apha namhlanje, as from the start, from bebethethile about what of what's happening today, is baba masingenele aba bantu nje kamnandi sibacele kahle sisi ba mabahambe izinto abazenza yazihambi ngomthetho, singabanye sidinga umsebenzi, singabanye sigqibile ngesikolo. We are suffering just because of abanye nje besibabona baphila. It's like that life that they are living is bekumele sitha baphila lampilo bayiphilayo sisi, yayiva.
So xa nithetha ke ngoku sisi, zeziphi ingxaki enithi nizibonayo mhlambe enithi zichaphazela?
It's because they gain a lot. They gaining, and most of abantwana bethu abafuna bene ID, they take too long. Bemane besibhanqa ngo-home affairs. Peace sesizibhanqa thina singabanga. Sifuna impumelelo nasifuna ukubheka phambili.
Hayi iyavakala sisi. As you can see, the situation is quite tense here. I'm going to try and move through the crowd just to show you some of the police presence that is here. It is quite a heavy police presence, a lot of people again, and they are moving towards this flat now that we are also walking towards, with the cry saying that they want to say this message that says that they believe that the immigrants that are coming, the undocumented immigrants in particular, are affecting them very badly, in that they are saying that some of the jobs are being taken. Understandably here, there is a heavy police presence as well. A lot of people joining in this quite a small community. However, of course, we will be moving with the protesters as they go throughout the town, saying that they would like to go to every house that they believe has any undocumented immigrants and demand that they leave the house. But for
on a random Tuesday, you know, so basically you can see that a lot of people are crossing over to their home countries today, and also over the night people have been crossing, and of course yesterday, Sunday, and also on Saturday we've been seeing people being processed and crossing over to their country. But quickly, I'm joined here by BMA Assistant Commissioner Dr. Gudisanu Rubenga, who will talk to us about their operations here. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your time. Talk to us about your operations. You've been here since yesterday. How many people have been processed?
No, thank you very much, Lieutenant. A very good morning to all the viewers. Yesterday, before 6 o'clock, we managed to process 25,000 people, and I'm talking about the people that were processed ever since the president has announced that strategy. So most of those people that we processed were Malawians. I think it was over 17,000 people that we processed, followed by Zimbabweans at 5.5. And then obviously there are other ports that are processing the Ghanaians, the Mozambicans. We've talked about a port like Libombo. So in Libombo, we heard that they've processed, I think, over 1,000 people. So that is how much we have managed to process since the 7th of June.
And quite interestingly, you still have people crossing over to their own countries through the Limpopo River illegally.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate part of it, Lutendo. While we are processing people here who are obviously processed as a result of repatriation or deportation, there are those who will take advantage of the situation and cross Limpopo River. So, but luckily we have managed to catch most of the people who were trying to cross over to South Africa yesterday, and then we are going to obviously intensify our efforts to ensure that we deploy the border guards or the border line across the Limpopo River.
Yeah.
And what I can tell you is that right now we are at the Madiba Street in Pretoria, and we can see that the marchers, they are going up with the Mandela Drive, whereby they are going to Sunnyside Police Station, whereby they'll be handing over their memorandum. What I can tell you is that many shops here around the city, they are closed due to this march. But right now I do have a few of those who are marching, who's going to tell us what are their expectations. Mama, thank you so much for joining us. What are your expectations today?
My expectations is to see change, is to see South Africans being given a priority and being given their place, the place that they deserve in their country. I want to see the benefits in terms of the businesses that have been hijacked in the locations, and I want to see safety in terms of our children that are trafficked. I want to see also the powder that has ravished our youth being out totally, altogether. Of which I need to also say, if the president can really consider what South Africans are going through. Remember, the illegal foreigners that are here, most of them that we complain about, they are in our spaces. You know, they are integrated with us. And now that we've given them about 30 years, you know, of our time, and saying that they also need to drive to change things in terms of their their conditions. But we have seen a lot of crime coming out. We have seen a lot of cruelty being done to our people. So we are saying illegal foreigners must leave us in peace. Yeah.
Okay, enkosi mama. But ngicela usitshele ukuthi why only now? Why should they leave only now?
The stat says there's 5.6 million undocumented foreigners. So the more they come to, the more they become too comfortable, the more it gets difficult for us as South Africans. So we are saying that they must leave now because the country is not the same anymore. Our government is very naive. They even said today is a normal day. You can see all 99% of the shops are closed. Who owns the businesses if 95% of the shops are closed? There is no business that is running inside the CBD. We want our CBDs back, my sister.
Good afternoon. I am currently standing in front of the Western Cape Legislature, and as you can see behind me, there's a crowd of about 300 to 400 protesters made up of around 6 different civic organizations. That includes March and March as well as LACO, and they are the labor and civic organization, and they, of course, this is their second time coming here to the provincial legislature. I asked one of the leaders earlier on what their plans are, why they are here today. They say they were here about 2 weeks ago, where they tried to get hold of a representative from the province to hand over their list of grievances and memorandum, as I'm sure is happening in other parts of the country as well, and they received no response. So today, the deadline day, they are back. Still no response. I asked what's going to happen if they don't receive a response today, and they say today is just the beginning. So whatever that means, they say today is just the beginning. I do have it on good authority, though, that the Premier, in fact, is not in the building. At this point, we don't know if someone is going to come and fetch the memorandum or meet with the protesters. They are trying to move from here to Long Street. Long Street is a very, very busy hub. Loads of clubs, restaurants, bars and pubs in that area. And of course, there are lots of African nationals working in that road as well, as bartenders, as waiters, waitresses, bouncers. And this group are trying to move there, Long Street, but I've also been told that the police will not allow them to move beyond this point. They're going to try to contain them in this area while they wait. I don't know how long they're planning to wait. On the other side, though, look on you, I'm not sure if you can pan. We see the cathedral over there. In front of the cathedral, there are a few people gathering as well. It's a silent vigil for peace. So that group is basically, I don't know if I can say opposing or opposite to what this group are doing, but that is a group who are basically just standing there and praying for peace and calm around today and all the events happening around the country. We are going to move over there as well and see what we can get from that crowd. But for now, we have this group of people, and I'm told that there are other hotspots around the Western Cape, areas like Somerset West, Kraaifontein. But of course, as we get more information, we will be bringing that to you. We've got journalists deployed across the region. Mfundo, so I think I'm going to wrap it now so that I can move over to the church and try to get comment from the people who are taking part in the silent vigil as well.
Close by, people are selling drugs close to the school. There's prostitution happening close to the same school. So they're calling on the local government, they're calling on the provincial government and national government, to take a stand and to do something. Of course, the march ended around 3 p.m. this afternoon. People were quite relaxed. The town remained closed, with a lot of businesses closed, and one can easily say to us this was indeed a peaceful march. No incidents were recorded in Emalahleni this afternoon, although there were hundreds of people that we saw here. People also came as far as Secunda, as far as KZN, to us, so no incidents were reported. Everything went according to plan. We saw the organizers of March and March, having a human shield around the marches just to ensure that everything goes according to plan. At some points they would take comfort breaks where they would brief them to say, remember, high discipline, high morale, we are not looting, we're not destroying anything.
Right,
one can easily say to us that
I have to come in there. That's Nonhlanhla Jele out in Emalahleni. We do that simply because we're going to that interministerial committee briefing, which has now started.
This briefing, it's a culmination of some of the marches that took place in some parts of our country today. I will therefore invite Minister Kubai, in her capacity as the chair of the Interministerial Committee on Migration. On sign language, I'm joined by Kamokhelo, then he will be assisted by Mlambo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brawili. Let me acknowledge Minister Nchabeni, Minister in the Presidency, Minister Kachalia, Minister of Police, Director General we call a Secretary of Cabinet, but also Director General of all Director Generals. DG Baleni is Director General in the Presidency, but DG, Head of Foresight in our country. Good evening, members of the media. Good evening, members at home. Government wishes to express its appreciation to all South Africans who exercise their constitutional right to protest peacefully and responsibly during today's migration-related demonstration. We commend citizen, community leaders, organizers, civil society formation, religious leaders, and law enforcement agencies for their commitment to peace, restraint, and respect for the rule of law throughout the country. While policing operations have been effective thus far, with demonstrations remaining largely peaceful across the country,
Police have responded to isolated incidents of looting and attempted looting. Those who chose to exploit the marches to commit criminal acts will face the full might of the law. Police will continue to identify, arrest, and prosecute all those responsible for criminal conduct during the activities. The peaceful conduct displayed today reflects the strength of our democracy and demonstrates that South Africans can voice their concerns firmly and lawfully while respecting the rights and dignity of others. Government acknowledges that many citizens have genuine concerns about lack of economic opportunities, irregular migration, service delivery, the challenges of border management, and general public safety. These concerns deserve to be heard and addressed systematically through lawful and democratic processes. Government particularly welcomes the fact that most participants rejected violence, rejected vigilantism, rejected to intimidate others, rejected provocation, looting, and rejected to damage properties of other people. Such actions that are not wanted in our communities have no place in a constitutional democracy and undermine the goal of safety and economic prosperity that communities seek to achieve. As government, we wish to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to implementing the comprehensive approach for migration management as announced by President Ramaphosa. This 5-point plan focuses on strengthening the enforcement of immigrations and labor laws, securing our borders, improving migration management systems, closing legislative and policy gaps, and working with countries across the continent to address migration challenges in a coordinated manner. Government continues to make substantial progress with the deportation and repatriation of foreign nationals across the affected provinces. To date, the latest statistics indicate that we have successfully repatriated 4,286 foreign nationals and deported further 419 in the past few days. We want to assure all South Africans that government will continue to actively manage migration through lawful, coordinated, and constitutional measures. Our objectives remains clear. A South Africa where migration laws are respected and enforced, where borders are secured, where communities are safe, where businesses compete fairly, and where human dignity and constitutional values are upheld. Government will continue to intensify efforts against criminality, corruption, human trafficking, labor exploitation, and all forms of illegality associated with irregular migration, while ensuring that enforcement actions are carried out within the framework of the Constitution and the law. We call upon all South Africans to remain calm, reject misinformation and xenophobia, and continue working with government and law enforcement agencies to build safe, stable, cohesive communities. We will manage migration in a manner that protects our national interests, promotes the rule of law, and advances the values upon which our democracy has been founded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the feedback to the nation on what transpired, but also the plans that you have outlined. Colleagues, let me invite questions from the floor, and I will later on take the questions that are sent virtually on our platforms. Let me recognize the names in this way. I note your hand, I know the second hand, and the third hand in the middle. Then those names in that order. You'll introduce yourself, the media house, and then your questions.
From Usual Africa. Minister, what I would like to reflect on is regarding the demonstrations, firstly, the issue of the requirements and what was told by police, particularly in regards to some people, carrying those traditional objects through those protests. That was something that we saw. We also saw in some demonstrations that there was still that issue of people going to individuals, asking them to provide as well certain documentation. How is the state going to put, in confidence, particularly to people that, that they've got this situation under control? Another question I wanted to ask was, we've heard March and March saying that they will continue demonstrating every Thursday up until they can see, a proactive response from government. Your response to that, do we have the budget for it? I know that there is an amount that has been allocated to continuously monitor these operations. There was also the issue of, now that June 30th has come and gone, perhaps my next question is not so much about the rhetoric, but perhaps maybe just the social cohesion. How do we come out of the kind of rhetoric that we heard today, the discourse that we heard today, and see communities once again together? There are certainly some individuals that are still very much afraid from what they have seen, and even hearing from organizers saying that they will continue to intensify these protests. And then just very lastly, the operations on the ground, managing some of those demonstrations, but I think the true test will perhaps be overnight. We're really seeing a lot of demonstrations overnight, areas like in Mpumalanga. We also know that in Durban, Claremont, it was quite violent in those areas. Can you just talk to us about what we know? Anyone has been arrested in those particular incidents where it wasn't sporadic, but it was more than opportunistic, it was criminal?
Thank you.
My name is Samke Masebo from the Zambia Broadcasting Corporation. My question is to the ministers. There were incidents across the country, particularly when we go to Pilgrim, we go to Jamestown, the Venda family, the Jonah family were confused for being foreign nationals, and we are seeing this confusion where those who have communities who are speaking, who Chivenda, Chitonga, speaking, and are presumably documenting themselves, are presumed to be from across the borders of South Africa, what are you doing in order to protect those who may have the features and the physical characteristics of those who may not similarly known as from the borders of this country, as we've seen in Chivenda, in Jamestown, with those particular Chitonga, Chivenda speaking people, and the daily person being confused for being foreign nationals. Then, on the issue of the deployment of the resources, we've seen that the state does have capacity. But what is stopping the government from making sure that in every corner, in every street of this country, there is presence of the law enforcement agencies in order to protect the residents of the country, as we see and show the true might of the security apparatus of the state that we see today. The President also held a meeting with the male organizers of this National March protest. What was the content of that particular meeting that the President had with these three men yesterday evening? And why was the particular meeting who has been seen to be at the forefront of this particular march from where they started protesting in Edmonton primary school left out of this particular meeting? Is it because she wanted to see the predecessor and what another minister, or she spoke at a political rally of a certain opposition, the official opposition party of this particular country? Do you also believe that there has been a third force behind these particular protests? Particularly noting that at some point we had the Israelis saying that Africa must be divided and South Africa must be the first port of call. I was suspecting that this is the work of the CIA and the Mossad and retaliation to the ICJ case that South Africa brought against the crimes against humanity by Israel. Is the third force alive and kicking?
you. In the middle, yeah.
It's very difficult to go after that. My name is Diana Kobe from ENCA. Ministers, of course, the 30th of June now having passed, there's still some tensions on the ground. I think my question is, what assurances do South Africans have now that it's not just going to be business as usual, that their concerns are going to be dealt with when it comes to the migration crisis in the country? Also, seen on the ground, we have seen some very violent scenes when it comes to those, having weapons, traditional weapons, but also scenes where families were taken from their homes. Will there be any consequences, and what sort of consequences will there be for those who have acted violently during these demonstrations? And also for Home Affairs officials who have participated in this illegal migration crisis, who've taken bribes, who've been part of the problem, what's the consequence management moving forward there? Also on the 600 million rand that had been spent on today, if you could take South Africans into your confidence, give us a breakdown of exactly how that money was spent.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the lengthy questions that are quite important, that they represent what maybe some people might want to know. Fortunately, the government is here late at night. I'm not sure ministers who will be starting.
They will start and come to the end.
We will invite Professor Kachalia, Minister of the Police.
Thank you, Mr. Beloy. Greetings to Minister Kubai, Mr. Nchaveni, and DG Baleni. Let me see. There were lots of questions. On the issue of traditional weapons, the Constitution protects the right to assemble peacefully and unarmed. And the legislation governing protest action makes it very clear that illegal weapons during a demonstration are unlawful. And the police are required to enforce the law. There are those in our community who consider certain kinds of instruments to be parts of their identity. So that introduces a question that needs a conversation in our society. On the one hand, the law is very clear, but we have to have a conversation with those who believe that the carrying of certain kinds of instruments should be protected by the law. And there are situations in which the police, especially in volatile situations, will exercise prudence and restraint. And they did that today. Demonstrations occurred in many parts of the country. They were almost all peaceful. There were no clashes between the police and demonstrators, which I'm pleased about. Where clashes occurred in Yeovil, for instance, those clashes were between different parts of our society. So the police did extremely well today, enforcing the law with restraint. Overnight and in the weeks ahead, we will continue to exercise vigilance. I've taken note of statements that were made that these marches will continue each Thursday until the next election, local government election. That suggests to me that there are some involved in mobilizing sentiment around the grievances that are genuine, that there is a political dimension, that this may be part of a project to mobilize politically as a lead up to the local government election. And that suggests that this is not just about illegal immigration. And I think it must become clear in the days and weeks ahead by addressing questions to those who are making these statements about their political project. So there's a genuine grievance, but there also appears to be a political agenda. We have, as government, emphasized the unity of our people, that we address the grievances, the genuine grievances around illegal immigration as a democratic society through a conversation between our people and our government. We are committed, under the leadership of Minister Kubai and this IMC, to address the issues, the important issues concerning illegal immigration. So there has to be a conversation in our society going forward, a productive one aimed at building a consensus around this issue. And to the extent that there are fractures and divisions in our society on this matter, that renders our country vulnerable to other forms of manipulation. So I think government is correct to emphasize the importance of unity, cohesion, and consensus on this matter. I will address to the question of criminality. We have been consistent in our message that we're going to enforce the laws relating to immigration and irregular migration. We are going to enforce the law against criminal conduct, and I think you can expect to see after June the 30th action being taken by the police to ensure that those who are guilty of incitement and other forms of criminality will be arrested and prosecuted. The conversation I'm having with the police is that that form of consequence management is particularly important. Now on the issue of costs, let me clarify. Any special operation, any police operation, like Chanele, for instance, dealing with illegal migration, an increased mobilization of policemen and resources across the country, as we've seen, costs money. We have to pay overtime, we have to accommodate police officers across the country. All of that costs money. There's no additional budget for these costs. And these are not once-off costs, 600 million spent on one day on one set of operation, on the June the 30th. But I think our people have to understand that when there are periods of instability and threats of shutdowns and so forth, the right thing to do by the police is to take preventative action and to be prepared to make the resources available for maintaining peace and security in the country. And we've seen the value of that today, haven't we? There was lots of anxiety in our society that we're going to have a repeat of July 21. That hasn't happened. In a moment of heightened mobilization, the police across the country, in all provinces, in all localities, have been able to prevent violence and to maintain the peace. So I think that that's a plus. South Africa has had a good day today, and I'm hoping that we can maintain the peace in the weeks and months ahead as we lead up to the local government elections. We have already seen in the last registration weekend killings of councillors and so forth. So the police are going to be, their responsibility is to maintain peace and order in this period. We are not looking at June the 30th as an arbitrary deadline. Our work lies ahead of us, and our commitment is to maintain the peace in this country, to create an environment in which the conversation between the government and the people can continue around the important issues and challenges that our people face. Chair, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I will invite Minister in the Presidency, Mr. Khumbuzo Ntshavheni.
Thank you, Mr. Baloyi. Thank you to members of the media for the questions, and to my colleague, Minister Kachalia, for opening the response line. On the question of whether they notice that there will be weekly demonstrations, whether we are threatened or we are worried about that, we are not worried, because there have been demonstrations actually every day since the beginning of June. You may not have been following them, but there have been demonstrations all over. And we've been making sure that those demonstrations are safe and those demonstrations are peaceful. Where there was interventions needed, the law enforcement agencies and the security infrastructure intervened. On the issue of how we're going to maintain social cohesion, we've had, as government, the President has had the foresight of accepting the proposal of hosting a national dialogue. And the importance of that national dialogue is that South Africans needed to converse with each other, converse about their challenges, but also converse to know each other. And this current situation we are confronted with, of the protest against illegal immigration, it's in line with that conversation. Ourselves at cabinet level, we have had 5 iterations around illegal immigration in the country. The IMC, by the way, just to put it on record, it was not started now in June. The IMC was established in March, in the cabinet meeting of March. And we had to do preparatory work to make sure that the policy gaps are being addressed, identify those gaps, and other work that have been done, and also build up into the work of the previous IMC. There was an IMC that dealt with immigration issues, that led up also towards the establishment of the BMA, but also towards the first white paper on immigration and the other interventions that have been made. You will recall when we had to make an intervention around foodborne diseases in the country. That part of the stream in that IMC included the stream that dealt with immigration and illegal immigration in particular. So, but it's part of the conversations that South Africans must have with each other to say, if government fixes not only the border gate, but also fixes the borderline, puts the laws in place, what about the South Africans who continue to host illegal or undocumented foreign nationals in their homes and choose to pick up rent of 2,000 rands for a spaza shop with the risk of all the unsafe health challenges? We are building up the work on health inspectors, and we are building up that capacity at municipalities so that those can be done. We are also building up capacity to enforce bylaws in municipalities. You have seen in the cities of Johannesburg, they have been very consistent in enforcing bylaws to make sure that our areas are clean, but also we do not have things that are activities that are illegal in the areas, including people that are undocumented. And it's a part of also strengthening the government coordination in working in this place. You have asked that you have seen the full deployment of the law enforcement, what makes us fail to deploy to make sure South Africa is safe. You will recall during the State of the Nation address, when the President was addressing, he called on the security cluster, which is chaired by Minister Kubai, to say we must work strongly to deal with issues of crime, and not just crime, and organized crime in particular, that continues to make our communities unsafe. And he spoke about the deployment of technology to improve security in that cluster. And this is part, what you are seeing is part of the work that is being done, that deployment. That's why even in the build-up to the 30th of June, we assured you that the country will be safe. There's not going to be a shutdown, there's not going to be intimidations, and you doubted us. And there were marches in between, as I've said, but they were peaceful, and everybody abided by the rule of law. You've asked the question of whether there's a third force behind the protest. Our responsibility as the government is to ensure that South Africa is peaceful. What is behind measures that threatens the peace of South Africa is for us to confront and deal with decisively. And if we come here and say this is what is threatening the peace of South Africa, you'll do like the other time when I released the national intelligence priorities. You were threatened and worried. Leave that to the intelligence structures and the security cluster, and just appreciate that your government is able to make sure that there is law and order in the country, and will continue to work to ensure that we also eradicate situations of unsafe communities and criminality. Thank you. Over to you, Minister Kubai.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think the first one I want to speak to is in relation to the meeting of the President with the gentleman, as Samkelo says. Firstly, as the IMC, we did announce that we interact with various stakeholders, we engage various stakeholders, and when we receive a request, we respond to the request. So a request was received for the President to engage with the representative of the organization, and it was up to the delegation to decide who arrives and who do. With all the stakeholders, we don't tell them, bring so and so, don't bring so and so. We receive a request. We received a request from an NGO. As we finished meeting with them, the following day they took us to court. So we don't say these people disagree with us, these people agree with us, we'll meet with this one, we'll not meet with this one. So we meet with everybody. As long as we receive, either we identify the individuals or the organization as a critical stakeholder for us to engage, or they approach us, and then we look in terms of government who is suitable or who at that point will engage with those. In terms of the issues that are being dealt with, the confusion, I think there is a need for us to work more in terms of social cohesion, as Minister Chabeni has said. I have seen a video that talks to a lady who says that they've been attacked because they are Tsonga speaking. That's in Germiston. It's really unfortunate that we still find a situation whereby South Africans are forgetting that we are a nation diverse, as we are, with all our languages in terms of our difference. And we want to continue to encourage everybody to understand that we are a diverse society. There's no place for either discrimination, for any form of discrimination, for any form of segregation for anyone who is within the border. So it is regrettable that there would be individuals who feel unsafe while they are South Africans themselves because they are not known by particular individuals. Colleagues have answered quite a number of issues. I think the assurance that we can give to the public is that the IMC work continues. On Thursday, as we previously announced, we've got an oversight of the work led by Minister Mutsecha. The IMC will meet on Friday again, look at the work that has been done, receive reports from work streams. The law enforcement area is work stream 1. So we still have other 6 work streams that we are working on, that regularly they must report, and so that we can continue the work. This is not a work that ends today, as we've previously said, and this is not the work that was meant for today. The assurance to South Africans is that we have identified this area, and the President has given us an instruction to do the work and report regularly. So until the head of state comes and addresses the nation and say, I believe that the work has been done, we've been able to implement, or the team has been able to implement what he has given us an assurance or instructions to do has been done, we'll be able to say we are done. But for now, we are not yet done. On the issue of Home Affairs officials, you'd remember that SIU together with Home Affairs released a report in terms of the systematic corruption within Home Affairs and also the officials that are implicated. I think let's again urge South Africans, those who have information of further bribes that are happening, please share with the state so that action can be taken. We have seen individuals being taken through courts. We have seen individuals being dismissed, but even including in terms of the identification and documents that have been issued irregularly or through corrupt means have been cancelled. So if there's anyone who has further information on what we need to do as the state in that area so that we can be alerted, but dealing with corruption within society is a two-way. Society as well must not go and seek corrupt activities and pay officials, while we are saying if an official asks for a bribe, please report that person. It's your responsibility in terms of PRECA laws. I wanted to support Minister Kachalia because the issue of the 600 has been going on, and I think it has been misunderstood. For example, when it's festive season, law enforcement agencies deploys across the country to ensure that there is enough capacity on the ground for that period. Again, you would have seen, even in Easter weekends, you have that. So the work and what he had alluded to, it's for SABS, but it's not only for a day. Let's appeal to South Africans. And it's not only a special allocation. So you'd remember that Minister of Finance long presented budget. So there's no additional budget, there's no specific budget to deal with, because South Africans are coining it that government is putting 600 million to fight us. There's no government that is fighting South Africans. That's the first thing. There's no government that is putting 600 million to fight South Africans. Government, as it's required, is required to do law and order in the country at all times. And various work will be prescribed in different times and for different categories. But what has been the message to us as government, and that as the IMC, when we did this work, we did everything we reflected upon, was the instruction. Many of us were in cabinet when July 21 happened. I was Minister of Tourism. I was the chair of the economic cluster in government. The message was very clear from South Africans that July 21 must not happen again. And we came out, the President assured the nation that we will ensure that there's law and order, we'll ensure that we protect you. And that's what has happened today. And we'll continue. That's why the net joints will brief you tomorrow with specifics of incidents, what has happened. Those details, you'll get them from the operational people, not from us. They will give you where has happened what, how many people have arrested, how many people have done this. They will give you all those details tomorrow. Ours tonight was to say, because we made a call to South Africans to work with us, to collaborate with us, but to ensure that we protest in a peaceful manner. And we felt it important as the IMC to say, as the night ends, as activities and people return to their homes, as marches ended, we needed to come and say thank you to the South Africans for heeding the call, for working with us as partners, not only South Africans, but various organizations, but also to thank the law enforcement agencies, the men and women in uniform, who've gone out to ensure that we can build the trust that many people were starting to lose in the state, but also defend the integrity of the Republic. And that's the intention was for this evening's briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, ministers. I'm also mindful of the time. July didn't happen. Allow me to then invite questions. Minister, we have 8 questions, but I'll request that they be read on the record, all of them. Some of those questions I think have been responded to. Others will feature, I think, in the briefing by Net Jones that Minister have just told us. Vanessa, take us through the questions. And I see there are burning hands. I'll come to them.
From ENCA. Migrants awaiting verification and repatriation outside the Messina Home Affairs officers don't have ablution facilities. And having been out here for more than 2 nights, we are compelled to hide behind walls and in corners out in the open when responding to the call of nature. Why are these people subjected to this indignity? Ntando from Bloomberg, may we please have an update on how many arrests were made related to the anti-migrant marches today and in which part of the country? Hadra Amaji from Business Day. The March and March demonstrations today are over, but as people disperse, will there still be a strong showing of police visibility to prevent mobs from looting? What has been the role of the SABC today? There are reports that the army has been deployed to Joburg this afternoon. Is this true? Nazir from the Lorient Sun. It seems that the repatriation process by government was not done according to basic human rights. Reports suggest that many of the illegal foreigners waiting to be processed at the SA side of the borders have been left hungry and poor, with religious bodies now intervening. Also, it is clear that the protest against illegal foreigners is going to be long, drawn, and ongoing. Is government, including the police, prepared for this? And is there an additional budget proposed for quelling the ongoing protest, especially given that the police apparently budgeted for 600 million for today's protest march? Kayleen Pillay from The Witness. Can government provide clear timelines and measurable targets for identifying, processing, and deporting undocumented foreign nationals? What steps are being taken to tackle corruption within immigration, border, and law enforcement systems that may be enabling illegal entry or fraudulent documentation? Letoponololehana from Fullview has 3 questions. Anti-immigration groups say government has not presented a comprehensive plan to deal with migration, and the marches will continue. What is government's response? Was the mission accomplished for government in dealing with the marches today? Why does the anger keep rising for the immigrants when every metric points to the state? How is government addressing these issues to regain trust of South Africans? Cindy Zontravati from the Gauteng Network. With weekly Thursday marches now planned as indicated by leadership of March and March, what's government's actual engagement plan and who defines when the issue is dealt with? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ministers, allow me to just take also the follow-up questions in the House so that as we go to the responses, we then even close the brief we adjourn. Let me take the hand. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Ministers. Just Ron Kapalegen here from Newsroom. I know you mentioned that NATOs will give us the details of the incidents tomorrow, but we're seeing now as night falls that there is violence in Mpumalanga, rubber bullets allegedly now being shot at protesters. We also know that there was reported looting in Claremont in KZN. Just the question I have is, who should take responsibility for this? Because organizers at this point are sitting in the comfort of their homes right now. And all along, I think the fear and anxiety that the minister spoke about was exactly that, to say, once this discourse has been put out to the public, how do we contain it, given what we are seeing coming out of those two provinces this evening?
Thank you very much. The last question.
Good evening, my name is Kamel Magnemo from UFM. Are there any plans to revisit the Constitution, particularly the preamble, and everywhere else where it speaks about rights, it's quite vague, so there's no way where it discriminates against the person because they are in the country unlawfully, and I think that inadvertently places significant obligations on the government of South Africa towards immigrants, including those that are in the country unlawfully. And while dealing with that, also touch on the conventions that many of them that South Africa signed voluntarily, that also put obligations on the state to care for migrants once they're in the country. And kindly explain in the simplest terms as to how does this thing of being admitted as a refugee work? Say I arrive at Great Bridge from Tanzania, Malawi, do I get sent to Marabastad? That is the impression that I'm having, and I stand to be corrected. To go and apply there with the expectation that I'll return myself should my application be rejected. How does it work? Don't we have a system where if your application is rejected, the person can simply be blocked at the port of entry from getting into the country? And finally, are we ever going to see the government taking a more hardline approach towards its counterparts, in particular the government of these two West African countries, Nigeria and Ghana, for their rhetoric? Because I don't think they are doing much to assist even in the exercise of repatriation that you are busy with. What we see them doing is taking small isolated incidents or even incidents that never took place at all to say 4 Nigerians have been killed by South Africans as part of xenophobia. I don't think that is helping the situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Vanessa, read that last question that I see there on the record.
It's a question from Peter from Kaya News. Does government know the total number of undocumented? Does the government know the total number of undocumented individuals in the country, and by when is government planning to repatriate all of them?
Thank you very much. We have a listening government. We have an accountable government. We have a government that works with its people. Therefore, let me invite the government to give the feedback from what the people are asking. Government.
Thank you for the questions. So as Minister Kubai pointed out, there will be a detailed briefing by the Net Joints tomorrow on the number of arrests and so forth. But the last figures that were given to me this evening were that 361 undocumented migrants were arrested today. There were 11 arrests for looting or attempted looting, 4 for drug-related offences, and 291 for common law crimes. We had a good day there was a lot of expectation of a repeat of July 21. That didn't happen. We had peaceful protests and effective law enforcement across the country. This evening, we will maintain vigilance and operational preparedness, as we will do in the months ahead, leading particularly to the local government election. So focus was never just on June the 30th. As Minister Chaveni was also pointing out, we have an ongoing responsibility to protect our people, to fight crime, and we're doing that. But where necessary, we will increase mobilization of the police service and other law enforcement agencies to maintain safety and security. I can indicate that the Army was deployed on a contingency basis. It was largely unnecessary, but we were prepared to deploy the Army when necessary. And in fact, there was a limited mobilization in Yeoville, or parts of Johannesburg, when the situation was getting out of control, but the police were able to manage the situation. So there were many questions along this line, like what's going to happen after June the 30th, what's going to happen this evening. There may well be sporadic incidents of violence, but the police are not being demobilized. They are present to deal with any eventuality, as I've kept saying before, in the lead up to June the 30th. And I think you can see that we were serious about the claim that we were making, that we expected June the 30th to be a normal day. And a normal day does not exclude legitimate expressions of our constitutional rights to express our grievances. Let me just say this about the moment we're in when it comes to immigration law and policy. Minister Kubai will deal with some of the specific questions. We are in a moment in our country when we need to build a consensus between the government and our people around immigration law and policy. There can be no debate about that. We understand the message that we're getting from our society and our people. The IMC that was established in March is engaged precisely in that work. As Minister Kubai is indicating, law enforcement is only one stream of work. There are 6 other streams of work, looking precisely, comprehensively at immigration law and policy. Where changes need to be made, they will be made. The role of the police and law enforcement agencies is to create an environment where that engagement can take place, where that conversation can take place. That conversation between the South African citizenry and the government, and the conversation that we also have to have with our continent, with other governments and peoples in our continent, on the question, what are the terms upon which immigration can occur into a sovereign country, like South Africa, like Botswana, like Ghana, like Nigeria. We have to be able to have that conversation, and I concur with the observation that's been made that that conversation has been very simplistic, very one-sided. This government represents the people of this country, and we will not hesitate to represent our people in the conversation that we are having with our sister countries and peoples across the continent, with whom we have to have productive relations, constructive relations of trade, also constructive relations in the area of security. which includes migration. And I hope that post-June the 30th, that we're going to shift gear. This conversation doesn't have to take place in an environment of intimidation, of violence, of division. We are ready to engage, to have a conversation which we believe is necessary, a respectful conversation about how to take the country forward on its many challenges, including immigration. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe let me start on the last point that Minister Kachalia has ended on. As South Africa, we have always remained ready to deal with the issue of immigration, not only in South Africa, but in the region of SADC, but also in the continent of Africa. And we are ready to discuss both the pull and the push factors that makes us the host country of many people wherein ordinarily we should not be hosting them. You also be aware that on Friday there was a SACU summit for heads of stations, because we understand that part of the pull factor into South Africa is its economic development. And therefore we need to work with the sister countries across the region of SADC, within the continent of Africa, to make sure that the whole region and the whole continent is developed. We had committed ourselves, like all member states of the African Union, on Agenda 2063 of silencing the gun and ensuring economic prosperity of Africa. We have championed infrastructure development in the continent as a country under the AU missions. We remain the champion of healthy African continent. That's why we are seized not only with just messages of support on the issue around Ebola. We have also contributed financially. We assist with developing our vaccine manufacturing capability to make sure that the African continent is healthy. As a country, we have led the development of the critical mineral strategy for the continent to make sure that Africa no longer becomes the exporters of dust and rocks, but we export products manufactured in this continent. Because it's only when you've got economic prosperity that this unregulated immigration will stop. But also we appreciate the political instabilities in the countries within the region. It's for that reason that in 2024, when our electoral outcomes were difficult, the ANC had to take the position of saying, we are going to accept the outcomes as it is, and we are going to make sure we prioritize the interest of this country to ensure political stability of our country. And we call other sister countries in the region to do the same. Because when there's political stability, there will be economic prosperity. So we are ready to have those conversations. And we also appreciate that South Africans cannot carry the burden of their country being stable. And there are those who say, oh, you benefited from the hospitality of your sister countries during your fight against apartheid. Yes, we benefited. You tell us that it's more than 30 years, so we cannot go back and complain about apartheid and say the difficulties of service delivery are inherent. Why is the same conversation not being asked? It's more than 30 years that the South African government, the apartheid government, has ended even destabilizing countries of the African region. Why are they not being asked to ensure their own political stability? There's no apartheid government that is destabilizing any country now. 32 years. So we must all take responsibility of ensuring political stability in our own countries, and we must work together collectively to ensure economic prosperity of the African continent. There's no single country that will carry the burden of others, because that country will itself collapse. It is for that reason that South Africa were committed to supporting the initiatives in Angola on the development of the Lobito corridor. We have mobilized our South African investment companies to make sure that we support the development of the Lobito corridor. There's no country in the West or in the East that can have the interest of developing the African continent more than South Africa, and we must show it by investments in our own through our own companies. And I know we are threatened to say yes when South Africans complain about things that they are unhappy about. We said we are going to close down South African companies in those countries. It's like cutting your nose to spike your own face. Because those companies are not there for South Africa, they are there for the development of those countries. And we must all commit to that economic development. We have committed that we are not going to be held hostage by anyone, we are not going to be blackmailed, we are committed to the development of South Africa, SADC, and the African continent, and then the rest of the world. Because a better South Africa, a better Africa, a better world. That's what drives our foreign policy and our economic development strategy. So the conversations about immigration, we must discuss them in their full context of the pull and the push factors. And we are not tolerating fake news. We have engaged with the social media partners, companies who are operating in South Africa, to say anybody who publish fake news to discredit the reputation of the government of South Africa, the people of South Africa, will have to live with the consequences. The fact that we are a democratic country does not give us rights to protect our national interests. We are happy that all the social media platforms have been playing along. There was a question about whether the soldiers will reinforce. That's why Nigerians is responding tomorrow. We continue to do, as Mr. Kachalia has done, monitoring, but reinforcements, you know, they have deployed, already the soldiers were deployed in Johannesburg in the later evening, because you need the higher level of skills, you know. Sorry, Mr. Kachalia, sorry. You need the higher level of resilience when in the shadow of darkness. They are going to deploy in Durban to make sure that we keep the peace. There are no opportunist criminals that are going to be given room to operate. We accepted that South Africans have genuine grievances, and we allow them to march. And we express that marching in South Africa is a right. But there's no opportunistic criminality that will be allowed. My boss here will kill me if I don't stick to what I'm told I must respond to. There was a question of whether can we provide clear timelines and measurable targets for identifying, processing, and deporting undocumented foreign nationals. We have indicated that South Africa has laws of how foreign nationals are treated. The undocumented one, how do we go about to identify them and deporting them? And there is process that is described by law. If I come here and I say, we are going to deport, I almost said 40 vendors and I was going to be in trouble. If I say we are going to deport X number of nationalities who are undocumented, how do we know that number because they are undocumented? We can't deal with that. We can't come and say this is the number. They are undocumented. If we had the numbers, they would be documented. That's why we account for asylum seekers and refugees and those with visas and special permits. The undocumented we cannot account for, we don't account for. So as we find them, as we enforce our bylaws, as we do the labor inspections, we'll make sure that they are deported. We must clarify that the process of reparations is being done by their home countries. They are the ones who say they want their own nationals. And because South Africa is a country with laws, we said when they leave, your national leaves, we need to register them. That's why we're able to account to say how many had papers, how many did not have papers. You know, we explained that Malawi was issuing mass passports, what do you call it, group passports, because some of them, they did not have those papers. It's only then that we can account, we can give you from the IMC level progress report of saying how many undocumented foreign nationals have been processed per nationality for a particular period of time. Today, as Minister Kubai has explained, we did not come to provide that detail. We came to thank South Africans for exercising their rights within, together with their responsibilities of making sure that we do not break down South Africa. Related to that question is that, are we setting a deadline of mass deportations? We have never operated on that level. We have told you that even the 30th of June deadline was never a government deadline. We continue to work as we committed to the President as an IMC in line with the comprehensive action plan that was announced by the President with 5 pillars. There's a question of saying, has government accomplished its mission for dealing with the marchers today? Government was never dealing with the marchers today. Government was making sure the marches are peaceful and within the prescribes of the law. South Africans, as we have articulated, they have a right, constitutional right to protest. And that right cannot be taken away by anyone. But when you exercise your right, you also exercise your responsibility. And that's what we had to do. And we appreciate that the organizers of the marches across France have made sure they've kept to their responsibilities. And we've committed that we'll make sure law enforcement deal with those opportunistic criminals who have no interest of the Republic at heart. And the question of whether we are will ever end trust of South Africans. What we like about South Africans is that South Africans are objective people, and they are fair people, and they are reasonable people. Even in instances where there's mob psychology, South Africans tend to reason, to say, what does this really mean and what does it really imply? When South Africans see tangible improvements in their communities, where there will not be undocumented foreign nationals and the numbers will be reducing significantly, South Africans will say, yes, government is moving. When South Africans see the consistent implementation of the comprehensive action plan as announced by the President, South Africans will say government is working. South Africans, when they see that what they've complained about criminality in their communities is being addressed, South Africans will say the government is taking us seriously in the fight against crime. And we continue to say the fight against crime is a collective fight of government and society and communities. You are the eyes and ears of government, and you are the first responders. You are the ones who can alert us of criminals and criminality. You are the ones who can form community neighborhood watches and community policing forums and work with us to make sure we eradicate criminality in our society. So from where we are, as per the commitment of the chairperson of the IMC, Minister Kubai, we continue to work as the IMC to make sure that we achieve the targets as set out in the 5 pillars of the comprehensive action plan. Minister Kubai will address the outstanding issues that deals with the humanitarian side of issues. He's got the softer touch.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me start with the issues. I think all others have been raised. Gaugelo asked about the review of the Constitution and talks about the preamble. Gaugelo just want to reflect. The preamble actually reaffirms South Africa, our commitment, our sovereignty, but also that the government is based on the will of the people. In this celebrating 30 years of our Constitution, where we are calling that it's one constitution, one nation, and time for us to reflect, to renew, and recommit ourselves to the values of the democratic constitution. I don't think our constitution, in the manner that you are saying, does give way for illegality in the country, because it emphasizes that everything should be done within the law, and therefore upholds, it becomes the pillar and the foundation of our legislative framework in the country and the rule of law. But you spoke about, again, the issue of conventions, which I do want to agree with you, that there's been issues and consistent, and I think Minister Moswaledi, at the time he was Minister of Home Affairs, would have alluded to some of the conventions, but also the legal framework that would have been. If you look at our program and what we have committed to the nation, we've got a stream that works on legislative and policy review, where we are looking at what are the constraints in the legislative and policy environment that are making us not to be able to deal effectively with the matters of migration. And we consistently review that. We will announce on those, but we have made commitments on several as well, whether it's relation to the SADC protocol in terms of exchange of prisoners, the legislative development under Department of Labor that would have reviewed, but we've also said under social services, there is a need for us to analyze our legislative reform, legislative review, but also look at the policies and see where are the gaps and what we need to address in that area. So I want to assure you that it does need for us to look at those areas. It's not that we are blindsided, but I think in the manner that you said on the Constitution, I guess it might give a wrong impression. I don't think the Constitution is prohibitive for government to deal with issues of migration, and it doesn't call for the review, unless maybe later you can share with us, or if anyone does feel that there is a process that needs review, will be willing to look at them. And then I'm going to deal with the issue of the refugee together with what I think a couple of colleagues who are calling for, starting with Moloto, about what is happening in Musina. We announced last week Friday that we are relocating our temporary repatriation processing center to Musina. And I can assure you we're doing this in the most dignified and humanitarian way. And I'll explain. We've been able to move the people, and in the process, as they were driving or traveling, particularly those that were under our watch or they have presented themselves to the state in Durban, they were provided with water and food as they traveled to Musina. Upon their arrival, if you look at the pictures as we are there, we've posted them on our social media. You see there are packages of food there that were put aside that were provided. So it's not correct that we've not provided them with food nor water. But again, in the site that we have established, there are sanitation facilities that we've put. And I must say, our understanding is that government does not do everything alone. There seemed to be a suggestion that when government partners with private sector, partners with civil society, in dealing with the situation, it's almost like government is abdicating its responsibilities. I must say, throughout the process, there's been NGOs, as I say, we've been having meetings. There have been NGOs that approached us, asked us how are we dealing with the matter, whether they would need assurances of particular areas, but others would say, would like to lend a hand. For example, I'd like to appreciate the team that we worked with in KZN. These are NGOs that throughout that particular process in Durban, they provided meals to those individuals who were there under processing, including our teams. There were NGOs that were there providing a meal in the morning, providing a meal in the afternoon and in the evening. They were there providing mothers with necessities and children with amenities. And this is partnership that we appreciated. Similarly, you would have seen we had your medical teams who were volunteering on site, not only for the foreign nationals who were being repatriated, but also for our teams who were on site to receive care and support on site. So we appreciate that support. And when we moved to Musina, the teams then, those NGOs reached out, including others like you are saying, the church. You would have seen the statement by SABC, South African Council of Churches. We met with them. The delegation was led by Minister Motshekga. And in the meeting, they asked, what can they help? They asked for where do the buses as they go stop? Can we be able to provide whatever that we can provide, whether it's water, whether it's... And this is the Ubuntu that we call for and the Ubuntu that is shown. In the most times where it's difficult, South Africans are able to come together and be able to deal with the situation. So those NGOs, many of them have moved from even Durban to come to Musina, to come and assist us, and they volunteered to support us. So the Musina side actually is up. TM Bushelo has been operating there the whole day today, supported by the deployment that the DG has done. And I understand Minister McPherson is actually on the road, on the way there, to be able to be there full-time tomorrow to ensure that the processing fast tracks. Minister Chris has been supporting the teams through ensuring that facilitation of the buses and the work is unlocked. So we work as a team. We work in a collaborative manner to ensure that the work is done properly and we can be able to process the individuals. We do believe that in the manner that we've been doing, when we were building, we got the people to be processed at the refugee center that is in Musina. And we went there, we could see the buses arrived from everywhere, and then we received. What I need to explain is that the buses, others that arrived, were not buses that we had the numbers of. So people would come on their own because they've heard that we've got the repatriation. So it's either the embassies or business organizations, other business individuals have gone out to say we are supporting the following individuals, and you would have seen the buses. Not all the buses that would have been where we would be involved, but they would be supported from business people in those countries where they are supporting individuals. What we have said and asked is that they must communicate with us so that we work together and they are received. As we speak now in that processing center, we have more than 5,000 that have arrived. Actually, we're looking at about 1,000, but the number has grown. And we are processing them. And we do believe because the space is bigger, we'll be able to fast track and process quite a number of people at a go. Just to highlight that the work continues and there is dignity in what we are doing. There are social amenities in terms of the work that we are doing. There was a bit of a concern that the buses were dropping people on the streets and not inside the facilities, and that was addressed. But it's because the buses were meant, for example, to move from Cape Town and to move from Durban to drop off at Musina for processing. Those buses do not have permits for cross-border, so they needed to be able to do that cross-border processing. So that they needed to do to have the cross-border permits, and they didn't have so. But they were not intended to be the ones that crosses the border. They are meant to take us straight to take the individual straight to the processing center. So I can assure South Africans, I can assure all of you that the facility actually gives dignity. We'll share the pictures on our social media so that we can see that is not correct what is being communicated, that there are no toilets, they are not, they are there in terms of the work. I thought that is important for me as the chair to give assurance. The issue of refugee application, if you look at the statement by the president has alluded that we will work in a progressive manner to move the refugee centers from inland to the borders, starting with the one in Pretoria, so that it can move to the border. So that work will be done. How it's happening, it's various stages. You apply, you arrive, you apply that I'm a refugee or I'm an asylum seeker, and then you explain your condition. They will do assessment. There are various processes that are involved by Home Affairs. When you are rejected, then you get to be notified that you are rejected. And there was previously, before the court judgment in terms of court, constitutional court, a person could reapply while they were still in the country. Now that court judgment that was issued early this year has helped government, because it says once it's rejected, the person then can exit. Because previously the people could be rejected and they say that they are reapplying or they are appealing. And when they appeal, you had no legal right to deport them. So that's what the process was. We've got two processes under Home Affairs. It's the deportation and the repatriation. The deportation is the one where, for example, police will do Operation Chanyela, or Home Affairs inspectors will pick up, or even if in labor will pick up. These are foreign nationals without documents. They get processed, arrested, they get processed through court. It's the law, they have to go through court, and then after that they are sent to Lindela. And when they are in Lindela, their embassies have to come and confirm that these are their nationalities, and after that then they are deported. That is done at the expense of the state. When we do repatriation, it's embassies where they call for their individuals to leave for whatever reason, and when they are done, then they process, they get processed, identified. And I must say to the nation, we take fingerprints to ensure that the individuals that we are repatriating are not people who have committed crimes within the Republic and therefore living without answering. So fingerprints are taken, records are done by Home Affairs, so that if they are here illegal as well, they can be declared undesirable. What does that mean? Undesirable, it means that they will not be able to enter, even when they have passports or anywhere, enter the Republic for the 5 years coming. Means they are almost suspended from entry into South Africa. That is also important. And when we finish as the process, then the embassy will do their what we call a bulk passport with all their names, and put them in the bus with that documentation to be able to transport into the other country. So I thought I should explain, because there's somebody who asked us to explain this in detail. What does it mean if the process is done? So I think I've answered all the questions, Minister Nchabeni and Mr. Kachali. I think all others have been explained. Colleagues, just as I conclude, I want to say, organizers of March, you know, sometimes it can be hard to be in government, because you can say something over and over again and people don't believe it, and somebody comes and says exactly what you've been saying, and then people clap hands. Now I want to reiterate, we have issued a government response plan, and I can tell you definitely, sitting here, that all the issues that the marchers are raising with us are actually incorporated in the plan of response. So I don't understand when they say we are not responding. They talk about borders porous. We respond in terms of our work streams. Not only did we do work stream, we have actually given a champion, who's Minister Motshekga, to be able to deal with that area. It's borderline, it's border upgrading, it's infrastructure, it's all technology and everything else. Now, we are responding to those. We are told that enforcement of our migration, we are doing that. That's why we are deporting people. Now, it's not correct to say we have not responded. We have responded. When we met with them, they were the first team that JCPS met with. Others did not listen. They joined the meeting. Others were virtual, others were physical. They spoke. When they finished speaking, because we gave them to speak, when they finished speaking, they left. So they never even heard us. I remember one person left as we were about to respond and stood outside and said they have not said anything, when they don't even listen to us. Now, I am saying to South Africans, please listen, look at our statements that we are issuing. You will see that we have listened to your issues. The issue of spaza shops, South Africans are raising them. It's there in the work streams to be responded to. South Africans have said, these prisoners who are foreign nationals, who are spending money of government and our money, they must go. We are responding to that and giving, for example, a time frame to say, Department of Correctional Services, by this time, we want you to have actually approved the SADC protocol and get it approved by Cabinet and Parliament so that we can implement. They have said to us, we are seeing Uber drivers, we are seeing the delivery people. They are everywhere, they are taking our jobs. We've responded by saying, we've noticed the TRN has made it possible for them. Therefore, Minister Chrissy reviewed the TRN. So I'm not so sure what have they said that we have not listened to. As Prawil was saying, we are the government that listens. So if you take time, members of the society, don't be misled. Take time to look at what we are proposing, what we are accounting for, the media statements that we'll be responding to. You will see that we actually addressing systematically, area by area, that has been raised by South Africans. And we are hoping by this process, you'll be able to believe our genuineness, you'll be able to believe our commitment, because we do believe that this is a genuine issue that must be addressed, and the President has given us that mandate. So we'll continue to do our work, we'll continue to report. We've committed. Others were doubtful that we'll come back for the media briefings. And we've been consistent in doing the media briefings because we believe it's a form of accountability, not to ourselves, not only to the President, but to the nation on what they have raised with us as the government of the people, by the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ministers. We have a briefing tonight on the 30th of June, responding to what was raised. If somebody goes out and say we haven't spoken as government, that is disinformation. The person is falsely and misleading the public. So, Minister, we will make sure that misinformation and disinformation are corrected. This brings us to the end of this briefing, and thank you very much. The briefing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am currently standing in front of the Western Cape Legislature, and as you can see behind me, there's a crowd of about 300 to 400 protesters made up of around 6 different civic organizations. That includes March and March, as well as LACO, and they are the labor and civic organization. And they, of course, this is their second time coming here to the provincial legislature. I asked one of the leaders earlier on what their plans are, why they are here today. They say they were here about 2 weeks ago, where they tried to get hold of a representative from the province to hand over their list of grievances and memorandum, as I'm sure is happening in other parts of the country as well, and they received no response. So today, the deadline day, they are back. Still no response. I asked what's going to happen if they don't receive a response today, and they say today is just the beginning. So whatever that means, they say today is just the beginning. I do have it on good authority, though, that the Premier, in fact, is not in the building. At this point, we don't know if someone is going to come and fetch the memorandum or meet with the protesters. They are trying to move from here to Long Street. Long Street is a very, very busy hub. Loads of clubs, restaurants, bars and pubs in that area. And of course, there are lots of African nationals working in that road as well, as bartenders, as waiters, waitresses, bouncers. And this group are trying to move there, Long Street, but I've also been told that the police will not allow them to move beyond this point. They're going to try to contain them in this area while they wait. I don't know how long they're planning to wait. On the other side, though, look on you, I'm not sure if you can pan. We see the cathedral over there. In front of the cathedral, there are a few people gathering as well. It's a silent vigil for peace. So that group is basically, I don't know if I can say opposing or opposite to what this group are doing, but that is a group who are basically just standing there and praying for peace and calm around today and all the events happening around the country. We are going to move over there as well and see what we can get from that crowd. But for now, we have this group of people, and I'm told that there are other hotspots around the Western Cape, areas like Somerset West, Kraaifontein. But of course, as we get more information, we will be bringing that to you. We've got journalists deployed across the region. Mfundo, so I think I'm going to wrap it now so that I can move over to the church and try to get comment from the people who are taking part in the silent vigil as well.
Still steadily making our way through the inner city. There seems to be a bit of confusion at the moment about the next steps. We were headed in the direction of Constitution Hill, but you're not able to see this, but where we were facing is currently barricaded or closed off, and I think that's what added to the confusion as we try also navigate these terrains using these vehicles and trying to get you the best shot as we can. I must tell you, despite the groundswell of people, and there's no other way to describe it really, there has been a fair amount of, shall we call it, discipline from those who are here. Every now and again, I suppose there'll be a chirp here and there, those who are looking at the protests from their flats in and around what is now Hillbrow. But beyond that, I don't think there's going to be much said about any kind of violence. In fact, what we have been struggling with is trying to get people to continue moving so that this march can essentially get to where it is meant to. But as you can see now, there is a moment, it seems, of reprieve for those who, let me also tell you, are going on an uphill march at this stage and have been for quite some time now. I imagine what might take place is there'll be some kind of address before we get a sense of the way forward. Ngizwe Mkhunu is really in the thick of things here, every now and again, deep in the crowd. There was a point where even he was struggling to get some message across as these crowds waited to regroup before moving again. There is singing, there is chanting, but what, at least for me, has stood out is how many people are still carrying some kind of stick or branch, despite the very clear instruction from police, even as recently as yesterday, saying that there should be no weapons, even those that are carried in the name of some kind of cultural identity, which I imagine would be the defense for many of those who are here. Laws were cited around why it would be illegal to carry a dangerous weapon, as is being described in this kind of context. But despite that, it seems police have chosen fights they can win, for lack of a better term, and that has to do with just maintaining law and order as these marches continue going through the streets of the CBD. It's been an extraordinary morning so far, Mfundo. Without a stretch of any imagination would people have thought that there'd be this kind of response at the very least, given just how sure the state was about how they would leave nothing to chance. And in fact, there were skeptics earlier today, at least around 10 o'clock when this march was meant to start, who suggested that perhaps this would be a bit of a damp squib because of the fact that police have spent about 600 million rand, we're told, and have made sure that all corners of the country are covered. But despite that, a lot of people still said that they wanted to at the very least make their presence felt as they really try push for some kind of reform in this country for this age-old problem. Immigration, certainly not unique to South Africa. This kind of sentiment, not new to this country either, but there's certainly been a revival, if you like, in the amount of people who are also hoping that the dial, so to speak, will shift. So Mfundo, we'll continue moving with this crowd until we get to where they're going. For now, it's back to you in studio. Yeah, Mfundo, it's amazing how much can change in a matter of minutes. We are currently making our way from Bears Nordia Square. There's been quite a groundswell of people who've gathered here behind us, and these are the live pictures we're beaming to you. What initially started with just a handful of people has very quickly morphed into what you're seeing, and we're trying our best to keep up with them, whilst also, of course, ensuring that we don't get into any kind of collision with the traffic that is still trying to make its way through this part of town. The idea is to land up at Constitution Hill. We're told there are a number of organizations that are part of this particular crowd, including those that you've heard about over the past couple of months, the MK Party, the March and March organization. There's been a number of religious organizations that have also seemingly thrown their weight behind what you're seeing here. It's the first sign, if you like, of what police were anticipating, given just how much resources have been deployed to try and ensure, of course, that at the very least there is a fair amount of law and order. What is also interesting to see, of course, is how many of these marchers are bearing sticks. This is important because the police had been at pains to say that they will not tolerate any kind of weapons as part of this protest. And despite that, though, you're seeing that a number of people are carrying those weapons, which may very well be quite dangerous if, in fact, the situation does turn violent. And I say that advisedly because I must admit there have been no incidents from those who are here and have tried their best, of course, to ensure at the very least that they are visible to those who say that they are finally taking a stand and want to take control of the country. What that looks like remains to be seen. The president, of course, came out a few weeks ago with his own five-point plan to try and deal with immigration issues. But those who we've spoken to, many of them, of course, off the record have said that those plans for them aren't enough. And this march is their own indication that the power, if you like, lies with the people.
Salt River Circle, where a number of organizations, including religious organizations, as well as workers' rights organizations, have come together. What we are bringing you right now is a picture. It's essentially a human chain that they formed, and the message here is unequivocal. They are saying that migrants should not be held accountable for the failures of either this government or the governments of the countries which they come from. I mean, we've seen banners here saying yes to integration. A spokesperson for the Western Cape Coalition for against xenophobia, for example, has told me that this country itself has been built on migration. Let me bring you in now. It's Roger Etkin. Roger, you're from the coalition, Western Cape Coalition against xenophobia. You are here. You are saying the working class united. Earlier you told me that this is not the issues facing South Africa that cannot be laid at the doors of the migrants. Explain your stance and why you've come together here today.
We come together firstly because migrant labor built this country and built the economy of this country, and so it makes no sense to chase them away. The second thing is that we are here because the problems of this country do not lie at the door of migrants. They lie at the door of the government for failing to put in place an economy that looks after the people of this country, and instead putting in place an economy which looks after the elite, them and their friends.
Thank you, Roger, for your time. Next to Roger Etkin is also the Western Cape Provincial Secretary of COSATU, Malvin de Bruyn. Malvin, your banner says to me, immigrants and refugees welcome, #Operation Ubuntu.
Yes, that's why we are here today, to show to our fellow brothers and sisters of Africa that we are in support of them, because they are not foreigners for us. They are part of us because we are all Africans, and that's where we talk about the question of Ubuntu.
Many people we've heard in the run-up to today, June 30, have talked about employment opportunities, have talked about South Africans being jobless, South Africans not receiving services. You said just now the migrant population is but a small fraction of the people making up South Africa.
Yeah, that's correct. They are less than 4%, to put it that way. And then secondly, employers, farmers, farm owners, they are the ones that have created more problems to us. They employed people without documentation. They decided not to employ local workers. So it's not a problem of the migrant workers. If there's an opportunity, they will take it, because those employers don't want to employ local people. And what's happening now is that they pay less, they undermine collective bargaining, those who are not covered in terms of program fund, sick fund, etc. And so they are profiting more out of this crisis that we're confronted with. So government should intervene.
Afternoon to the viewers at home as well. We're out in Central, in Nelson Mandela Bay, an area where a lot of business is conducted here in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape, and I can tell you that it is business as usual for many of the residents here, understanding that in Central, of course, this is a place where many foreign nationals run some of their businesses, some hair salons, some nail salons, including many other types of businesses that are run here. So that's why we decided to come out here and monitor the situation, understanding, of course, that in the lead up to the 30th of June deadline that was set by some of the activists for today as a deadline, understanding that Gqeberha did have some demonstrations as well. We saw one in KwaZulu, I believe 2 months back. We also seen some in the Kocha areas, which is Jeffreys Bay. We went to one in Thornhill as well, I believe, last week. So leading up to this day, there has been a lot of demonstrations. However, when we came out here today, tried to get a sense from those who live close by as to what is happening. Some of them said that it's been relatively quiet. It's been just another day. It's been a normal, ordinary day for some of them. I spoke to some foreign nationals earlier who were not comfortable speaking on camera, but the gentleman that I spoke to said that they did have some nerves leading up to today, but there's really been nothing. There's families who are standing outside. There are people who are walking. So it is relatively just business as usual here in Central, in Nelson Mandela Bay. Now, I will say I understand that in different areas, I believe it was in Rocklands, in the little town of Kariega, there was a small demonstration there where they handed over, they were listing some issues that they wanted to be addressed, and that was addressed, I believe, by a Home Affairs official earlier today. Understanding also that in Fear Plus, I believe there was also a small demonstration. But of course, here in Central, this is one of the areas that has long been, an area that has changed over the years. Understanding that yesterday, I believe the police arrested 76 illegal immigrants here in Central. The people were in a building. The army, I believe, heard some noise, and when they went inside, they found some, undocumented migrants, and those undocumented migrants were then arrested on the spot. That's about 76 of them. So the police themselves have amped up operations, certainly in the fight of crime or in the fight against crime. But here in Nelson Mandela Bay, largely where we are in the areas of Central, sort of the areas that we've passed on our way here, it does seem to be contrary to the rest of the country. It does seem to be relatively quiet.
All right, CCP, let's leave it there.
Has just moved from the very city, from your Hillbrow side. They've now made their way into the Maboneng area, and this is where they say they will then be reconvening, and that is at Mai. Now, what we've noticed over the last few hours, over the last couple of hours, was that some of the crowd would then move away from the others. So basically, mini crowds within the bigger crowd, and they would then go to different locations. We saw two of the groups of marchers that we saw who moved from Hillbrow, went into the inner city, across your Bank City, into your Gandhi Square, and others who moved on from the inner city towards Mai. We have seen a huge police presence. As things stand, there have been no reports of violence. There was a bit of a standoff between those in the residential flats within the inner city, throwing rocks as well. But we have not seen any major cases of violence since we started reporting on the march.
And, Lopang, are you seeing any of the officials from some of these marches? Because we do know that whilst these protests are being led by March and March, we've seen, of course, associated organizations that are supporting some of these protests, rather. What are they saying in terms of, just the status of the day? In KwaZulu-Natal, particularly, we know that an address is currently being given by Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, who is the leader of March and March. But we have seen, of course, organizations like Amabhinqa Nation, led by Ngizwe Mchunu. We know that there are some political parties that have said that they will be supporting this march. To name a few, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party as well as Action SA.
Well, Nancy, that's correct. We have been throughout the afternoon, been engaging with Ngizwe Mchunu, who has been leading the better part of the march since this morning. And one of the things we actually noticed was the disorganization towards deciding on where to from next. We do understand that they did have a route. They said they would start, they would meet at the meeting point, walk towards the legislature, and then proceed to Hillbrow. They did that. However, we've seen them make a lot of diversions throughout the way. They're currently at Mai. Not too certain yet whether or not we should be expecting some kind of an address by Ngizwe. Having spoken to him a couple of times that we did since this morning was just him reaffirming the fact that they are not involved in any kind of violence. Of course, there will be those who try to break some windows, and however, what we have observed, to be really honest, just a bunch of marchers who say that they will not tire. They then coming to Mai to reconvene. They will then decide on a way forward. As things stand, we're not yet certain whether or not they will then disperse from here on. No one has been able to confirm what the plan from here is. As things stand, they have concluded their march from Hillbrow, and the end point is, of course, where we currently are at Mai. The police contingency has been able really to contain the crowd since this morning. No major incidents have been reported. We have seen a few injured people, and this is due to the rock throwing, the stone throwing that they were involved in earlier. However, we are not yet certain whether or not Mugizo will be addressing the people that will come out to
The Zimbabwean government says it is ready to provide social protection and psychosocial support to citizens returning from South Africa ahead of expected protest against undocumented foreign nationals. Information Minister Soda Zemu says Zimbabwe has repatriated 3,624 citizens and is prepared to support their reintegration into communities.
As of the 26th of June 2026, approximately 3,624 of our nationals had been successfully repatriated and received back in the country. To ensure the seamless receiving of returnees, an interministerial team has been deployed and is currently stationed at Beitbridge, working around the clock to facilitate smooth border clearance and provide on-the-ground support to every returning citizen. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has ensured mobilization of logistics around the repatriation of our affected nationals. Government has also deployed additional manpower to assist with the administration of the repatriation processes, ensuring that our consular services are adequately equipped to handle the scale of this operation. We must address the delays that some of our retainees have experienced. Current delays in the processing of retainees are a result of profiling requirements by the South African authorities. This is a mandatory security procedure undertaken by the host country, which entails checking personal data against their national data bank to ensure retainees have no criminal issues in South Africa. Until this process is complete, our citizens remain under South African jurisdiction. We understand the frustration and anxiety this causes, but we assure you that the government of Zimbabwe is making every effort to navigate these bottlenecks. We are doing everything within our power to expedite the process and bring our people home as swiftly as possible. We are also pleased to advise that a special dispensation has been granted to our retainees. Treasury has extended the concessions previously granted to Zimbabwe exemption permits ZEP holders to our current retainees under the immigrants' rebate of duty on the same terms and conditions. Regarding the children of retainees, all schools across Zimbabwe have been instructed to make every effort to absorb children of retainees who need access to education facilities within their catchment areas. No child shall be turned away. Every returning child deserves the opportunity to continue their learning and build a future in their homeland. Zimbabwe will always be happy to receive its nationals back home. This is their country. This is their home.
It was, but let me bring in now spokesperson for the police in KwaZulu-Natal, Colonel Robert Nechiwunda. Colonel, thank you so much for your time. Today, so much work was put in today, Colonel, but you were saying that overall, the hard work that you put in certainly did pay off.
We had a plan. We knew what we were dealing with. We knew what to expect. And we are pleased that our planning was not in vain. Managing a number that we had to manage from the start to finish without any hiccups and incidents is what we had expected. And we say to our officers, we thank you for ensuring that you are professional, you are rigid, and you also make sure that you stamp the authority of the state, because wherever they wanted to deviate, we put our foot on the ground and followed the route which we agreed.
Colonel, there's a lot of work we know in the build-up, a lot of work, a lot of meetings. You met with the organizers of these marches to come to some sort of agreement in terms of how they were going to carry out this particular march as well. There was a commitment on their side that they were going to work with the police, and you were saying that indeed there was great cooperation between the two sides.
The first mandate of police is to prevent crime. If crime happens, you must investigate. So in preventing the crime or any other unnecessary misunderstandings, we had to meet with the organizers. They give us assurance that they want what we want. They want to have a peaceful march. We planned accordingly, and with our intelligence telling us that there are those who want to disturb the marches, we had to plan for rogue elements as well. And like I said, we are pleased that from start to finish, the march was without any hiccups.
Before I let you go, it's also going to be very important, Colonel, as people disperse now and head off to their respective areas. Police are going to continue to monitor. One might not know what will happen when people leave now and go back to these areas. Remember now that the march is done. The leaders are saying whatever happens outside of this now is not part of us. But you're saying that the police will still continue to observe and monitor the situation.
We will maintain the deployment. We have our hotspot areas, like we said, that we are going to monitor throughout the night, tomorrow as well, up until Friday, because we now know what happens after matches. 2 weeks ago, somebody was killed in Maritzburg after a match was concluded peacefully. So we know that there are those rogue elements who are part of the matches, who want to go back to their communities and commit crime, maybe continue looting shops. So we are saying to them, be warned, police are out there and we will keep our deployment.
In a refugee camp. This is not to be confused with the temporary repatriation center established here in Musina. That one is still under construction. This is a permanent refugee camp that was set many years ago. It used to be Musina playground. We are, as you can see, thousands of foreign nationals, especially Malawian citizens who are here waiting to be ferried to the Beitbridge border post. This from the Durban Repatriation Center, and they were ferried here by buses, and I think 150 buses are expected to ferry people here. Already 40 buses have already arrived with these foreign nationals who are here. As you can see, it's piles and piles of luggage stacked one upon the other, and it's all dirt and squalor, as people are waiting to be taken to the Beitbridge border post. And they're saying they're frustrated, they are hungry, they are fatigued, and it's all frustration. And as you can see, thousands and thousands of them. I don't know in terms of number how many there could be, but I can tell you that these are thousands and thousands. It's like visuals of people that have been displaced from somewhere. But as you can see, buses here, and we're still expecting more buses. But for now, let me bring in Assistant Commissioner of BMA, Dr. Nkulisani Rubenga, who will give us a picture of what is really going on here. Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner. What is really going on here? It's a lot of people here.
No, thank you very much. Indeed, there are a lot of people here. This is the center that was established in order for the Department of Home Affairs to process people who have been transported from KZN to this place so that they're able then to go to their places, that is Zimbabwe as well as Malawi, and there are those that are obviously going to Zambia. So you'll recall that the center that was in KZN was obviously halted to allow obviously the people to be processed here, and this is the place that is closer to the port. So we have been told that we will be receiving 150 buses today, and that is what I think we reported in the morning. And this far we have processed 40 at the port. And you can see there's still a lot of people, meaning that 110 buses that we were told about, which obviously 150, we're still going to get 110 people from these people who are here. Yeah. So the Department of Home Affairs are busy processing these people. As soon as they are done processing them, we are able then to transport them that side so that they're able then to cross over to Zimbabwe and Malawi.
And understand.
So where I'm coming to you now, Tulas, is in the community of Kuiga in Gqeberha, just a little bit away from St. Albans prison, which is quite widely known. And the little community of Kuiga has been up in arms for a majority of the afternoon. Now, the rest of Gqeberha, we were in Central about, say, 2 hours ago, and it seemed relatively quiet, with some of the foreign nationals saying there that they were nervous, anticipating the deadline that had been set by some activists, but they largely hadn't had any experiences. There hadn't been any demonstrations in Central today, and that was something we heard echoed throughout many regions. I believe in Fearplus and in Zwede there were sort of small demonstrations, as well as in Rocklands, but we understand that was quite soon or quite quickly put to rest by a Home Affairs official who went to that community. Now, when we got to Kuiga about an hour and a half ago, there was a huge crowd, and quite specifically a crowd of young people that was there, and these young people were all chanting for the undocumented migrants to leave the country. Many of them saying that their jobs had been taken over. Many of them saying that they felt that undocumented migrants were living the lives that they felt they were supposed to live. Now, throughout the afternoon, we've been able to establish that the march that was here in Kuiga was not a legal march. It was an illegal march. And what started happening then was there were some instigators in that march who would go to certain houses where they thought that this is where an immigrant lives, a undocumented immigrant, and they would say, encourage the crowd to beat that person up. But then we saw that the police came out in their full numbers. There were hippos here. Just now we saw a SANDF helicopter flying in the air. So the police really making their voices heard and trying to contain the situation. And that's when we saw that the crowd began to disperse, and many of them still trying to run, but the police trying to disperse. The police saying that the problem that they had had is they couldn't use much force because much of the crowd was younger, sort of youth, and even like young children. I'm talking 10, 11 young children who are just shouting and just sort of very chaotic. The police also saying that there was no memorandum that was handed over. There was no planning behind this march. So theirs was to go where the crowd was going and just try and contain the situation, try and make sure that nobody gets hurt in the process. We understand that here in the Kwiga community, some foreign nationals have even actually taken to running to the nearby forests, the nearby bushes, and they're actually hiding away there as they were threatened ahead of today, that today would be the day that these people would come to their doors and they would threaten or they would hurt them in any way. So as I'm saying now, you can see behind me things are beginning to get back to normal. The spaza shop here in the area as well has reopened up and things are beginning to sort of settle down. But had this been about an hour ago, it was quite chaotic. I did have an earlier crossing as well where it was quite chaotic, many young people, many children especially, and so the police having to really deal with that situation in a way where they would make sure that everyone was protected, as well as making sure that the force was just enough that children or anyone else would not get hurt. So the situation was beginning to get volatile, but the police have been able to relatively calm it down here in Kwiga, Tulas.
All right.
uzoqhamuka isigebengu esizokulimaza sibaleke siyowela ibhoda sikhathele nathi leyo mpini
bekulethwa memorandum ke utheni bathena bakamasipala eTheku laba bayimukele kanjani
azange silethe memorandum sesiletha memorandum mhlawumbe u10 manje la sesikhathele sibadelile sathi bazosayina lesa speech ukuthi ba acknowledge ukuthi lezi decisions sayiphinda ngoba phela ngathi samaphasesha lokudlalite noma ijube location eyodwa so sikhathele nathi sesukubona kahle kodwa engikwazi ukuthi abantu lokho elokugcina lithi nje abantu base-South Africa bafasa amateki balungisele ukuthi lelizwe njengoba babamkhulu bethu bakwazi ukuthi bafe ukuze likwazi ukuthola inkululeko njengamanje asikhululekile sibanjwe abantu bokufika abaphethe yonke indawo la sizwa ngabo thina ezweni lethu so lempi sizoyinqoba uhulumeni ethanda engathandi so uhulumeni wethu sithi sicela akhethe njengamanje because abasanawo ama-options amaningi it's either banathi or abekho nathi
sizwa ngathi khona basekhona la ngathi uzokhuluma namaphoyisa uthelo lodaba balishiyele kuwena uzokwazi ukulungisa
hayi leli lamaphoyisa sengilizwe endaweni eziningi ngike ngasibhala-ke isikhalazo kodwa ngiyambona u-acting minister wethu ukuthi akekho serious ngomsebenzi wakhe inkosi yami uvela nje qwaqwa ngathi cartoon uyibona icartoon le evela ku-TV uMr Bean simbona njalo nje makuwukuthi mhlawumbe into enjalo kodwa akayena umuntu oyimisele shame ngomsebenzi wakhe kodwa-ke sizomenza wenze umsebenzi wakhe ngoba amaphoyisa at the end of the day kufanele agade umphakathi awazele ukuthi azothatha imali la kulona ibhizinisi leli
Foreign nationals anengane azawayindana especially like point ungathini kubona
mina ngingathini kubona
ababalekani bayakhala kakhulu abantu ngabo bathi abayindawo bazoqhubeka behlalele and ayiba-affect yonke lento
hayi sobona we will see